All right. There's one thing I need to address this morning. Goodness. Look, y'all, I would be editing some, I'd be clipping more, but no, right now I just gotta hit go, 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 go. I'm not kidding. Like, these people, they're gonna get angrier and angrier and angrier, and that's why I also need somebody out there to fucking address this shit, because these people are so fucking psychopathic. Unfortunately, includes members of my own actual family to some extent, and they're completely willing to commit real acts of violence. Real acts of violence, which is not just not okay. In fact, it's so fucking sick how my own family members, some of them, not all of them, but some of them will openly just, they think this shit is some church group, and they don't realize how fucking dangerous these people are. They really don't fucking have any idea whatsoever. That's what's so terrible. That's how fucking, deceiving these people are. It's so despicable. Fix that in a minute. Look, I was engineering multi-streaming technology, y'all. There's no question about that. These people, I'm not even mad about them stealing my work, even though, of course, I'm frustrated, yo. Anybody would be. Any of you would be. It's like being treated, I mean, they've stolen my identity. These people have treated me like a warm fucking body over and 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 over again. That's all I fucking am to these people. They don't give a fuck about me as a human being in any way, shape, or form, yo. They've literally, without even obeying the law, they've just fucking tried to do everything they can to enslave me. Literally enslave me with reckless abandon, including now committing violent crime, trying to actually frame me, which is despicable. And what does that mean, yo? First of all, I found that apparently that's not even uncommon for these fucking people. That's not even uncommon. That's what's so terrible. That's why if you work in the government and you fucking think this shit is okay, y'all. No, it is not okay. The family is not okay. They're victimizing innocent Americans to try to frame innocent Americans, which is despicable and completely something that we cannot tolerate in any way. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. So I can tell you right now, I mean, I've told my grandmother that I vape nicotine, and you know, she's gonna have to accept, just like everyone else in my family, she's gonna have to get over it. I'll be honest with you, like if she has an issue with it, you know, for example, y'all, today I have not vaped at all yet, which I'm not even. It's not like I'm, you know, oh, I need to so bad. It's just like, well, that's the thing, y'all. I mean, you people got to be, you know, fucking adults and understand the difference between addiction and, quite frankly, folks who are conscious of, you know, what they're doing. And I am, you know, that's the thing that's so terrible. I am. You know, for my, like, family to act like, oh, yeah, I just, like, that's the thing. They don't realize there's this chasm between, like, okay, people making their own choices and you're members of a fucking murderous mafia that will kill innocent people trying to frame your own family member, yo. There's not exactly any fucking comparison. That's what's so terrible. Every moment my own family sits around just like, oh, no, like, you know, my grandmother said to me, she was like, you know, DEA, they can't like smoke cigarettes on the job, can they? I was like, oh my god, I love you, I actually do, but like I wish you even fucking knew what these people were doing on the job. There's so many people strung up in this organization and strung out on their power. And my hair, I'll be honest, yeah, I'm just even, you know, not that I didn't see in the mirror now, but I'm just emphasizing, I'm very conscious that my hair looks fucking ridiculous right now, especially after I've got, you know, bed head, right? Like, yeah, bed head, let me emphasize, y'all, that's all that I have. You people have fucking meth heads in the DEA. You people have fucking straight up, that's what I'm saying. These people are addicted to their power and their greed, and they just don't know how to put it down, yo. They're the real addicts, and they just don't know how to put it down. They need help. You know all this about like their inner circles of leadership in the family, y'all? Well, this is the thing that sucks. You know, they do have inner circles. There's no question about that, y'all. There's some real folks that are parts of, you know, the inner circle, but they all just answer to fucking Putin. Fucking Putin. And so what is the degree of involvement from the CCP, yo? Well, this is how I think it works, and this is what I'm still investigating, right? How dare I openly explain the parts of my investigation? See, that's a nuance that I'll address, yo. What I've found and what I really believe is the truth, yo. And this is the thing. I've got a lot of evidence backing this up. I mean, China is, well, secretly in the dark, they're very much allies with Russia, which should not be surprising, y'all. They look over at America and they're like, oh no, we gotta play this smart, you know. We're kind of financially, right? China and America are very much, you know, there's a lot of strings right there, right? It has a lot to do with supply chain, but it also has a lot to do with Taiwan, yo. TCMC. We need to, we need to protect, really. Like, that's the thing. China treats them like they own them and they don't. And that's one of the things. They're so mad about Nancy Pelosi, right? It's like they're so mad. Everyone in America needs to look at these, portions of geopolitics and actually put the pieces together. That's what I'm saying, y'all. I'm saying that we have to be better. Everyone. It's all of our responsibility, y'all. At the same time, I'm not trying to, accuse you of being dumb. That's what's so ridiculous. I'm telling you that this is a responsibility that we all share to be on the same page about this. I mean, it's actually psychopathic if you think about it, how the Chinese are just like, no, you're your own country, and internationally you're recognized as your own country, but you are ours. Ours. And why? I mean, there's a lot of reasons, honestly, but that's the whole thing. Like, look how fucking, paper thin it all is when you just kind of lay it all out. And there's, I've always, from the beginning of this, I want to let the real professionals do their jobs. I've said that over and over and over again. And that's the thing, y'all, is like, these people have persecuted the fuck out of me. They've tried to starve me. They've not just defamed me. Oh, Jesus Christ, they have not just defamed the living fuck out of me, with so many of you out there who cling. I'll be honest, y'all, you just cling. You cling to perjury, straight up conscious perjury that's been committed. You cling to an idea that, oh no, there hasn't been a corrupt district attorney that's a member of the same organization, the family. Greg Abbott is a member of the family. Ken Paxton is a member of the family. Ted Cruz is a member of the family. John Cornyn is a member of the family. Why do you think I'm tweeting at all of them, y'all? I'm not trying to be a dick. That's the main thing. They've been more than fucking dicks to me. They're murderous fucking psychopaths. You need to keep that little image of the puppy with the muzzle on its face, y'all, in mind, because that's exactly what I am. I'm a harmless little fucking puppy, alright? I'm a human being, don't get me wrong, y'all, but figuratively, I would protect any of you, even those of you who have been so goddamn cruel to me, even you. Well, I know. Okay, okay. I was saying, I don't know if anybody else left one of their own. Not true. Yeah, actually, since that one sock is not mine, it's too small for my foot. So I'll leave it out here in case somebody wants to come get their sock. This is how fucking despicable this organization is, y'all. They've got my 92-year-old grandmother, who I love very much. She has much more severe dementia than she's willing to admit. I'm not trying to say she can't be independent, because she can, y'all. But they're up in her brain. And they know exactly what the fuck they're doing. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing, yo. They're so psychopathic about their shit. And honestly, that's the thing. It's like, she's just vulnerable as fuck, y'all. She'll listen to them. You know, I'm sitting here explaining to her that, well, grandmother, I am innocent and it's irrefutable. And in the past already, what is it? Not in the long past at all, yo. What is she saying? Well, I don't know who to believe. Like, yes, you fucking do. Oh, yes, you do, grandmother. Yes, you know who to believe. Oh my God. It's so despicable, y'all. The number of folks in law enforcement that openly serve this organization like slaves. That's how they're the number one sex traffickers in the United States. And quite frankly, people just sit around like, oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. Well, you all know now. And you can't claim that you don't know, y'all. You can't claim that you don't know. So if you're in law enforcement, you're trying to justify this fucking trash behavior. That's the thing, I love my grandmother very much. I love everyone, in my actual family. But we've got videos of this fucking family, and that's the thing. We're going to pull up some of those videos right now. I said recursively, I'm going to have to revisit. We're going to talk about Doug Coe standing on stage way back when, saying that you need to put your own family ahead of, well, everything, you need to put the family ahead of your own family. That's what I'm saying, it's disgusting. Straight up communism, straight up conscious fucking Nazism. And that's the weird thing, y'all. You're hearing it from the mouth of the man who is factually a KGB asset. There's no other way to say it. He always has been. And that's what's so frustrating, y'all. Some of the videos I pull up, some of you won't understand. Some of them are, general research, quite frankly. Some of them are more, it's like, well, this one, for example, I don't even remember it. I've heard of the story in passing, but I still would have to read about it more, right? I'm mainly saying, I'm not in any way anti-government. I obey the law, and that's what frustrates me so much, is the narrative around this shit has been so paper thin from the beginning. And why? They have to lie about me because they know I'm an innocent little puppy, and they refuse, they completely refuse to just allow me to live my goddamn life because they know I'm a good person, because, well, they'll sit around and they'll bitch about nicotine, something that I have every choice and every right if I so choose. As I've even said myself, if it were not for me being fucking starved out, literally, y'all, fucking tortured now for 3 years straight, I wouldn't be vaping any nicotine at all, y'all. I really wouldn't be vaping anything. The honest to God truth is, these fucking people, and I'm not vaping anything else to emphasize, y'all. That's what they will continually dumb fuck lie and say. And law enforcement, why would you want to be fucking slaves to these goddamn people? You make yourselves look like you don't have any fucking loyalty to your own country. Because, well, if you're serving them, y'all, you don't. And you can't even claim that you do. For my 92-year-old grandmother, y'all, to be obsessive about, like, oh my God, is he outside again? And, like, I'm actually half the time, that's the thing, they're fucking filming me naked, back in this residence again, which is why I'm fucking, well, I'm not naked, y'all, but I'm filming myself to raise awareness to these fucking evil goddamn people, y'all. That's exactly why. They've got, my grandmother who I love very much, but they're taking advantage of her so fucking pathologically and with such fucking conscious embrace psychosis, y'all. She can be independent, but she's even said to me, don't talk about the family, right? When I first get here, she's spewing all of this about politics. January 6th was not even a bad thing. They were just wanting to go in and see the Capitol. That's the problem, y'all, is I love, my actual relatives very much, but not one of them could even, debate me and not end up sounding really fucking dumb. And that's the thing, y'all. I muzzle myself out of kindness, quite frankly, and I'm just like so damn polite, I hear you, you are allowed to have your own opinions, I'll always acknowledge that, and then it's like they ask for my opinion and I'm still muzzled and I'm like just a little whisper of the truth and they're like, oh no, it's like, that's the thing, it's so like straight up terrible, y'all, is that they just can't even handle hearing the real truth in any way, right? And the truth that I'm whispering is never like, oh, you're in the mafia, right? It's like, no, it's like, oh, January 6th was actually really, really bad. Oh my God, when you know, it's like, oh, okay, Donald Trump, I'm just saying, some people have accused him of being, like an actual cokehead, and it's like, oh no, you're just judging him. It's like, I'm not even saying I'm accusing him. This is so weird. Like, other people, and I'm not even just spreading, quote, misinformation. Like, that's exactly what has been said about him. You think about his history and, the circles that he's been in, the length of time, the pictures of, well, him with a drawer open in his office, and what does he have? A bunch of specific type of nasal decongestants, y'all, that he's taking. Why? Because they're stimulants, y'all. At the very least, he's an addict to uppers, if you need to put it that way, y'all. He goes up on stage and he's like, fight like hell! Like, do you think that, that comes out of nothing? Well, that's the thing, y'all. I'm not even sitting here saying, like, we'd have to drug test Donald, we'd have to watch him every moment of his life, and look at the fucking absolute doublespeak of these people. They're like, how dare you be, well, completely having been fucking abused at your job, so many people fucking taking advantage of your time. And let me emphasize, y'all, really, when it comes down to it, this is about, well, culture to some extent, the culture of this little tiny dumb fuck company in Austin was always just like, no, you don't dare, say anything to the evil parent company. And we have multiple parent companies, y'all. What was so fucking dumb. They hated the first parent company, which was much smaller. By the time that the second one came around, y'all, all of their fucking bullshit fell on deaf ears from me. And that's what I need all of you to understand. Because they're just that incompetent about it, y'all, to be honest with you. They always have been. They weren't ever reasonable about the first parent company. And then the second one is like, wait, this is not even close to the same company as the first company, yo. Like, what the fuck are you actually thinking? You're like, you're gonna finesse them like you tried to do with the other one? Like, oh my god, you fucking people. And then they'll accuse me of everything under the sun, of course, y'all. Quote, being, quote, disgruntled. Like, there isn't literally, that's what's so fucking ridiculous. Like, I was such a goddamn loyal fucking slave dog for these people for so damn long. And they can't take back any of that resoundingly positive feedback. You know, some of these managers that were in that company in Austin, they wanted me to be on their team. Yeah, like that's how fucking sneaky and psychotic they are, y'all. At that point, they didn't want me to be on their team at all. They wanted to abuse their position of power over me. It's exactly what they wanted to do. And that's what's so terrible, y'all. They're more than willing to destroy your fucking family, your actual family, right? I wouldn't have guessed, you know, that the managers and that were, you know, members of this organization, but in a way, y'all, they just had common interests line up all at the same time, and that was part of the problem. It's like all of the fucking evil forces of the right combined powers, and even people that, you know, like one of the managers, like more on the left, to be honest with you, but he's still like combined powers because I fucking hate you. Yeah, make sure you only go to Brian if you have any concerns. Yeah, you know, it's like, oh, Glenn, wait, you know what if I have any concerns that are, you know, kind of important to, you know, go above both of you? And it's like, like what? It's like, oh, I don't know, you know, it's like, you know, it had nothing to do with like some white collar crimes you committed, or like, of course I'm not saying that, yo, that's the whole point. They're like, you know, what concerns would you have that, you know, need to go over Brian's head? Oh, well, you know, I just kind of like, what, you know, what was the course of action? You're saying that if I ever have any concerns at all, that I need to go to the man who, like, investigation has found is receiving automated transcripts of every one of my private confidential conversations. They're literally trying to muzzle me actively, you know, with help from the DEA and I guess like TFPS to some extent, fucking Austin Police Department, like, you know, fucking Hayes County Sheriff's, you know, it's like, wow, look how they're all just fucking strung together in the exact same criminal, straight up consciously criminal public corruption, all strung up together, one big old massive fucking case in real life, y'all, real life. It is actually kind of bizarre to me, you know, like zoom out on this picture, like, wow, I use movies as and it's not funny, I'm not even like really, just I use movies as a communication method alone, film, and really like, wow, it's like, wow, there's a strange, uncanny resemblance there if I ever did see one. And that's what's so weird to me, y'all. Well, they will accuse me of everything under the sun. Like, this guy's running around fucking his subordinate employees, using, and that's the thing, y'all. He's not even at a private, quote, private company. You know, he's at, like, he's in a government fucking role, you know, and it's like he's government, you know, paid employees. He's like, yeah, I'm your boss. You want to, you know, fucking suck my dick? Yeah, you want this Ken dick right here? Yeah, you want that? Yeah. No, I'm not like, you know, evil or anything like that. Yeah, I just think it's so funny and cool that we're part of the straight up goddamn Russian mafia. Yeah, isn't that so cool? How about you suck this dick? And then all of you people are like, oh yeah, you know, Bill Clinton, and fucking like, like really, yo, like, I'm not even defending anybody, you know, getting their fucking dick sucked. What I'm saying is like, oh my god, you people that double speak and the fucking propaganda, like for real, for real. why did this article disappear quite some time ago at first, y'all? What is this article really about? And that's the whole point, y'all, is that you have not realized from the beginning, this is the level of what has been going on here, y'all. And part of why my behavior has been so strange. Am I a little bit eccentric? Well, a little bit, y'all. That's the thing. I'm not even that eccentric in any way, shape, or form. Let me emphasize that. I'm actually a really fucking normal guy. But see, you create this super fucking, like, deeply perverted context. Really, like, super, like, oh my God, you know, I'm sitting there in my apartment just like, I have, a lot of the clues and the pieces, you know, there's a lot of things that none of you had any idea about, which I can't really talk about, right? And I'm just like, these fucking people, like, they're sitting here terrorizing me, you know, these coworkers of mine, no one could have ever even considered them to be good people, like, in any way, and, like, these people are sitting there, you know, like, abusing me. You know, just openly, like, fucking not just bullying me, yo. Like, that's the thing, I can take some bullying, but you're fucking filming somebody in their goddamn home, you know, and that's the thing, is like, okay, not filming at first, it seems like, right, but just listening even to them, and they're sitting around like, what was that? Yeah, yeah, oh my God, you know, like, what was that sound, everybody, oh my God, right, I'm getting calls, and everybody's like, like this super fucking abusive, this psychopathically abusive managers that, you know, I've worked with for years, and they didn't even know I had no respect for them at all in a personal capacity, yo. Absolutely zero respect for him in a personal capacity, really. Because when it came down to it, yo, like in a professional capacity, well, I can always be a professional, even with people that I, you know, realize, like, personally, like, don't deserve anybody's fucking respect in a personal capacity. And I just am too polite to say it, you know, especially because there's some good people around there, y'all. That's the truth. There's some good people around there. And it's like, I just don't want to put you in a spot where I'm like, yeah, you know, just to let you know, like, you know, fucking Michael, you know, he's you know, been terrorized by this abusive motherfucker. And, like, quite frankly, you know, I shouldn't even use the word terrorized. Obviously, Michael is like he became this evil goddamn person throughout this. And why? You know, I'm sending him this article, and he's so mad, y'all. He's so mad because he knows it's true. That's why. Because he knows with his uncle, right? They're sitting around and they're like, oh no, yeah, we're gonna take his music. And, like, Michael knows my music better than anyone. It's like just genuine and heartfelt. It's not any kind of veiled anything. Like, it's like he knows I barely ever work on it in my free time. He hears me playing the fucking piano, like, straight up, you know, like, you know, it really, and that's what's so dumb, you know, I don't care, you know, even on that note, can I play the piano? Well, point of contention, maybe. I don't give a fuck about any of your opinions, y'all, for real. It's like, if I want to sit in front of the keyboard and make some sound, if I want to sit there and just be like, ning, 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 for 3 hours straight, well, then, to be honest with you, y'all, then I will be. But see, that's the problem with the way these fucking people have operated, is that they really are, y'all, like, truly, this whole time, they've been just trying to abuse the trust of the police, law enforcement. If you're still on the side of this fucking the family, you are traitors, yo. You are straight up fucking traitors. I came up here for a literal safe house. I put notes in that phone trying to explain what I cannot explain in brief. All right, and I had a level of concern. Don't get me wrong, it's not a reference to a song even, y'all. I had a level of concern, like, oh, you know, I'm having faith, like, surely, you know, I posted very publicly, and irrefutably, I'm not fleeing. I explained as much of the context as I could, you know, and that's the thing in Denver, y'all. I clearly see that some people definitely do understand, y'all. Some people, I'm not speaking for anybody, some people straight up do understand, and then other people, well, that's the thing, they have no fucking idea. And that's, you know, law enforcement, let me put it this way, all right? I accidentally took a toll one time here. If you try to fucking push on shit like that towards me in this, I'm being so fucking public right now and saying that it's not just gonna be a bad look, y'all. It's not just gonna be a bad look. That's my point. It's not just going to be a bad look. It's going to make you look like, well, the world's most despicably evil fucking people. After you know you have no plausible deniability, I've been subjected to relentless, illegal modern slavery, yo. Relentless, illegal modern slavery for years. And that's exactly what these people have tried to take advantage of, is just creating fucking confusion. But see, they're not confused in any way, shape, or form, y'all. If you sit me down that's the point. Like I've been saying in Austin, I was like, fucking sit me down. That's the thing, y'all. You want to try to fucking accuse me of shit I didn't do? See, I'm not trying to be mean, y'all, but I saw Making a Murderer, right? And I saw, like, their interview with Brendan Dassey, y'all. You put me in a fucking room with a camera and you try that shit, is what I'm saying. You fucking try that manipulative bullshit. Like, oh yeah, so, like, you fucking try it with me, please. Fucking please, because you are not just going to look fucking stupid, y'all. I will sit there like a lawyer and I will literally go through all of it, and there's not a moment of this that you're ever going to deny, y'all. It's all public record. And mind you, y'all, it's not even just public record in one location. Part of the reason I'm multi-streaming, it's public record in multiple locations. And don't worry, y'all. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you people in the DEA, for example, they think they're confident enough to, stalk me digitally. Like, oh, you've got access to all my devices, and like they don't even understand this modem right here that's sitting on my desk. They don't even understand, like, oh yeah, Chuck comes over and commits a fucking federal felony, y'all. You think Comcast and Xfinity are like not gonna be a little bit upset about that shit, y'all? And that's the thing. You're like, oh well, it's just your grandmother's internet connection. That's beside the point, y'all. That speaks to what? Conscious fucking criminality. You understand? There's no reasonable defense of that behavior. Not only is it definitely a fucking federal felony, that local authorities, y'all, that's the thing, you understand? If you arrest me, it's like, wow, there's a hate crime that's been committed. I can prove that shit. They used a saw to cut down that tree to try to fucking murder me. Why do you think I'm even sleeping right here on this couch, y'all, with 2 cameras, one of which you cut off last night during this? That's what's so fucking terrible. Y'all, for anybody that doesn't know why, that watches this later, that's never been a joke, alright? Voyager 1, of course, has NSO Group's Pegasus installed in this device, and they think they're like sneaky mind readers because they're so dumb. God, I left them note after no. Like, please do not make the same mistakes as those who came before you. Please do not make the same mistakes as the dumb evil fucking people, quite frankly, that came before you. I'm aware of culture, y'all. I'm aware that you think you're like backing the blue. Like, they're fucking psychopathic liars, y'all. That's the problem. You're not just backing the blue. You're actually just piling criminal charges for yourselves. Every single moment you try to help those people. That's the thing. If you're going to surveil, then you listen to my voice, y'all, because I'm serious. You sit me down and, well, that's the thing, y'all, like the whole time, I'll always be calm. I've said before, it's like you got to obey the law, and none of you give a fuck, apparently. Let me emphasize why, y'all. That hate crime right out there, that tree in the backyard, y'all. Well, how do I put this? You're already in straight up fucking federal felony territory, like more than a few federal felonies, y'all. Because let me let you know, the feds very much are aware that that is a straight up fucking hate crime. That is the most serious type of crime in this entire country. And so every moment that you're not arresting Chuck Thompson, and he's been back up here with a chainsaw, he's been back up here with a fucking gun on his leg, y'all, like the other day. He's got a gun on the back of his fucking leg. So how the fuck do you people try to defend that shit? This man is committing hate crimes, violent fucking hate crimes, which could have hurt more than just me. That's what pisses me off, y'all. Again and again and again, you people are more than willing to sacrifice innocent American life, trying to destroy my innocent American life. It's just like Connor and Jack lying about ever having keys in their car, y'all. They were lying. Really, literally, they were lying every fucking moment. And you all knew that. And that's what's so terrible. For anybody in law enforcement to, even try to turn a blind eye to that kind of shit, it's so fucking terrible. Yo. So fucking terrible. And that's the thing. I very much appreciate y'all. I can't speak for anybody. I don't even know how it happened. But I'm driving back. I know that they never had keys, y'all. You know what? I don't have superhuman hearing. But, I have very sensitive ears, okay? And some of you have revved up your shit so damn loud. It really doesn't even bother me that much. Let me let you know, y'all. It's more of just like, wow, these people are really, fucking dumb. Like, they think their truck or their motorcycle is actually, scary. Like, yeah, you wish it was because you're insecure motherfuckers. But it does, y'all. It hurts my ears a little bit sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. I am the kind of person that you will see at a concert with some earplugs in sometimes, y'all. Because really, oh my God, I do enjoy the feel of the bass, but my fucking ears it hurts. It does actually hurt. Talk about sensory overload, okay? but I mean it when I say, y'all, I'm not even trying to be overly humorous. I'm really trying to put all this down in a way that other people will be able to genuinely understand. Look how despicable. I'm not kidding, y'all. They never had keys in that car. And then what do they do? And what were they planning on doing that night, y'all? Obviously, what were they planning on doing? Well, Jack, of course, he brings me over away from the car, and he's like, oh, hey, can you come 10 steps away from this vehicle, please? First of all, again, to remind y'all, I said I'll have to revisit things. And what sucks is it's like, God, how many times do I have to tell this story? Really, and it is, y'all. It's a true fucking story. These people get in my car, and as soon as I get up to this location, I'm not. It's not like, oh my God, a fear in my stomach. I'm just like, oh damn it. I'll be honest, y'all. I'm a very I'm not a robot, but I'm a very how do you put it? I notice, the minutia a lot of times, okay? Nobody can be perfectly, that's the thing, y'all. It's they designed this shit where it's it's supposed to be very, very sneaky, right? And it's very sneaky. All right, it's okay, a one-way bridge in and of itself, though, y'all, is a big, big, big sign for me. And why is that, y'all? One-way bridge, I mean, you talk about security. That's smart. That's actually smart, right? It's if you just need to make sure that, you're securing a facility, for example. A one-way bridge is very, very helpful for that shit, right? And so it's I get a lift ride, yo, and that's the thing. I don't have a fucking robot brain. I'm talking about I have an elephant brain. I do have a better memory than any of you have fucking given credence to. It would seem, not any of you, but some of you, and that's where it's it's difficult because when it comes down to it, I'm just following the map. Everybody has to be a fucking human being, even though you're treating me less than a fucking slave dog you're trying to muzzle and destroy when I'm just an innocent puppy in reality. I'm just following the fucking map, and I'm okay, where is this going? I'm it's dark. The first time I've ever even been there, y'all, I didn't even want to be there the first time, if I'm being honest. I was kind of okay, I see some stuff I don't like to see back here. I would very much like to leave, and then I'm leaving, and I'm shit, okay, I had to turn left thinking there was an exit here, and I drive by some, very, well, that's the thing, y'all, I don't want to say it this way, but the very wealthy looking people walking, and they kind of give me some mean looks, and I'm it's so weird, y'all. I'm a white dude. I'm not trying to act that's what's so fucking terrible. And somehow, okay, I'm just trying to be, fair, y'all. Never for a moment did I want to talk about race in any way, shape, or form, but to some of these people in Texas, y'all, I'm straight up, the gangster G of all, talk about, bias and just fucking, oh my God, y'all, that's the double speak too. They'll pretend oh, I don't even know who you are. Yeah, no, they'll all lie like fucking psychopaths because they act like I'm quote schizo and they act like they're sneaky. I don't know that they're all talking, not just shit about me, y'all. They're acting like I'm some big bad, Beto almost, y'all. They're oh yeah, that's the drug lord Beto. Yeah, Beto's such a fucking drug lord. Who do you think was behind that, y'all? That's what I'm saying. It actually is that. When I say that the grapevine in Texas is small, that's kind of what I mean, y'all. I'm not trying to say the state of Texas is small. It's obviously not. I'm saying the grapevine, y'all, they kind of keep it that way, even the governor, the really district attorneys, the attorney attorney general's office, like undercover law enforcement, DEA, sheriff's county, sheriff's offices, right? Like they're all kind of like in this one grapevine that's like so tightly wound, that really it's like they share everything. And that's the thing, y'all. That's the way the Russians want it. They look over at Texas like they're chump change for them. They do, and that's what I'm just letting you know, y'all. When you play a part of this shit, down in Texas, they're like really, that's I'm trying to be fair to you because like look how despicable it is, y'all. They put all these resources into consciously formed propaganda to try to keep you in a state of literal bigotry, to try to keep you in, and you're like, oh, please don't get mad when I say bigotry, y'all, because really at the end of the day, what am I saying is ignorance, right? And ignorance is not a word that we should be, angry about, like really we're all born ignorant, I say it all the time, and, I'll be honest, I know my dad, for example, hates the fucking word bigot, which I'll be honest, y'all, is a little bit of a, sign of something, like psychologically, it's like, why does he hate that word so much? It doesn't bother me if people call me a bigot, y'all. I mean, I know who I am, I know what I am, but it's like, the attitude, state of mind, or behavior characteristic of, well, a bigot, intolerance, right? That's the thing. It's like, I'm no drug lord, I'm no drug dealer, I'm no drug anything is the thing, y'all, but they just don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about the truth, and that's what I'm saying. When there's like, rich white people in Texas, it's like, wow, how dare I say that as a white person, but, how shitty is it? It's not that there are not people of, all kinds of different color skin as well that hate me, y'all. Some DEA, for example, they thought that was like in their favor, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, well, this is clearly more than about race, and that's what they want. A lot of them, they want to make it some one-dimensional fucking shit. Like, oh yeah, he's just a like white guy. He's just like, they've been so fucking despicable in real life, y'all. Like covertly in a lot of ways, they've been so fucking despicable towards me in a relentless number of ways, y'all. And kind of like, this guy, it's like, so I've been always trying to give like plausible deniability, to these people. Like, I've been trying to, like, maybe they didn't know, but then that's the point, y'all. It's like when I'm communicating publicly the way that I have been way back when about this shit, there's federal investigation that, nobody officially tells me, how do I know something like that? Because you gotta understand, I'm educated, y'all. And way back in March of 2020 already, I'm just like, this is some actual straight up, like, this is so many fucking federal felonies, and this is not just gonna catch some eyes and some ears. So it really should have been notable for everyone when I'm blasting music the way that I am. And I'd say blasting, y'all, just turning it up really loud in my own apartment. Look how peaceful. I'm militant in my advocation for and implementation of peace. Everyone should have realized what the fuck was going on, y'all. As I'm sitting there like, yeah, you people are really gonna fucking do this to me? Try to fucking destroy my whole life? Some straight up Count of Monte Cristo bullshit right now? Like, no, you are not gonna get away with that. And all of you need to understand how relevant it is when people, good engineers, good people, are quitting their whole job saying, no, that's wrong. You're trying to destroy this man and his life, Brian, and you know it. You fucking know it. And that's where it's like, now you gotta be better, because you're not gonna get away with that shit. And to be honest with you, I appreciate that man so much. Y'all, he's not the only one. That's the thing. He is certainly not the only one who has chosen to do the right thing, and I appreciate every single person who has, because Jesus Christ, yo, when you're staring something like that down in that moment, and you're just like, wow, you're really gonna be that fucking consciously evil towards me, lie to these people like fucking psychopaths, and you make me sort through, does law enforcement know, or are they just that evil too? Which one is it? And I have to investigate and find out. I'm not even sure at first. Look, there's so many different ways that, I have to address this now, including fucking streaming when I sleep at this moment. Understand? I'm gonna stream. I'm not gonna stop until these people fucking stop. I'm not kidding, Anybody local, it's not mental illness and you know it. I'm not saying I'm going to stream every single shower, y'all, but like I'm going to keep streaming some of the showers I take. You know why? Because it's fucking despicably evil for any of you to sit around and turn a blind eye to this bullshit, y'all. I'm not a schizophrenic. It's so fucking evil how these people have treated me. And quite frankly, it's so fucking evil how they think it's okay to abuse perceptions around mental health care and psychiatry. And I refuse to tolerate that bullshit, y'all. I have a zero tolerance policy for that fucking bullshit for the rest of my life, y'all. I really do. I really, really fucking do. It's not okay, y'all. And you all know it's not okay. You all know that is, quite frankly, speaking of corruption, y'all, that's what I'm saying. All right? When you don't just turn a blind eye. That's what I'm saying, y'all. At this point, I was sitting there trying to decide, some of these investigators that keep coming up to Panda, do I just sit down with you? Y'all, and that's the challenge. You understand? I'm that kind of person, and part of me wants to. I'm serious, y'all. When I go up to that job, it's not a fucking cover job, y'all. But like, there's nothing more important than this, and that's what's so terrible, y'all. I have no income. I need a computer. I need a secure cell phone. Okay, it's basically the two fucking things that I needed from that job. And so I'm also like, what else? Okay, I'll get, some food while I can because I've been fucking starved relentlessly. And that's exactly what they want. These people want to treat me like a fucking slave and film it. Like, yeah, look at that, he can't even get himself some food. He can't even make his own food. He has to order, food delivery or this kind of shit. Like, I can't fucking cook because these people, like, they want to make it a goddamn safety hazard if I even go to a fucking grocery store, which is so despicably evil. So fucking evil. Blasting somebody's location out there the way they were in Texas. That is some fucking straight up evil goddamn trash. Like, hey, mafia, everybody in our violent fucking mafia, yep, go get him, yep, fucking destroy him, drive your fucking truck, run him over, and like, literally so many times that it was so close and it had nothing to do with my driving, y'all. People just fucking out of their minds with this psychotic bullshit, eating up all these lies about me. And that's the thing that's so difficult, y'all. It's like, not only have you been psychologically tortured fucking relentlessly, you have a neurological disability these people are fucking denying, and you're just sitting there like needing people to understand who and what you really are, which is you're being fucking muzzled. These people don't want you to talk because they know that they're implicated. And the thing is, then it's like, wow, if I talk, right, don't say it, don't you fucking say it, that there was gang involvement, don't say it, no, and he fucking knows better than anybody who he really serves. And that's why he's spinning. He's like, oh yeah, Putin is such a problem. Yeah, fucking Putin. Yeah, Putin is such a problem, And I'm like, sure, I still got the muzzle on, and then, you're keeping that muzzle on, and, I'm trying to be nice and polite, and you have no idea how much more I could say, sir. You have no idea how, loud this could get in my communication, sir. Like, so fucking public, like a lot of public fucking attention, and I don't want attention. That's the whole point. You people know better than anybody. I'm a super private man, and I just fucking want my privacy. Look how fucking evil you are. Look how fucking evil it is for them to find. It's like, wow, you know, it's like not even, and trust me, do not fucking compare me to Doug Coe, yo. But Doug Coe is running around like, yeah, I'm not about the quote glory, and he's fucking KGB, yo. If anything, that's what's so terrible. He's fucking KGB. He's like an evil dude, and that's why he doesn't want people to know who he is or what he's really doing in the shadows behind it all. And for me, I'm not anything, you understand? I'm not associated with anyone. I'm like, if there is such a thing as like an ambassador for the planet Earth, even though I'm an American, I'm not a globalist. Let me emphasize that shit yet again. Like, it's so easy for me to say. It's like, I just care about this planet. I'm not, you know, hippie. You know, I'm not like a, you know, am I an environmentalist? Well, I mean, like, I don't like the ist part. Do I care about the environment? Yes, I do. I love nature. All right. One of the, you know, best parts about, there's so many amazing parts about this country, y'all, but like our national parks, and we have to remember, like, that did not come out of nothing, right? It's not easy even to make that happen. Some of you, like, you kind of got to go back and actually think about our history. That land, you know, we had to protect it, y'all, and it took effort. It took real effort. So much beautiful land in this country. And you, like, that's the thing, y'all. I mean, you got somebody here that just, like, I really do from the bottom of my heart, okay? You know, I care about, like, I've always wanted to travel more and visit other places, but, like, I love this country, y'all. This is where I was born and raised, okay? I spent over, you know, half my life in the state of Texas. I spent the first half of my life, right? It was just kind of bittersweet, right? We always vacationed down to Texas, you know, Dallas. We spent a lot of time, man. We went to all kinds of cool places. We went to the Alamo. We went to the Riverwalk. You know, I remember going to the Riverwalk the first time. It's like, wow, this is like Star Wars. Going down into there, like, wow, look at this. You know, it's like the swamp, but like in a cool way. You know, it's not like a creepy or weird swamp. Like, I'll be honest, the water's a little bit, you know, kind of dirty, quite frankly. You know, do not drop your phone. Well, that's the thing, kind of sucks, y'all. I didn't even drop my own phone into the Riverwalk. I was standing there with my phone in my hand, and so I'm not going to say who, but somebody turns around, and it's just like knocks it out, because it's just like swoosh, like whipping her hand, and like, oh God, my phone. I'm sitting there just like in a split second, I'm staring into the abyss of the San Antonio dirty Riverwalk water, and I'm just like, my phone. No. Talk about how much we care about our cell phones these days, y'all. That's the thing. Actually, let me emphasize, I don't even really give a fuck about, you know, physical possessions, and I mean it, y'all. This is what I want to emphasize. I'm just poor. I'm just poor as fuck, right? And I have insurance on that phone, and so this is the one thing about that situation. You know, I know it seems off topic, but this is the one thing about that situation, y'all, is I'm sitting there just like staring into the water, which is so dark, it's at night, right? And I'm like, well, I have insurance on this device that I bought, I believe, with Square Trade. You know, and I'm saying I know it was with certain, I think it was they were the Square Trade one. And I'm not trying to advertise for them, y'all. I'm just saying that, like, it was like $50 to $100. Yeah, it was. This one, Allstate, I think they didn't, I don't think Allstate owned them back, you know, then. But like, I'll be honest, y'all, most of the time I was looking at their, you know, insurance. I was looking at, I was researching, right? And I was like, well, this is a good deal, you know. Nothing against anyone else's insurance plan. But it's like, okay, for like, it's like $100 extra or something. It's like, if any worst case scenario, nothing's ever gonna happen, right? Surely, you know, I'm standing there. I'm actually just literally like on my phone, right? Like doing something really quickly, you know, and that's the thing. I'm not even holding it like in a way that's like, you know, like so lightly. It's got like both hands on the device, like, you know, and really, I swear to God, it's just like, I wasn't even mad at the person, is the honest to God truth, because, well, the frustrating thing was it's just like, it's just kind of being goofy, like really like snapping her hand and like just goes straight into my phone, and it's like direct impact out of my hands and straight one bounce on the concrete, and then, and I'm just sitting there like 0.01 seconds that just happened, and my whole life right now these days, you know, like everything, wow, I'm in another city, you know, we were basically down there for, you know, a visit, and I'm just I'm not even mad. Like I said, I'm really just like, okay, well, I cannot use my insurance if I do not have the device. Really, that's what sucks, y'all. I'm just like, the very first thought in my head is like, okay, I can get it replaced, but wait, no, I can't get it replaced because now it's fucking down there, and if I don't have it, they're gonna be like, well, nope, sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to Square Trade, right? Like, not sponsored, of course. I'm sitting there, I'm just like, well, yeah, if you don't have the device, and kind of SOL, like, damn it. All right, so I'm sitting there, and I'm saying to my friends the same thing. I'm like, hey, y'all, I'll be honest, I've got insurance on that thing, but like, I've got to get that out of that water. Like, there's only one way. Like, for real, that's what sucked, y'all. It's for the longest time. We're all just kind of like, and again, I don't want to, I could honestly sit here and give a lot more detail about this very, very kind of involved story, y'all, and some of the fallout that happened from it, but I will just briefly summarize. The first thing that we're thinking is like, my buddies, my male buddies in that case, of course, right? We're all like, okay, let's think about it for a moment. Like, how are we gonna get this shit out of there? And like, well, maybe there's like a grabber, like a dustpan or something. Somebody go find anything, and this is the problem though, y'all. I'm like, okay, I've got my eyes like right where it seems like it went down, but it's dark and I cannot see through this water, and so I have no idea, quite frankly, even if we find a dustpan, at the bottom of this, like, it's a river walk, it's like a tiled, floor, like, I don't think so. So, frankly, I have no idea, like, I don't know how we're gonna find this shit, really. And I swear to God, y'all, this is the weirdest thing, whether it was the battery, going out, which is probably what it was, like this flashlight, and I want to emphasize, I'm fast forwarding a lot, because I'm sitting there, like, I'm to my friends, I'm like, look, I'm not gonna take my fucking eye off of this location, so if you can go find some equipment to use to get this shit out of there, like, please go do so. And I'm gonna stare right at this spot, because like I'm like a dog. I'm just like, nope, point, and there it is. Okay, I don't know where it is actually, but it's in this general, right where it fell in the water, and it might have floated a little bit in one direction, but it's metal, surely it just kind of sunk down for a moment. And so I'm just like, no, do not take my eyes off of this spot, whatever happens, because if I even to walk away for a minute and I come back, it's gonna be like, oh no, shit, was it right over here? Was it like 2 feet over this way? And at that point, how are you gonna use like a dustpan to get it out? And that's the main first thing that we're all worried about, is that I'm trying to, I'm asking them, I'm like, can you go find a cop? And really, I'm serious. I'm like, can you go find a cop and kind of like get them down there, explain to them that like, I don't think it's technically like illegal or recommended. I don't want to be in this water. I'm not swimming in this water, but like there's one single thing that I need, and that is to get this fucking phone out, and I'm gonna get this fucking phone out, y'all, like, one way or another. It's like, no, do not admit to doing this, I was like, okay, well, I'm just telling you the truth, y'all, okay? I said, I'm more honest than all of you combined. It's like, I knew no matter what happens, I'm not walking away without that goddamn cell phone, y'all. I'm so poor, let me put it that way, y'all. Like, you project all this privilege upon me, like, I paid for my own shit. I paid for this fucking phone, y'all. At the time, that's the thing, it's like, I'm not even saying that, I got a good deal on it, y'all. It wasn't even like, the brand new model or any of this kind of shit, right? It's like, I'm always buying like the model back, the model back, at least 1 or 2 models back, and that's what I did. And so that's the kind of thing, it's like, it's my own money, but, I paid for the insurance too, because, well, I can't be without a cell phone, and like, I'm not, quote, an Apple guy per se, like I said, y'all, for a long time. In fact, it's what's kind of weird. One of these friends in this situation who, I don't even want to guess what, quote, side he's ever been on, y'all, if I'm being honest. That's the truth. But like, he was a huge Mac OS person, and we always kind of argued in some ways, y'all, like in a lighthearted way. I was like, yeah, Mac OS is for, fucking losers like you rich fuck. Like, you just got a Mac, your parents just bought it for you, buy you expensive stuff all the time, mountain bikes and other shit. And I'm not trying to talk shit about him, y'all, and I'm just telling you the truth. Like, you gotta understand that a lot of my friends were like way wealthier than I was, and really, they really really nice cars sometimes, not always, but sometimes for sure. And never for a moment was I ever jealous or envious of that shit. What I'm trying to point out, y'all, is that like, well, a lot of people out there have kind of like projected of all this like quote privilege and wealth upon me, and you don't seem to realize like, it's all a facade. I lacked for a healthcare, and my family hasn't wanted to get hand-me-downs and everything. I paid for all my own shit. They've always been, quite frankly, I'm not trying to say that they were, evil towards me in terms of, well, consciously at the very least, y'all. But they diminished the fuck out of my, like, intellect. Always. Always. When it gets to the point where I've been working in the software industry for years, and I'm recognizing that my own family, it's not even that I need them. That's the thing. That's what they don't know, y'all. I think they think that I need their validation. And no, never for a moment. That's the thing. Like, I don't need them to sit and, like, validate, like, oh, yeah, you think your job is cool? You like your job? Like, no, I'll be honest, y'all. Like, I know when my job is cool. I love my job. It's, like, really, really, really super technical. Like, even though I'm fucking slaving away for these people, I'm learning so much so fast. It's like a fucking data download of all data downloads. I just like plug my brain in and I'll work like a fucking slave, and wow, you could have just paid me. You could have just paid me like a reasonable goddamn wage. I was never even disgruntled about that, but like, better than anybody what a deal you have with me. You can ask me to do literally anything in this environment. You could ask me to be a developer for a day, and that would actually be very useful, like working with a senior dev, you know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, can you go be a dev today? And with this team, it's like, yeah, I just need to learn this language really quickly. It's like, oh, okay, data download, beep, 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 beep. Okay, I'm ready. Like, here we go. Let's get started, y'all. Okay, and then really though, that's the thing, y'all. It's like you give me somebody that's actually already working in that kind of stuff, and that's what's even better, right? Is I ask them all the right questions because I know what questions to ask, and so I'll just be like, wait, what's the syntax for this in this language? And they're like, oh, it's this, and it's like, okay, even faster data download. Like, that's what's so cool, y'all. There's other people like me in that way. Don't get me wrong. That's what I'm saying, though. In some ways, it does have to do with being on the autism spectrum, and look how terrible that is. Like, I've been conscious of that for such a long time, and I just never, to be honest, in some ways, y'all, was never trying to keep it, was never trying to keep it secret. But look at that, being conscious of the fact that even if you're saying that word, right? Even if you're saying that word, people will be like, oh yeah, you think you're autistic. Well, I knew a guy in school, and it was like, okay, that's a problem. All of you go, I'm also the person that, like a logician, y'all, then I'm always like, okay, we need to stop going off of our anecdotal experiences, so much, like, for real, because all of us, like, we tend to gravitate towards just like the one thing that we've ever heard about certain stuff, and it's like, yo, it's actually genuinely kind of a problem, quite frankly. Like in this situation, people may not understand, why I'm building this, multi-stream solution. They probably didn't understand, like, what it really even means when I said multi-streaming. And so now I'm like, okay, multi-streaming, like, well, technically what I'm doing is I'm streaming multiple locations at the same time. Like the idea was that you can, switch, you can basically be your own director. And like, I wasn't even trying to be my own director, but it's kind of a cool concept in a way, if you think about it. Like, that's what streamers are doing, right? And I'm kind of just I'm like the IT guy for like all of the streamers in the world, like, and that's kind of what I was trying to make sure people understood. It's like, when I say I want to do my own podcast, it's like, sure, it's always nice to have help and good people to work with, but I'm also, to be honest with you, y'all, there's no IT guy that I won't be able to, even if they know more about specific tools. Let me emphasize that, y'all. That's what I'm saying, is that I'll be the first person to consciously acknowledge, right? There's people that know more about OBS than me. This is the first time I've ever even used OBS, y'all. There's so many people that know more about Twitch than me. This is the first time I've ever even used Twitch. Like I've clicked on some, Twitch streams here and there, like that's what I'm saying, when I keep up with like different forms of social media and how people work, it's like, what I'm saying is that I'm getting, a general lay of the land. I want to understand, like, what are people using this platform for? What's it about? And I realized very early on, like, oh, this is not just video games. And that's what I love, actually. This is not just video games. This is something brand new, right? I'm seeing, well, and that's the thing, y'all, I'll be honest, like, I'm seeing all kinds of, interesting ideas from different people. That's what I love, is that you never even know what people are going to come up with next. Right? And that's a part of like what we should embrace as human beings, is that one another's, ingenuity and creativity. that kind of like engineering aspect of who we are, that we actually maintain our creativity, really, that we encourage that with one another, and we see it, we sort of like, that's the thing, we don't want to steal one another's, like, oh wow, that's a really, good idea. That's the thing, am I copywriting anything, am I doing this? No, y'all, this is like, what I'm saying is, the way that my whole worldview is, it's like, knowledge and thought and ideas, really, that, in and of itself, that should be free to the world. The root level logic, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. When I'm seeing that concept even alone, that's what I need to explain to everybody about what I was seeing with this that bothered me so deeply, y'all, is that they're abusing this idea of the root level logic in the family. And they're kind of like, we're going to see this root level logic really sneakily and covertly with so many people. We're going to literally, y'all, they're like, we're going to consciously brainwash them without them even knowing. And I'm like, damn, that, it's a little bit of a gut punch even just recognizing that, y'all, because I'm like, man, there's so many innocent people, quite frankly, that they just don't know. They don't even know, and that's the thing, y'all, I'm saying they don't know when I don't even know what all that this organization is up to at that point, you understand? And still to this day, I can't claim, of course, I'll be the first to point out as a logician, y'all, it's just like we never know what we don't know. I can't tell you all of the fucking terrible things these people have done, but they've done so much more than a few terrible things is my point, that I'm at the point where as a logician, I'm like, it doesn't matter if you want to try to defend them, it's actually not okay at all, and it's never going to be. It's already too late, y'all. It's actually already too late. They're not like the long arm of the law, y'all. They're like the long arm of the far right communist fucking regime. And that's the worst part, is that when I see, law enforcement unwittingly, I know that you people don't want to be communists, right? But that root level logic has been seeded up in your brains, like, oh no, it's just like a Christian group, yeah. And then I'm seeing like, the culture was like Ron DeSantis is waging war. Ron DeSantis, a member of the family, is openly waging war on, fucking like Disney World. Like, oh my God, what reality did we step into? Like, I grew up in a world, my mom loved Disney so much, y'all. And now, that's one of the hardest parts for me. Speaking of that, y'all, never wanted to talk about family, but, we never visited. I was actually, one of my biggest stressors, y'all. I was, okay? Maybe it's that want me to put it. I was stressed out, when we moved down to Texas. I just, I didn't want to tell my family that, we can't go be in a place where they want to be. And I wasn't mad. I loved Texas, but I just had so many friends here. And I really, in a way, it's like I'm it's between 6th and 7th grade. And really, I'm like, I wanted to go to high school here. And if I'm being honest, like I really, I wanted to just maintain my friends and my well, how do I put it, y'all? It's like I didn't want to have to make all of my friends again, It's like they're irreplaceable to me. And then I'm recognizing it's like, man, I'm not gonna even be able to like keep up with you just calling and texting you, maybe sending some letters. Like, what am I supposed to say, And that's the thing. It's so difficult for me. I don't even know. I'm not mad about it, right? And that's the consciousness with which that, I'm already, I'm 12 turning 13 the summer that we're moving, right? And I remember walking up and down that moving ramp just like thinking like I always am, not in a weird way, not in a mentally ill way. I'm not ruminating, I'm just contemplating, right? And I'm trying to decide, like, how, because I can't even, do anything. I was actually very honest as with my family as well. I was like, I'll be honest, I think all of you want to move. My oldest brother was going to college in Texas, and my other brother, he was just kind of shy in a way. Like, I think he was more open to it. He did have friends here, don't get me wrong, and I would always give credit to that. But I think at the time where he was at, in a way, like, he really was more okay with moving than I was, but it was just all a mixed bag, right? My sister was really young, honestly. I think that when we had, that's the thing, all of us knew that we did have family down in Texas that we loved so much, and so that was a part of it. All of our family was from Pennsylvania, and that was kind of like our roots here for a long time, because we would go up and visit them, and there are still some really important things for us in York, especially, like And that's the thing, like when it comes down to it, it's actually really just kind of difficult for me thinking back upon it, because I wasn't mad. And I really just was like, okay, well, this is the first time I've moved in my life, and a lot of people deal with moving, so I'm not trying to, that's the thing, y'all. It's like everybody, some people, and again, speaking of military, and then move after move after move, that's tough. This, like, I cannot even imagine sometimes, that this is really, really genuinely difficult, y'all. You just go from community to community to community, and you want to believe like, yeah, you make friends quickly and it's really easy, but it's actually, it is challenging. For me, that's the thing too, like, speaking of consciousness, I go from a school that is in total, first through sixth grade, it's around 300 people, to, just my grade is around in the range of 300 people. Right, and wow, what a sea change if there ever were one, and I wasn't even so scared. That's the honest to God truth, y'all. It's just, I'm like, wow, brand new environment, and that's the thing. Immediately, I'm like, I'm not even somebody that's like, oh, I'm gonna identify this culture, like, I'm like young, I'm 13 when I'm starting in 7th grade, and I'm like, okay, I mean, it is different, like, where there's all white people, like, and again, I'm not trying to be mean, y'all, crawl, like, I'm a white dude, right, but I'm just like, okay, this is, like, not a very, I guess it's very homogenous as soon as you get there, like, did I know that word back then? I'll be honest, yes, I did, y'all, like, quite frankly, that's one of the things that I don't think, anyone in my social group had ever, in all fairness, how could they give credence to that? A lot of them grew up, really, like a lot of my closest friends, they were right there from that community, and they always, in fact, in a lot of ways, they were always proud of that. Like, yeah, I was born and raised here. I've been here. I'm not, trying to put a heavier accent in their mouth, but I'm saying the social aspects of a lot of this, y'all, that's very, very relevant. And why is that? That's the exact kind of stuff that this organization, in some ways, takes advantage of, y'all. That's what I'm saying. And that's what hurts my, feelings so much, to have to talk about it when I know, and I'm not going to say names, right? But it's at a public website. Well, that should be, a little bit of like, for anybody, y'all, right? Because why do I even keep saying that? Because the whole even root level logic on this rides upon you people thinking that nobody's ever going to know. Look how many of you have accurately, even on Twitter, all right? John Cornyn, Ted Cruz, Greg Abbott, Josh Hawley, Ken Paxton. I could sit on Twitter right now and very accurately, this person and this person and this person and this person, and you're like, no, that's not fair. What if you're wrong, Dinesh D'Souza? Right? I'm not kidding, y'all. Like, oh my Lord, the list can go on and on and on and on. And that's what I'm wanting everyone to understand, is that I could do that today. There's one thing, is like, domain costs a little bit of money. I don't even need it to be, well, let's say, okay, talking about, cloud hosting, I can write this website where it is the lightest, is literally just a text list. Okay, a VM with probably 1 gigabyte of RAM and 1 core is more than ample. But is it more than ample for a bunch of traffic? No. What the point is, the list is not something that there's going to be like, oh, go look up this website and you deploy it on Twitch. Like, no, the point of the list is that it's on, it's on the public web. Anybody that so wanted to, right? And part of this is that you people need to understand how the internet works. Like, really, I'm not kidding. Just like the family goes out there and they want to clean anything off the internet that's about them, and they really do that in real life, they pay people in other companies. This is very common in this day and age. They'll actually go out there and they'll try to clean off anything that is, it reflects upon them poorly, right? For anybody that studies like data science, for example, you're familiar with web crawlers, right? I'm the kind of person that can write web crawlers, y'all. Do I need to do a little bit of research as I go? Yes, as I go, No, that's what you need to understand though, y'all. The skills that I've collected in my technical career, that's exactly how everyone that, well, really wants to learn about tech and get better should be approaching everything. Stop trying to learn all of the perfect skills and start making sure you know how to learn what you need to learn to do things quickly and accurately and precisely. And that's the point, y'all. It's like these days, we can argue about, okay, well, for, an exam or for this kind of stuff, you got to have this in memory. And the thing is, then you go into the software industry, y'all, and really it's like everybody's like, okay, Google that, Google this. Oh, we're in the middle of writing something. We've been working on this for 6 hours. We've done how many queries today? I'm not kidding, y'all. This is actually kind of like, this could be a case study in and of itself. In fact, maybe I'll do a live stream about like Google and software engineering and development, y'all. It's like it's a part of the process. I'm not trying to encourage anybody to not learn or memorize information in any way. What I'm saying is that y'all, computer science professors really should be, making sure they explain this to people as they go. And to be honest, in all fairness, some of the ones I had, they were really good. And I'm not trying to say names, is my point. I never wanted to for a moment, but like they acknowledge that, it's not actually about the memorization. There are certain data structures and concepts and, underlying logic that you do need to have in the brain permanently. But then beyond that, that's kind of the point, is that there's no, simple black and white, like here's the things you do memorize. Everybody, I think in this day and age, is kind of part of the problem, we're not going to be spoon fed, you know what I mean? Like, and that's part of what you're kind of taking to heart in your sentiment when you're learning this kind of stuff, is that, well, you got to kind of approach it more with like courage, and like you're going to jump out there, like this is the universe, it's space, and you're going to go like way out in there, and you're just like, wow, and some of this may be extraneous, or it may seem extraneous right now, but really, like you're just kind of like going out, and I want to say the word probe, to be honest, y'all, because that's what applies accurately, like we say the Voyager probe, it's kind of the whole point of the name in a lot of ways, encouraging people to actually think. The only reason I don't want to say the word probe is because these people's fucking, neuroticism and, disgusting projection. And that's what I'm saying, y'all. These people are into a bunch of weird, straight up sex shit, and yet they project upon me like motherfuckers. That's what I'm saying. Alright, so just on that note, like 18 plus only, trigger warning. I will keep repeating. It's in the title of everything. Everything's marked as mature and only, 18 plus only. And that's the thing, I never really was wanting to make, content for, quote, kids in any way. When I'm making educational content, I think it's unfair even for me to not self-censor if I must, right? I have no problem with being able to not say the F word, yo. Let me emphasize that, okay? My family can try to call me duplicitous all they want, but that's a load of fucking bullshit, yo. Obviously, you're not gonna sit there dropping the F-bomb in front of your parents, but, I'll be honest, y'all, like, I'm a human being, just like so many people in this society, and quite frankly, so many of these people, so many of you down in Texas, you've called me a fucking retard, and you've sat around slinging all this hate speech, just like with reckless abandon, and then you expect me, that's the thing, y'all, I say double-edged sword. I'm not giving into your bullshit. In fact, it's the opposite. I'm sitting here, using all of my intellect and every single bit of intelligence I have to make sure that you're damn certain, to make sure that you're fucking completely understanding how bigoted and terrible some of you have really been to me in real life, and no, you have not ever been on the, quote, right side of history. So part of what I'm explaining with this, it's also a technical portfolio, because for a long time I've already been building my website, which, that's the thing. Speaking of websites, I mean, it takes me virtually nothing to get a website deployed, and, to host my own website, and with any number of services to self-host a website on, my own hardware if necessary, on any servers, quite frankly. That's kind of what I've been explaining over and over and over again. You have someone that understands all of it, all right? And I'm not some sketchy dude. That's the point, is that really, especially in the bigger picture, that's part of what I've been trying to explain, y'all. Like, I'm not a fanboy, quote, of anybody, blind fanboy, but, I'm a real capitalist. So how do I put this best? Part of the reason I'm doing a technical portfolio is that I want to communicate. I'm not really looking for the, quote, best deal, as in like, I'm asking people to understand money is not the primary motivator for me. I'm looking for who can offer me the most fair deal when it comes to a lot of this kind of stuff. A fair deal, right? That they'll be respectful of, this unfiltered, brand, podcast, artistic aspect of who I am in this day and age. Everyone is allowed to do what? Kind of have their own. If they want to create a platform brand new, then they're allowed to do that. And it's always, I'm willing to make, some consolations in terms of NDAs, those kind of things. That's part of business. But see, that's the balance even that a business, like I'll help with that conversation. What is fair about NDAs? What's fair about intellectual property? What's fair about, what's actually fair, right? We've got legislation that lags behind technology always. Just like it kind of does with so many aspects of our world in some ways. Legislation always has to kind of catch up. Technology moves so quickly. When I'm looking at a service like GCP, I'm comparing it to what I know about, AWS. I'm comparing it to what I know about, Azure Cloud, right? And I've not used, of the three, I've used Azure Cloud the least, right? And I'll be the first to say that, but I'll be honest with you, y'all, that all of them, they look at one another and they're kind of like, okay, comparable options. They're not copying off of one another, right? That's the point. But they're capitalists, just like me. So I'm a capitalist through and through. I'm not trying to sell a product so much as I am trying to explain the root level logic, that I'm a good person, and that the honest to God truth is I believe the best technology, it comes from people that are not really in it for the money, right? Steve Wozniak, in my opinion, he was not in it for the money. That's part of the whole story, right? He was in it because he's a technologist and he knows what he's talking about. He's a real engineer, kind of like Linus Torvalds, right? And I mean it, y'all. It's like, look at some of these minds that, whether or not people know it right now or want to take my word for it is kind of beside the point, right? Talking about root level logic, these minds, they're like, no, technology, and it's more important, in a lot of ways than, and I'm sorry, Torvalds, right? It really is. It's more important than, just like making money, right? Linus could have tried to make everything more, proprietary and only, for him and his personal benefit. And that's the thing, it's like, wow, we wouldn't have the world that we do right now with the internet had that really been the case. I mean it. Whether or not everyone understands that, it's like, it's so important for us to all look at, well, what does open source even mean? And that's what I appreciate, y'all. And let me emphasize, a company like Google has been embracing this concept for a while, quite a while, right? They build technologies like Chromium, right? And then part of the benefit, y'all, there's capitalistic incentive combined with doing the right thing. Now Microsoft is able to use Chromium as an underlying for Microsoft Edge, right? And they're realizing that, well, for security and for performance, this really benefits, right? For their own browser, and everybody gives Edge a bunch of shit. I'm not advocating for any browser over another, y'all. That's kind of what I'm saying in the root level logic. Instead of approaching things like we should always one is better than the other. What's the best one? Whether it's with operating systems or specific tools, right? It's not that the free option is always better. It's not that the paid option is always better. It's always kind of somewhere in between. And this is right at the heart of that, right? Open source is something that, well, Chrome itself is not technically open source, right? Chromium, which you can run, it is open source. Edge itself is not technically open source, right? But Chromium underneath it all is open source. Firefox is, it's kind of open source, right? But that's the thing. Something like LibreWolf, which is brand new to me, I'm just like, really, I'm the kind of person that I'm not installing it for any reason other than like, oh, okay, this is interesting. It's a different, a different flavor, just like Linux distributions, which is part of what I'm going to talk about in live streams, because it's a really, in some ways on the surface, it seems really complicated, but it's also not at the same time. You see all these different, even within Linux, right? Even just what, really your user interface looks like. You've got things like GNOME, and then you've got, elitists about it, like, the Arch Linux folks are like, no, only Arch Linux is the best. Like some of you know exactly what I'm saying out there. Some of you are like, what is Arch Linux? like, and that's my point, y'all, is like, I'm serious. I'm not trying to sound like the world's expert in anything, but like, you got to understand, like, I've always been very, very conscious, and, and I not only learn from the internet, but like, really, word of mouth has always been a really excellent way for me to learn, to be honest with you. And that's kind of the thing, y'all. I've had so many long, in-depth conversations in my lifetime. I've always been I'm not quiet, y'all. I'm private, and I'm a little bit reserved. And goodness, speaking of these people, that's their whole thing. They're like, we don't got, nothing to hide. See, I actually don't have anything to hide, unlike some of these people, y'all. They're like, I'm not even trying to be mean to this man, y'all. It's just in that interview, in the documentary even, like, he knows he's going out public, and he's like, we don't got any, like, secrets, there's no, like, conspiracies, like, we're just, like, really private, nobody talks about, quote, the family. Like, why does nobody talk about the family, sir? And it's like, well, because we're just kind of, we value, our privacy, that's all. It's like, we don't have any, conspiracies, like, definitely none of those going on around here. Yeah, no, we're just kind of like, private, like, really, that's the dichotomy and the paradox in some ways. Like, I'm actually just private for safety and for, being mindful, like, of my statements. And that's the thing, y'all, like, they knew that better than anybody. And, to be honest with you, that's part of the reason why they sought to own me, is because they're like, we need to make sure that he doesn't squeal or squeak if he ever chose to do so. And like, that's the thing, y'all, I'm not even a squeaker, like, squeak, squeak, squeal, squeak, squeak. No, it's like, to be honest with you, privately, I would have always been like, hey, this is, kind of a safety risk for everybody, I didn't even, like, to be honest with you, that's the thing, I'm like, investigations in 2012, well, I'm a human being, y'all got other things going on, and it's not like all I'm doing is like, oh, I gotta look up the family, like, how many churches, how many people are implicated in this, how many people are compromised, and that, you gotta understand, that's what's so difficult about it for me, I'm not, wanting to look at my own family members, or, like, and quote, look at, y'all, okay, I'm not spying on them, I've never, quote, hacked anybody, right, that's what I'm saying, even then, y'all, as their IT guy, I was not ever pulling anything on them, but see, for the rest of my life, and being part of this organization, they'll probably never trust me again, and that's what some of you need to understand. This is really what they're saying, and we'll get to the videos of Doug Coe, but this is really what they're saying way back when. This is more important than your actual family. You gotta put this above your family, like the gangs, the violent gangs of Los Angeles. And look at the irony, y'all. You're like, yeah, fucking Disney. Disney's like, okay, the world is changing. There's more. We're openly, we don't want to hate people for their personal choices, which we cannot control. No, Disney is. I'm just like, no, y'all don't speak for anybody, but like, no, in no way, in a Buzz Lightyear, if there's, some differing ideas about, family, for example, y'all, that's what's so weird to me, is that in some ways what they're communicating is like, stop hating people's families. Really, y'all, because there are families, good families, and okay, they happen to be, homosexual, all right? Can you get over it for a moment? You don't get to control other people. There's good families, all right? There are men and women who have been raised by, two dads and two moms, and they're out there in this world, y'all. Some of them are military. Some of them are law enforcement. Some of them are government employees, y'all. Like, you gotta kind of get over yourselves acting like, oh, this pussification of the military because we're trying to not be hateful bigots. Like what in the world, yo? That's the opposite of pussifying our military. It's like actually kind of the most badass thing in the world. You know, the military itself being like, you know what? We have values in this country, and those values supersede, you know, personal opinions. You know, it's actually like the most fundamental aspect of, you know, being an American, quite frankly, y'all, is like we are what? We for a long time historically, y'all, you know, we're like communism is bad. Communism is bad. Communism is bad. And I'll be honest, y'all, I think most people still feel that way. It's just kind of difficult when, to be honest with you, it's like, oh, wait, communism is this thing that we thought was like a church group, but they're secretly like straight up communists, serving communist, you know, regimes that are our enemies. Okay. And so then we have like, what, a major communication challenge at the end of the day, y'all. We actually do when it comes down to it. It's like, okay, let's address the nuance. All right, we're all going to sit around and like be a terrible person to this one dude for a really long time on behalf of, you know, this fucking mafia acting like they're saving him when they set him up. Literally, they committed crime, and that's what's so dark about it, y'all. You know, it started with some crime that was bad, fucking bad, and then they're like, oh, now that didn't work. Okay, fucking escalate. Fucking, and it's not funny is my point, yo. That's what's like, for me, it's fucking torture, because you put me in a spot where there's so many people who hate my guts and they don't even realize what's really been going on. And then from the beginning, it's like, no, accuse him of being a quote schizo, accuse him of being quote a liar, accuse him of being quote, you know, everything under the fucking sun at this point, yo. It's like there's no, you know, no morals, no bars, really. I'm not kidding. It's like, and it really is not an exaggeration, y'all. These people didn't even want me to be able to have a fucking relationship, and I wasn't even mad about that. I will be voluntarily celibate as long as and I'm serious, I'm voluntarily celibate as long as I need to be. I'm not even wanting or needing to have sex, you know. I'll be honest with you, an authentic conversation. These people with fucking militarized spyware on my phone, they don't even want me to be able to talk to a single fucking human being in my life and they not record it. That's how fucking obsessive, that's how fucking sick they are. That's how fucking sick they literally are in real life. They sit around and act like, yeah, no, we just value our privacy. But this guy, no, he's not even allowed to talk to his own actual family. He's not even allowed to talk to his own actual friends. Even if he's just like, hey, how's it going? You know, like, let's play some Xbox, you know, like for like, wow, it's such an uneventful thing, you know, like all, you know, really, I played Halo mostly to keep up with friends. You know, primarily the only reason I ever played Call of Duty in the past was I wasn't, you know, some huge Call of Duty fan, to be honest with you. It was just like, well, you know, frankly, like, Call of Duty, you know, okay, you guys play it, okay, I'll go buy it used, and then, like, there you go. It's like, it's like, it's not, you know, the funnest thing ever in the world for me personally, necessarily. Like, I had fun with it, especially with friends, you know, here and there. But, you know, that's the thing, you know, I'm just kind of like, you know, video games, very subjective opinions, speaking of, you know, people try to act like they're not even, quote, art, and that's so offensive. There's so many, you know, artists and designers and engineers, you know, that work diligently for years and years and years, release these, you know, speaking of capitalism, you know, go check out, you know, video games and their market share of, you know, even $1 spent on entertainment. Go look at what happened during this pandemic, right? Did everybody suddenly become, you know, video game addicts? Like, no. And look at the situation. Everybody's in lockdown. Like, what do you expect them to spend their time doing in a lot of ways, y'all? And that's what's terrible is like, you know, I'm playing some Halo and then really, but literally just like right now even, you know, I'm documenting where I'm at. I'm documenting what I'm actually doing. You know, I'm also, you know, like, wow, these people, you know, quite frankly, they're trying to prevent me from even being able to have a fucking single human conversation. All sitting around just like torturing the fuck out of me, acting like it's okay, acting like any of you are not being like really harmful and terrible to perceptions around mental health care and psychiatry, when that's exactly what you're doing, yo. And now I've got videos that will be public forever about, well, this organization, seriously, they consciously lied. They fucking committed crime in the first place. working with people, in some cases, you know, contractors internationally that were also members of the family, and they're like, yeah, this is perfect, look at that. No, that's not a coincidence, quote. Yeah, no, it just happens. He doesn't even know, yo, yeah, we got him. Like, I'm calling, you know, Marcos my, quote, guardian angel, not because he's actually guarding me and protecting me, y'all. Like, are you that fucking dumb? I'm calling him that because, well, he's telling me immediately when he's contacting me randomly, and he's like, oh, yeah, and y'all, I'm not even gonna repeat the conversation, y'all, but what is he actually telling? He's signaling to me, not intentionally. That's the worst part, y'all. He's signaling to me, very trying to, you know, keep it, you know, completely under wraps. Like, he's recording me, or at the very least, we're both being recorded, and he knows it. And that's what I'm saying, y'all. It's like, you may not understand this right now, Marcos, but you're like my guardian angel. Even if Marcos is really being like a fucking dark angel, y'all. Like a fucking dark angel serving the enemy, and he doesn't even know it himself. That is, honestly, I stand by that assertion, y'all. I don't need to have sex. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know what, you can live. You know, like, yeah, okay, that's true. Okay, let's go down that list, though, for a moment of what these people have fucking sat around saying about me, yo, because it's like, yeah, you can live without some sex or, you know, intimacy, or, okay, like, that's true. I can live without that. I will voluntarily live without that, yo, you know, like, and speaking of intimacy, you know, cuddling has always been more important to me than ever fucking having sex, you know, or, like, just hanging out on the couch, for example, you know, watching a movie, or, you know, even it's like, okay, you got work to do, sit on your laptop, I'll sit on mine, you know, just together, like, sharing time, being human beings, you know, even if we're on a computer together there, like, look how weird that is in a way, you know, I'm openly saying, it's like, it's a part of our world, you know, I'll be honest, that's one of the things, speaking of balance and nuance, is like, you know, any job, you have to have some degree of work-life balance, like, Jesus Christ, yo, you know, I was trying to be fair, you know, to the bigger picture, but, like, you have no idea, so many of you would have fucking hated, like, you talk about disgruntled, I wasn't even disgruntled, you would have been so fucking mad at the way that people treated you. Because they were fucking terrible, some of them. Some of them without even knowing. They were so fucking terrible to me, and I wasn't mad at them about it. They're just like, hey, I need you to do this for me. Hey, I need you. It's like, oh my God, you don't, you know, you see me posting, for example, right now about a production outage. You're just like, no, I need this right now. It's like, okay, wait a second. Like, you know that there's no one else right now that's going to fix this shit. All right, I'm more than happy to help you with your, I'm not even going to say specifics, right? I don't even like to talk about it, y'all, but that's what's so terrible is like, if we have to get specific, the more specific that we get, the worse that it's going to get for anyone and everyone that was like, no, you had such like a, oh, Michael got you that. No, Michael didn't fucking get me anything. Michael wanted to smoke weed and be, you know, out of the eye of his aunt and uncle when he's sneaking around their house, drinking all their alcohol from their live-in bar and fucking, you know, smoking all the time. He's straight up drug addict, y'all. That's kind of the problem. He was openly saying that himself. He was an alcoholic, like a severe alcoholic. You know, you go look at his purchase history, for example, y'all. I mean, the dude was going up and buying entire handles of whiskey and vodka, and he's just like, in one day, one night, that's what he's talking about, y'all. It's like he's getting blackout drunk playing video games. And then he's doing it again the next day. And that's what I'm saying, y'all. It's always objectively a positive influence on this man. You know, we're human beings. Like, that's true. But at the same time, y'all, it's ridiculous that I make a legal recording on this iPhone, Voyager 2, and you people are like, yeah, no, we gotta fucking destroy that iPhone, yo, because our, quote, surveillance apparatus has revealed that our super conscious fucking public corruption is not gonna work because of one single recording that man made. One recording when I go up to see Michael in Cedar Park, yo. And damn, you know, I'm not even mad at all, but like, wow, this is a nice apartment. This is a, you know, it's less crowded, you know, it's like actually a decent place to live, you know, how good for you, sir. I'm not even mad. Not even mad. Like, it's actually really decent, you know, like he was just living at Remington House Apartments, y'all, buying narcotics from, you know, fucking gang members right there for a long time. And then in the middle of this, he's suddenly, you know, visiting one of them in prison, or jail, sorry. And it's like so ridiculous, y'all, the whole thing, like, to not be concerned about that shit. For example, like sudden change of character out of nowhere, sudden change of politics. He's suddenly on the far right when he's far left, and I don't give a fuck if any of you believe that, yo. That's part of what's so frustrating. I had people from Canada, they're like, oh no, you're being like a bad influence on Michael. And it's like, I'm not mad at everyone in Canada, yo. I'm saying, like, some people up in Saskatchewan, that's all I'll say. They're like, oh, you're like a bad influence on Michael. Yeah, driving around your quote mom's car. And it's like, you fucking psychopaths. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like, to even say that shit about me when Michael has gotten, a free fucking hundreds of dollars a month in an allowance for years. The car was just bought and handed to him. At one point his dad's like, it's like, yeah, you take care of your own stuff now, but like, still happy to, send him money literally anytime he needs it, literally anytime. And I've never been that way with my family or my parents, that's the thing. Like, for you to put all of us under this fucking electron microscope, and my own family doesn't even know that they're being lied to by you straight up fucking psychopaths. And that's the thing, is like, obviously not all, but some, actual relatives of mine are members of the family, and I always knew that. But see, my parents, that's one of the things that makes me so sad. And I was getting to this earlier. When we first came back to visit the Northeast, it was because my grandfather, who lived in this house, who built this house, had passed away the first time. Like, wow. What a thing, y'all. Because you know what I want to say to my family up here when I get here is, like, I've missed you. And I'm actually really sad that I haven't had the money. I don't have an ability to snap my fingers and, get an airplane ticket. I wanted to see you. I wanted to see my friends. And it made me so sad, to see one of my friends. And I just wish I could have given him so much information from my brain. Because, like, man, he sat down with me at this McDonald's that my mom used to bring me to all the time. And my cousin actually helped me go there. And I just remember he said to me, and it was like, God, I'm not mad at all. Because he's right. He's like, you just kind of disappeared, man. And I'm like, yeah, I did. I really did. I just disappeared. And trust me, it was the hardest thing in the world for me at the time. So you were my best friend, and I didn't even have a way to really, I'm open and honest when I say I wanted to call more, I wanted to text more. Part of the problem with, for that to me was just like, I can't, there's nothing I can say to really, like, maintain friendship across this distance. There's no, what are we going to do? You'd say that maybe play Xbox or those kind of things here and there, and I've always wanted to, open those doors back up, but that's what's so challenging, is that, this man in particular, I'm not going to speak for him, but I knew, we were really close friends, and, like, it's a good guy, such a good man, through and through. And he and his brother are both there, and it's like, and in a way, I think, his younger brother always looked up to both of us just a little bit. I'm not speaking for him, right? But it's natural in a way. I looked up to my brothers just a little bit, right? And maybe at times, like, more than a little bit, but also I recognize the nuance. We're different, and there are things about us that are fundamentally different. From a really young age, I knew that, yo. And I'm serious, like, it's never been some huge thing to me. I really do mean this, but like, there's kind of a reason. A lot of my platonic friends, before this best friend even, when I was going to school here, they were all female. And like, I think that was the thing, is my brothers, I always had male friends, built in with my two brothers. We hang out, we make up games and, make up the entire storylines with Legos. We build, armadas of spaceships, and, it's like, I'm always the one, though, I'm like, hey, what if we did this? And they're like, no, that's fucking stupid. Why would you want to, no, that part of the story, no, that'd be so lame. I'm like, oh, okay, it's always kind of cool, but, it's like, whatever, yo, you gotta understand all that kind of stuff. I'm not even mad at them. I'm just like, okay, well, you don't really care about my opinion, clearly. Like, I'm not even mad. Like, I'm conscious, like, whatever. I think there's some, you know, you kind of just want to be the ones that are always, you know, calling the shots, you know, like this kind of stuff. And, you know, with my friends who were female, it was not that way. It was like, hey, what if we do this? And it's like, yeah, that's a cool idea, you know, like, that's a cool part of the storyline. We're playing the same way, y'all. And it was so innocent, genuinely. Like, we were platonic friends through and through. It was not some weird or creepy thing, and I really mean that. That's one of the most difficult parts. I feel like we live in a day and age where it's like, you're not even allowed to have platonic female friends anymore. Like, you know, why? Because, like, what? Speaking of, you know, the over-sexualization of our society, I think that's part of the problem, y'all, is that, to be honest with you, these people, like, they throw the rock and they hide their hand. They're actually, like, really fucking creepy and weird, a lot of them, and, like, in the shadows, they're, like, up to the most, like, disgusting kind of shit, and then they're out there, like, yeah, now Hollywood, you know, the violent gangs of Los Angeles that we're openly embracing, like, we're the same exact concepts, you know, like, now, you don't fucking snitch on the gang, nah, we are the fucking gang, don't you say it, you little fucking bitch, yeah, I'm calling you a quote schizo when I'm sitting here looking at you and I know you're not a schizo, but that's exactly what I don't want other people to know, so I'm gonna stalk you like you're a fucking exotic animal, so I'm gonna smoke cigarettes like a goddamn chimney, trying to just fuck you up, so I'm gonna cut the power to your fucking apartment when you're not even ready to go yet, you just grabbed your keys and you're like getting ready to go out the door, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, why did the power go off all of a sudden? Did we have another outage? Wait, there's not a winter storm going on right now, like, and I know, yo, that's the thing, is like, it's not a laughing matter in a way, but like, that's also what's so fucking difficult, yo, like, this straight up bizarre fucking reality of like, oh my god, you know, Clay is just walking around the corner and he's cutting the goddamn power off, you know, trying to get my cameras so that these, like, I'm sitting here telling them, go through everything that you need to, but like, you just won't even fucking accept that there's nothing here for you at the end of the day at the same time. You know, there's a limitation, you know, when I'm working with, you know, IP that is federally protected, I'm also like, with these people, like, they don't give a fuck. And honestly, they don't have any plausible deniability that they you know, that they don't know that. So then I'm like, okay, now I got to investigate. If they don't have any plausible deniability that they don't know that, then are they doing this shit on purpose? And trust me, y'all, that is not even a question that ever did I want to ask for a moment. But that's a question that I've now answered irrefutably. Whether or not any of you believe me is completely fucking not up to you. They were doing that shit on purpose, y'all. They actually were doing that shit on purpose. And that's what really fucking gets me, is like, some of you just don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You actually don't, y'all. And you've sat there, and I'll be honest, y'all, they've abused that against you. They've abused that against me. You know, this is the last thing on the planet Earth that they ever wanted to happen, is that I just publicly tell the truth about this shit. This article was not just kind of sort of so relevant in this situation, y'all. And it's not about, you know, trying to make this man sound like he's amazing or perfect, just like me, y'all. Like, the reality is, I'm not even wanting to compare the two of us, but when I read this article the first time, I was just like, oh my Jesus Christ Lord, literally, like, this is so directly relevant. And to be honest with you, y'all, like, so is this. And like, wow, that is actually such a difficult fucking position to be in. I've got to use all of these, you know, like, strange seeming, but not really that strange, you know, methods of communication, like, put this out into the public consciousness and the public sphere, like, make sure that everyone is really on the same exact page about what these people are trying to do. And it gives me so much information when I send this article in a group text, and really, you know, they're just triggered as fuck. Like, well, I'm not even saying all of them, but Michael in particular, it's just like, well, I'm like, hey, could you all listen to this, please? You know, it's like your friend that you've known for decades and decades and decades. You know he's a good guy. And it's like, no, I've never listened to one fucking podcast that you didn't even make from a reputable source that's like really good information about, you know, how law enforcement sometimes, and I'm trying to emphasize this sometimes, right? I'm always trying to be fair and the nuance, like, okay, well, there's some misunderstanding here, right? But then you get to a point where it's like, like, well, where is that line between misunderstanding and knowing very consciously, like, no, this is not a criminal in any way, shape, or form, and that's the point, yo. This man is not a criminal in any way, just like me, and yet you're kind of like, no, but you make some music, and, well, you know, like, with podcast, and some alien voices we stole from you, we took the filters off, and we're trying to say you're all scary and evil, because, like, we're treating it like it's straight up a war, and some of you don't even realize how terrible that is, when then there's elements of our actual national security involved, and you're just kind of like, oh, wait a minute, do you have any plausible deniability that you weren't trying to help the Russians? And that's the point, y'all. That's what gets so fucking despicably evil, is that at this point, many of you have no plausible deniability that you are not actually trying to help the Russians, y'all. And really, you're like, oh, well, you know, now you left that job. And that's the thing I'm saying to my brother. It's like, trust me, I'm not trying to, you know, keep a job. Like, oh, yeah, the intellectual property, federal, you know, whatever. Like, no. What I'm saying is, like, my brother didn't even have a fucking clue. Like, get a fucking clue. He had no idea about any of this shit, you know? I was like, this is what bothers me so much. I come back from another state and I'm just like, yeah, the weather is amazing for my health. And it is the weather, y'all. It's the weather. I'm an outdoorsy person. You know, I've always wanted to, you know, hike more than I have. Even in Austin, it's a big part of the reason I moved there. And look how terrible that is. Have I ever really gotten to, you know, like hike around Austin or like explore the trails a lot? Like, no. But see, that's what's also terrible about this narrative now, especially. It's like nobody will ever, you know, I'm not saying ever, y'all. This will be cleared up, but I'm saying, like, especially in that context, like, Jesus, I can't even go for a standard fucking run in one park that I always go to. You people are like, you know, you're like, oh, now we gotta, you know, develop the pattern of this guy's behavior. And that's what, you know, I don't want to keep saying names, y'all, but that's what Clay keeps spitting in my face, essentially, is like, you people are hunting me like I'm a fucking animal, like I'm a fucking exotic goddamn animal, and I'm not an exotic anything, y'all. That's what bothers me so much. It's like, you never have had a, quote, target here for a moment, and you're just like, no, we're gonna torture the fuck out of it and defame the fuck out of it so illegally and so immorally that no one is ever even gonna trust it again. And then I'm in a public park, y'all. I know I'm a good person. I haven't done anything, and I'm walking back to my car exhausted from a run one day. It's kind of hot, literally, like the weather, y'all, and I'm fucking, like, it's so, you know, I'm covered in sweat. So again, I've got a neurological disability. I'm already pushing it a little bit anytime, and in the heat, for example, when I'm, you know, I'm running, okay, and I'm literally, this is the thing, y'all, I trip over a fucking rock, and in fact, that's what's so terrible. I'm actually looking at the ground, and I trip over a rock, and there's this dude, like, as I, like, you know, this is the thing, you know, we're all human beings, and just to let you know, it's a part of your, like, your physical, you can't control your physical reflex if you're, you know, someone in the corner of your eyes walks up, and your eyes just, like, turn in that direction a little bit. I've got sunglasses on, let me emphasize. I'm not trying to, I've actually got sunglasses on that are intentionally a very thin shade, so you can see my pupils through them, okay? I don't look at this dude's kid in any way, shape, or form. I look up at, well, there's a dude standing there, and literally he's like, eyes on the ground! And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm not even mad, but this fucking narrative right now, I'm not looking at your fucking kid, and that's what bothers me so much with some of you people, is that it's like, I will show you in every way that I can that I don't even want to be around your kid, even though, quite frankly, I'm good with kids, if you need to put it that way, y'all. I'm not just safe, I'm like, I'm really, y'all, and that's what's so terrible. Alright, I could be an educator, and at this point, I'm kind of just like, nah, fuck that, because these people have been so despicable towards me. I'm not even, you know, if I even try, like, oh, I'm gonna be a teacher, like, no, I don't want to be a teacher, y'all. See, if I make educational content, I just kind of don't want to put the F word in there, and I'm not, you know, really, it's like, it's on topic, it's on something, none of this really has been that yet, is what I'm saying, y'all, because you fucking tortured a man relentlessly for years, and then some of you sit around still in another state, and you're like, yeah, it was all a bunch of consciously fraudulent lies by, you know, our fucking mafia. Still, you know, they need to make sure we delete this man, so more fucking violent hate crimes. How many of those crimes, yo? You understand? A hate crime is so fucking serious, and why? Because, well, in a way, y'all, it's genuinely like the first crimes committed in this, y'all. What do you think I'm getting at? The first crimes committed in this. How can you even try to say they weren't literal hate crimes? You understand? You have no plausible deniability. Every crime that's been committed, victimizing innocent people, right? Some of it's like, well, there's a nuance to, you know, crimes on my fucking internet, but still, I would argue, in a way, fucking victimizing innocent people to try to frame an innocent man, that's a fucking hate crime, yo! Way back then. And then that didn't work, so you escalated. Right, I remember seeing a technician from Grande who I appreciate so much. I've mentioned this before, yo. And that's the thing, it was just coincidence and timing. He's getting up there and he sees me, yo. And that's the thing, I see the look in his eyes. I'm not a mind reader. I see him looking at me. And he just, you know, I think I waved even friendly, maybe gave, you know, like a just hello head nod, right? It's not some kind of veiled anything. It's not like, you know, secret communication. But this guy, I see it in his eyes. I'm not a mind reader, yo. He knows. Right, and that's what I'm saying. He knows, like, so many people, yo. You talk to even people at Data Foundry, quite frankly, you know, they see the two of us, Jason and I, going up there, yo. You know, maybe some of them socially, politically, it doesn't really matter, is what I'm saying, yo. It's like, in the bigger picture, we have to end up with, like, all of everyone in the public. Okay, this is super fucking paper thin, what they're trying to say about this man. He's a good man. He comes up there, you know, the backpack on, like, usually dressed like, what, a young professional like I am. You know, they see that I'm usually the one up there if there's an outage in our shit. Like, oh, why is that relevant? I mean, the Jason lives 3 miles from the fucking data center, and yet I'm like, okay, well, you know, I'll head in that direction, I guess, because this guy, you know, you're all sitting around. You don't care that he doesn't do his job. In fact, you're spitting that in my face. He takes, you know, 8 weeks off or more a year. He's coming back and saying, oh, man, I'm so exhausted for my vacation. It's like, wow, good for you, man, you know, and then he wants to sit there and give me presentations, you know, about his vacation, and he's going through his pictures, and that's what's so creepy, y'all. He's going through his pictures, and I'll be honest, you know, speaking of psychology, he's way too focused on his goddamn stepdaughter, yo. That's what's fucking disgusting. He's way too focused on pictures of his stepdaughter. He's way too focused on talking about his fucking stepdaughter, and even, you know, having the talk with her, and like he's clearly like fucking, you know, I don't even want to go any further, y'all. It's just fucking disgusting. I'm actually not kidding. He's clearly, clearly not a good man. And that's the thing, it's so bizarre to me when he goes up to me and he's like, hey, I gotta tell you something, I need you to not tell anybody in the company. And it's like, what is that? And he's like, well, and again, you know, it's like, I don't, you know, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, you know, I'm not judging you, and, you know, and again, it's like, okay, you tell me not to tell anybody, and like, well, I mean, I'll, you know, take that into consideration and, you know, in the context, but, you know, that's actually what's so fucking weird, y'all. He shouldn't have been telling me, you know, anything in my opinion, but why is he fucking telling me this? He's straight up, he's like, well, they say that pedophilia is genetic, and my dad, you know, he's in prison for molesting a 16-year-old. And like he's, you know, he's saying he's upset by that, but that's also what's so bizarre to me, yo. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, Jesus. And did I turn around and tell anyone that? No, I did not, yo. That's what's terrible. I didn't, you know, and you're like, oh, how could you not? It seems concerning. Well, that's the thing, yo. You give people the benefit of the doubt. That's actually what I'm saying. I'm like, well, maybe he's just really stressed out. Maybe, and can I put it very plainly how I thought about it, yo? Because I actually fucking care about mental health care and psychiatry. I'm thinking maybe his dad abused him. Maybe his dad abused him, and, you know, that's really difficult. You know, his own father abused him, and so, you know, maybe that's just why it's really stressful for him. But see, the weird thing to me is he's not really, like, you know, I don't know how else to say it, you know. I guess he's, in the psychology of it, he's not really exactly like, oh, that's such a horrible thing that his father did. Like, that's actually the fucking weird part to me. I really mean that. And this guy made more pedo jokes than I've ever heard anyone make in my life. Speaking of psychology, what does that kind of indicate? I'll be honest, yo. I think that as something that was more than kind of on his brain quite frequently. And that's what's so fucking gross to me, yo. See, and when I've ever brought up, for example, like, in data rights and privacy and all this shit, that's the most serious shit that's out there, yo. And see, I actually care. I actually care. Unlike, quite frankly, apparently any of you in the state of Texas, because you sat around trying to defend and help a fucking pedophile try to act like I'm a fucking pedophile when I'm not, yo. I am a fucking innocent man, and I'll be honest with you, it's like, no, I'm never for a moment am I like, oh yeah, no, I'm just trying to go in an opposite direction. Like, no, yo, you don't understand. You can go back and look at the history of my, if I need to say, yo, you can go back and look at the history of my, quote, pornography, yo. And I've always, I'm not like, needing or trying to like get with MILFs or whatever, yo. But like, I don't know, it's like, really, y'all, just everybody has their taste and their preference. You know what I usually like, though? I really mean it when I say I'm mentioning, like, I said I'm gonna, unfortunately, y'all probably have to talk about it the rest of my life, like, make love, not porn. Like, I like porn. If I ever watch porn, y'all, that's like, less of the, artificial, just like, perfectly polished, everything's like, giant fucking, dick, like, this tiny little, like, whatever, like, polished, female, like, Photoshop this fuck, type of stuff, like, because that's the thing, we're all human beings, and, like, I think we should, even in pornography, acknowledge the psychology. It's kind of like the no filter thing. Like, no, I'm not encouraging anybody to watch pornography. 18 plus only, trigger warning. That's the nuance I'll address. Let me emphasize this, the narratives that these people spin about sexuality, what I'm saying is that they actually fucking do so much harm, so much permanent harm to our entire society, because what they're kind of putting out there, y'all, is like they're trying to guilt and shame people for parts of them that are just human. Right? And so I'm not telling anybody to go have a bunch of sex or to go, have a bunch of partners in any way. That's subjective and that's personal. That's your choice. Okay, I am very anti-slut shaming, if I need to say it that way. And why is that? Because I'm not encouraging what they would call, quote, slutty behavior. I'm not encouraging that, yo. What I'm saying is that, well, to be honest with you, okay, this is the nuance of it, is that quite frankly, what you consider to be, quote, slutty is very subjective. Subjective, as in, for example, y'all, for fucking over 2.5, 3 years, I mostly wanted to, have a date, a normal just date, and cuddle, if I'm being completely frank, which I am, y'all, being honest. And that's the thing, these people have tried to prevent me, not just from dating, y'all, that's the thing, even, that's what's really difficult for me, y'all, and people in Austin, the nuance, it's like, okay, you gotta understand, like, I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not mad at you, but even if you're being flirtatious towards me a little bit, and I'm a human being, I have human intelligence, right? It's like people are almost getting mad at me for acting like I'm not picking up the hints, and I need you to pick up a hint. I can't date when these motherfuckers are not even letting me have a single fucking conversation. These fucking sick, psychotic people are recording every waking moment, every word that comes out of my mouth. You do not understand the fucking torture they're creating for a human being. Quite clearly, I'm not mad, but I'm like, you clearly do not understand the literal straight up fucking torture that they're creating for me. When that's occurring, I'm not in a position where I'm just like, yeah, go on a lighthearted day, like have fun, like, it's just like, it really, y'all, and that's the thing, all of you think that dating, like in the family, because you're so one-dimensional in your perspective, you think it's just about like trying to get laid, and like that's probably how you are, y'all, and that's what sucks to me, is I'm just not that kind of way in any way, y'all. I'm actually just not that kind of way. It's more about the human connection, and I'm not kidding. It's more about the conversation, and look how fucking terrible you look right now for that shit, y'all. It's more about like, I want to have authentic conversation, and look what you fucking robbed from me. You're like, now we're doing like a radio show. It's certainly not a cover for us to fucking muzzle and maim the fuck out of you and defame the fuck out of you, and there's nothing that matters to me more than having actual connection and authentic conversation, y'all. I would choose to not have sex for the rest of my life if that was the consolation I needed to make. And you sat like, no, like a bunch of fucking psychopaths, criminal fucking psychopaths. Like, no, that's the one thing you're not allowed to have, is that everyone gets to listen to every waking moment of your life 24 hours a day, and you have no legal, moral, or ethical right in any way, you sick fucks! Not a lot of actual landscaping going on around here. Hasn't been for years, that's for damn sure. But I will will say to y'all that, you know, my grandmother, she used to keep a garden, and, well, there's still some of that left. These flowers back there are beautiful. I'm never trying to film their property, y'all, but that's what's so terrible. Those people clearly know better than anyone that tree was cut down. You know, I'm not even filming them or talking to that guy. I'm streaming the other day, and what he's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking record you, and look, I'm on Wi-Fi right now, so I can't necessarily go too far, right? My Wi-Fi could cut out. Talk about multi-streaming, y'all. It's a part of what I'll have to get to with the designs I've been mentioning. And I say designs because, well, that's the thing. It's never just one perfect product, and that's part of the conversation, right? It's how I work, because I'm explaining. It's like, well, it depends on, you know, a fair deal, right? It's like, what kind of, you know, product are you wanting to offer if you are? And that's kind of what I'm presenting is, well, here's a product maybe that nobody considered completely, that here's part of what I'm advocating for, the simplicity, keeping the price down. Maybe you offer a premium option, but, you know, speaking of supply chain, it's kind of why I emphasize the Steam Deck so much. Nothing wrong with having a premium option, right? But I think that they were so intelligent in approaching it. Let's build a community first. Let's make sure that the people out there understand we're looking out for them, and we want to build a good product. And we want them to know that this is something that's here to last, and it really is. It's the honest to God truth. It's not going away anytime soon, y'all. In fact, it's a brand new product category in a way. You know, was there even, well, that's the thing. I actually, you know, again, I think Nintendo's a great company, you know, and quite frankly, like, was there inspiration partially from the Switch? I can't even say that that's true, if I'm being honest, y'all. In fact, you know, they may have been designing, you know, that product. Look how many iterations they went through. You know, Valve, speaking of Valve, y'all, how many people are like, we will never see Half-Life, like, the end of Half-Life? That's kind of the whole thing, y'all. I've not even played through, right? I just started, and, you know, I'll be honest, what sucks about that whole thing, y'all, is I'm playing the game, and I'm like, man, I'm not trying to be weird, y'all, with, like, the guards, right? I'm just kind of, like, fucking around in the video game. That's the simplest way to say it. Let me put it that way, right? I know, still, unfortunately, it's like, wow, these fucking people in the DEA, they're gonna hack all my shit, like, still, they're not gonna stop, you know? And so I'm kind of just like, well, really, I'm not trying to throw it in anybody's face either, but it is kind of weird and funny in a way. Like, you know, the beginning of Half-Life, I'm just like, wow, look at this, like, authoritarian, you know, they're like, hey, now, you know, like, I'm kind of fucking with you a little bit, y'all, if I'm being honest, when I'm playing the game. And same with Red Dead, I'm not trying to, like, that's the thing I've been saying, y'all, it's like people going to GTA or Red Dead, which are both very mature, they're rated mature, right? That's one thing, again, to mention, you know, it's like, I was never trying to be weird if, you know, the conversation in that apartment, you know, my friend is mad at me, like, he's the one, you know, I'll be honest, he's being inappropriate from the beginning. I was actually trying to apologize for that shit, and that's the thing, I wasn't trying to hit on anybody, like, I actually do believe in platonic friendships. It's not, you know, that's what's so terrible to me, y'all, to be honest with you. Sure, I'll be extra, like, okay, look how terrible it is in a way, like, are you over the age of 18? Okay, like, you're playing a game that you should not be playing if you're not over the age of 18, or 17 at the very least, but 18, really, let's be honest. And so that's what's kind of, again, y'all, I'm assuming that you are over the age of 18, because, well, how are you playing fucking Grand Theft Auto? That's what I'm saying, y'all, like, really, again, some of y'all, it's so ridiculous the way that you fucking behave. You're like, no, we're defending real pedophiles who are projecting all their shit upon you, and, like, you don't realize how terrible that is, y'all. It's actually fucking not just kind of terrible. It's actually so evil. So fucking evil. Think about that. I don't care if Jason's wife, Laura, believes me, y'all, but I'm going to tell the truth in either case, and she can decide what she wants to do with that objective truth, because, truthfully, she should not allow that man anywhere near her daughter, her actual daughter, especially when one of the main things that Jason was always saying is like, yeah, you know, stepdad. And I know she probably is mad at him. That's part of the whole equation, right? The stepdad. But he's always talking shit about what? It's like, yeah, fucking dirty blood from her biological father. Like, so shitty, yo. So fucking shitty. So terrible, quite frankly. Remember, my content is mature, yo. Rated 18 plus only. Trigger warning. And so none of you in the family or anywhere else saying, oh no, you're being a bad influence. I'm an objectively better influence than fucking all of you combined. You are one of, if not the worst influences upon our entire society right now, yo. And that's what my investigation has just reasserted and reasserted and reasserted. And I've got so much more to say about the fucking torture that you subjected me to, trying to ensure that you're the filter upon my waking existence. Oh, no, don't listen to what he says just because he's telling the truth. Don't say it, don't talk about our fucking mafia. Yeah, no. You know what that's gonna make me do, y'all? That's gonna make me talk so much fucking more for the rest of my life. All right, so here's the best way. All right, first of all, let me explain about the multi-stream right now, y'all. As part of this technical showcase. No, I do. I'm not saying it's like he's the only one or whatever, right? There's a lot of people like Casey Neistat that have done kind of logs, right? Video logs of their life. And in a way, I'm kind of showing, like, look at the live editing, right? Yes, I'm explaining. Sometimes, not every time, but sometimes I vape a little bit of nicotine when I step outside. And it's actually not every time. That's literally the point, I have no obligation to explain that, actually. That's also part of the point. I'm an adult. I make my own choices. None of you are ever going to fucking make choices for me. I'm not suffering from any mental illness. Quite frankly, when it comes down to it, that's part of what's so fucking sick and harmful to all of the narratives around psychiatry and mental health care, is you've told that dumb fucking paper-thin lie over and over and over again, trying to act like you should be the filter, this filter, upon my waking existence. And look how terrible that is. Let me explain the Darth Vader thing now, y'all, because these people are fucking Palpatine. And who is Palpatine to Anakin? He's trying to make him evil. He's trying to convert him to the dark side. And that's what I will get so creative so quickly in a good way, y'all. You have no idea what the fuck you've done. Those of you that are still trying to cling to defense of, well, the #1 sex traffickers on the face of the planet Earth. And you don't even know that. That's what's so evil, y'all. You don't even know that. You're just not fucking educated is the problem. So now you're going to be educated by me. So long as you keep this shit going, y'all, it's not made up. It's not gobbledygook, y'all. No. This is just unfiltered. Remember, it's like I'm just going straight through this shit that you're still trying to keep on me. And that's what's so evil, y'all. In a way, I think there's a lot of symbolism. I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, but, look at that. Anakin is scarred up by the battle, and then suddenly, he's owned by the dark side, and every word that he speaks comes through this filter. And he's mad, he's frustrated, he's clearly not happy, y'all, because deep down inside he knows he knows that it's wrong. And that's kind of the whole thing, y'all. Like, look at the character arc. Such an important part. You know, people gave the prequel trilogy so much shit. And I'll be honest, there was just some goofiness in there, and you know, sure, I'll be honest, you know, like, but I'll be honest, y'all, I watched them the first time when I was younger, and that's one thing, right? It's like, even when I was younger, it's like, wow, this is amazing, it's so cool, pod racing, everybody gave the pod racing shit. It's like, okay, whatever, it's fair enough, y'all. You know, there's honestly, Red Letter Media does a very, very, you know, kind of like, well, openly critical review in a way of those movies, right? But then, okay, let me actually get serious for a moment. This is the part when I watched them again, when I was older, and I was like, okay, wait a minute. Because I'm looking beyond the obvious here, and I'm looking at the root level logic of this story. And this is actually what is so fascinating to me, you know, is that you have this dynamic of, you know, it's almost very binary, the dark side versus the light side. And that's what makes things actually way more complicated than people kind of realize. Because never are things that simple in real life, you know, in most cases. And maybe, oh wait, I just said an absolute, right? And only the Sith believe in absolutes, right? And that's kind of the thing I've always been pointing out. It's like, wait, that's an absolute. Like a root level logic, as a logician, I'm the first one to start. It's like, I'm confused because that is an absolute. How can you be like, only the Sith? But you were like, wait, in saying that, you're saying that you believe in absolutes because that's an absolute. So I'm really, though, I think that's part of the point in a way. Again, I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. What I'm saying is that when it comes down to it, this is what I noticed when I watched those prequels again, is especially that scene with Mace Windu. Mace Windu is about to perform a Judge Dredd style execution of Palpatine, and that's what's so weird, y'all. You're like, do it, he's evil, he's revealed as a Sith Lord, you know, like Mace Windu knows, take care of this threat for what it is, you know, it's a light side versus the dark side, and ironically enough, even in kind of, you know, taking the turn to the dark side, that's what's, in my opinion, actually quite well written, y'all. And again, it's not pandering, but I'm saying, like, for Anakin to be actually sort of, he's in a way, you're like, oh no, he's choosing the dark side. And again, you know, what he does after that, I agree, it's like fucking terrible, and I mean it, y'all. That's what I'm emphasizing, you know, it is, and it should be described as that. But at the same time, what is Anakin even saying? He's saying that, well, no, he needs to stand trial. This is not the way of the Jedi. We do not just assassinate people, even if we think that they're evil, even if we think that they're, you know, they are the enemy, right? We're giving in to the enemy. If we do that, that's what the Sith do, you know? And so it's like, wow, what a strange conundrum in a way. If you really look beyond the obvious, you know, you want it to be like, no, Mace Windu was right and he needed to kill him. But it's like, wait, you're advocating for him to just murder someone, no matter who that someone is, right? That's the root level logic, yo. It actually doesn't matter in a way that Palpatine is so evil. He's like the straight up, you know, spawn of Satan almost, right? And he's sitting there, you know, he's openly, you know, waging war upon innocent people in the dark, choosing to pretend, you know, very consciously he's like this good politician guy when he's a Sith Lord in reality, right? And they're all kind of coming to the, you know, the collective realization that that is the case, you know, at the same time. And really that's what's, you know, it's strange in a way, y'all, because when you look at that, and what then ends up happening, it's like the beginning of the downfall, but in a way, Mace Windu almost makes it happen. He's a Jedi. And we all wanted to think, you know, and understandably, like, he's a Jedi, he's a good guy, you know, he's supposed to be, you know, doing the good thing, but then he realizes the Sith Lord, kill it, you know, like, end it. It's like, no, that's not, I'll be honest, y'all, that's the thing. I think we've got to get away from such binary logic. Always, we have to remind ourselves, right? The Jedi are, they're supposed to be the good guys, right? And what are they all about? They're about, you know, they're almost like monks, right? They peacefully meditate, but how can they be like monks when they run around with, well, laser swords, y'all? Like, you know, that's the thing. They're like monk knights, you know. They are defending people, and they're trying to maintain balance of the Force, is what they're always saying, right? And wow, what a difficult thing, especially when you consider, I mean, in the scheme of things, Anakin is a good guy. And then that's the thing, y'all, is like, do not project bullshit upon me, I'm only Darth Vader. That's what I'm saying. These people, they're trying to make me Darth Vader. They want to be the filter upon every word that comes out of my mouth. And that's the whole thing here. It's like, when I'm saying that, you know, that's the thing. Obviously, I need human connection. I don't need sex. I don't need, you know, to get laid in any way. I need human connection just like anybody else. I don't need to be on the autism spectrum to explain, like, oh, well, yeah, human connection is a fucking requirement for life. I don't want to be, on a computer alone all the time. Look how fucking terrible the paradox it's created. They're like, oh, you just want to play Halo, and, then you're fucking forcing a situation where I'm just playing Halo because every interaction is fucking completely lacking any authenticity. Everybody's lying straight to my face about, thinking that they know who I am, thinking that they're like, yeah, I know, just like and again, I'm not even mad at all, people who said, for example, certainly we would have been interested in going on a date, and then somebody said to me, it's like, educated about, psychology and mental health care. But then at the same time, that's the part that's like really impossible for me to explain, hey, this has not been what it's been presented to you as. When you're saying to me, like, everyone's pandemic was kind of tough, I was like, oh my God, you have no earthly idea. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm not diminishing your perspective. I'm saying it's all about real context. And when these people are trying to invalidate real context, that's the difficulty. I need to have actual authentic conversation with you at length for you to even understand that I'm the one telling the truth, not these people trying to force a fucking helmet onto my head where they control everything that I see, everything that I say, everything that's said to me, everything that I hear, the music that I listen to or don't listen to, how I, every single aspect of who I am through and through as a human being, fundamentally in a way which is not just unethical, it's so deeply fucking immoral, it's so deeply fucking beyond comprehension, quite frankly, that so many people wanted to believe that that could even be considered legal, let alone humane. And why? Because they were presented a facade about me. When I've said that, by the end of this, I will probably, I'm not going to say probably in the bathtub. Last night I explained, I need to be able to talk to a therapist or a counselor that understands clearance, y'all. And I don't have clearance. What a fucking dichotomy. Talk about brand new legislation because people be mad at me for saying things that I can prove myself with my own skills, and yet I can't even go to a therapist or a mental health care specialist who, especially because of defamation now that I've been subjected to with reckless abandon. I'm not even mad at the man who said this, but I certainly did probably make a mistake by choosing a remote psychiatrist that was in the state of Texas, right? And he's like, have you been experiencing any mania? I'm like, no, sir, I have not, and you have no fucking idea what these people have actually been doing to me in the dark. And it's not mental illness in any way, shape, or form. That is the most challenging part of this. Do you know about the water being deeply polluted here in the apartment that I'm in? Do you know about fucking spyware and how it works? Do you know about NSO Group? Do you know about spyware on someone's local machine? Do you know how violating it is when there's not only, one group of people hacking your machine, but then there's another? And wow, that's the thing, how complicated does it really even fucking get? You've got shells within shells. You've got people who don't understand any of the context that they're staring at. They're watching your screen and they're seeing you pull up literal GIFs, trying to, subliminally way back then hint to them about what really, y'all. That's what's so bizarre to me. It's like, obviously there's more than a little bit of logic going on when I'm pulling up very specific GIFs. And, the one that I was using back then, I can't even find. I'm not saying I got cleaned up the internet, What I'm saying is that, like, well, the one I was using back then, it was a cool one, It was like TVs with, the superintendent logo, and, it was like, what am I explaining? Like, you guys gotta understand, like, how do I put this best? If you're gonna sit there and all share my screen in a super fucking abusive, psychotic way and lie to my face about it. I don't even want to talk about, past business, y'all, but it's like, that's not just a little bit of a security concern. That's straight up fucking psychological torture. And I don't really care about, but international law. Like, oh, okay, no. That's what you don't understand. Like, that shit is so abusive. Talk about international law. There's no one for a moment that would ever try to justify that shit if they knew all of the context. And that's what's fucking terrible. You ripped apart an American family. You allowed my family's trust to be abused. You know, my own mom is throwing it in my face. Why didn't you do at your job? And it's like, but that's the problem. You know, you're not going to listen to me. I did the right thing at my job. And clearly you are choosing to listen to the wrong people who are irrefutably so directly connected to some of the people who were criminally implicated by things they did 2 years before and then more than 2 years, let me emphasize, at least 2 years before I even started at this company. Mom, I'm not even mad at you in that moment. And I'm still not even really mad. That's what's so terrible. The bigger picture of this, y'all, is that I know that I am able to forgive and move on, but my family, some of them, like, they're just really not that kind of people. Are they gonna, you know, take a step back from their, you know, the opinions that they clung to from the beginning? Like, that's the problem, you know. Well, I'll be honest, I am, even though you're all trying to call me stubborn, I'm the least stubborn member of, you know, especially my immediate family, besides maybe my sister. Really, I mean that, y'all. It's like, I'm the least fucking stubborn. And these people, it's like, you know, it's so fucking difficult for me. Because that's the thing, quite frankly, I wanted to leave my sister out of this altogether, yo, because I love her and I respect her. And to be honest, you people, you've gone back, you've tried to redefine objective reality. You know, even my sister's friends would have to say, if they were telling the truth, y'all, that never was I around them trying to be weird or creepy, or like, I just wanted to give them their space and their time. And that is the honest to God truth. You know, I'm the older brother, and I'm, you know, not everyone that's relative, right? But I'm quite a bit older. It's like, really, y'all, and that, like, I'm not some super awkward shy guy either. I'm not being fucking weird. It's like, hello, okay, like, you know, a lot of times, you know, my buddies are over, we're lifting weights, we're not trying to show off in any way. It's the opposite. You know, when I have the door shut, really, it's like privacy between all of us. I mean it, y'all. It's like, you know, you go hang out and we'll hang out here. You know, that's actually the main thing. There was literally one time where I asked if they could quiet down just a little bit, because I was trying to go to sleep for a soccer game, y'all. And I said to them straight up, I was like, look, I don't care that y'all staying up late. I don't care at all. You know, you stay up, whatever, like, it does not matter. To be honest, y'all, you're kind of like really loud right now. And I do have a soccer game like early in the morning, and I care. It's so dumb, y'all, to address this nuance, y'all. Like, I'm not saying dumb on my part. I just mean this whole fucking narrative is so dumb. You know, I'm just like, okay, I don't care. You know, like, really, I'm not, you know, my parents would be mad that you're playing is one way to say it. But really, it's like, okay, I understand. I was younger, you know, we had sleepovers and we were just hanging out. You know, we would stay up late and goof around. Like, I'm not trying to tell y'all not to, you know, really, like, you're just being, you know, yourselves. That's the main thing to say. So I'm just like, okay, and then I go back to bed, and they were respectful, and that's it. That was all. That was the end. You know, and so that's what's so fucking, you know, frustrating for me, is that the honest to God truth is, like, some of you are just so goddamn neurotic. You don't give a fuck about the truth. You're just like, oh yeah, nah, we're like fucking territorial as fuck, and like, you know, that's the thing. You sit around protecting fucking pedophiles like Jason McGaul, and you think that you're not evil as fuck for doing that, when he's sitting there participating in this goddamn felony espionage with you. You're letting him spit in my face. He's not just bullying me, y'all. That's the thing, man. He fucking lies like the psychopath that he is. He hates my guts so fucking much for telling the truth. And honestly, y'all, they never thought that I would just tell the full truth. That's what they were, like, riding upon. It's like, you know, by the time that I'm saying to Michael Brumback and Brian Carpet and call, it's like, you know, y'all, very, very plainly, matter of fact, professionally, y'all, that, I think that haunted both of them for a moment. In fact, you know, I happened, I think, to not have my camera on that day, which I reserved the right. I'm on the autism spectrum. I didn't even want to have to talk about it at the time. I'm happy to have the camera on plenty of times, y'all. It's just that when I have the camera on, nobody is fucking paying attention to anything but the fucking camera on me, and it's not mental illness. It's like, Jesus. I'm used to talking about really technical things, even giving presentations to some extent, and that's the thing, I'm used to pressure, and I'm driving a Linux terminal with 15 people watching me. Am I always a perfect typist? No, no one is ever, y'all. But nobody can say for a moment that I can't handle pressure. Nobody can say for a moment that I've just got like some stage fright, some anxiety, like, which is, everybody's like, oh, you're just lacking some confidence. Like, these people are being super fucking ridiculously psychotic and abusive. They're sitting there like, no, don't listen to any word that comes out of his mouth, because we've got to be fucking Darth Vader's helmet, on top of him. So really, don't believe him when he's like, yeah, I'm actually not really, I don't really suffer from anxiety or stage fright. I've even mentioned like some mild anxiety on occasion, maybe mild, but then you talk about the neurological disability, and that's the thing. You start to realize when I've said that it's a physical source of anxiety in a way. So you're like, I don't even know what that means. And yeah, well, then actually that's not what you say, right? You're like, no, I just did not. No, the honest to God truth is that's the thing. You got to fucking learn up. You're going to sit here and be such consciously terrible people towards me, that you need to understand that that's very real when I say that. I mean, think about chronic pain in and of itself, and then I explain neuropathy, and I explain that, it's like pinpricks all over your arms, your legs, your hands, your feet, your head at times, random, like your scalp getting really itchy and you don't have any, dry skin, that kind of stuff. It's nerve pain, it's neuropathy, y'all. It's actually fucking science, quite frankly, and it's just despicably evil that some of you have, like, straight up, you've not just tried to deny me healthcare throughout this. It's like the last thing on earth that you want to occur is that my physical health issues be properly documented, because that just doesn't fit your paper thin lie of a consciously fucking fraudulent narrative about me. And you're literally lying about the most fundamental aspects of who I am as a human being, and not one of you has ever gone through something. And I'm not saying anybody out there, I'm saying that you would not be on the wrong side of this if you really received a real brain injury like I did, yo. That is the honest to God truth. And if you find yourself in that spot, it just means that you need even more context. That's the nuance of what I will address repeatedly. Because some of you, again, you think about the brain like it's just like, oh yeah, you received a boop on the hand and then you're just, quote, ruminating, or you just, like I'll be honest, y'all, like some people said to me, like, to be honest with you, this sentiment echoed, and I don't even want to say names, but, I'm going to have conversations with people, and I'm even recognizing, wow, you're still recording me, still recording me, still recording me. Acting like you're not. Even if I don't have my phone with me, you're still recording our conversations, and you know that I'm being very filtered. You know that I'm being so filtered, which means that what? They love that, yo, because it's like, yeah, this fits our fucking narrative, really. It's recording him illegally without his consent. Or are they? I mean, it's a one-party recording, say, right? But see, that's the thing, yo. I mean, if I can't disclose that someone is an agent because, well, technically I don't have clearance, and then I record them, which I can legally do, right? Because I can't technically legally know. I mean, they haven't shown me a badge. So look at the dichotomy that's, the paradox in a way that's created. Like, you're playing fucking recording wars and you're being super fucking unethical and criminal with it. It's so despicably unconstitutional. You're trying consciously to create a fraudulent narrative. You're torturing someone openly but covertly, and that's the thing. It's like, how does that even work? Openly but covert? Well, how can you say it's covert when you're streaming that shit to a Discord server and you all know, but you're trying to pretend like you're not? That's straight up fucking psychotic. Talk about shared psychotic disorder, y'all. How dare any of you accuse me of suffering from, quote, psychosis, because there was, unfortunately, someone I have to now, provide all of this content to, y'all. It's like, yeah, to be honest, I kind of just took the consolation because I saw the look on your face. I'm trying to explain, like, I've got a computer, I can show you all the logs, I can show you all of the data, I can show you literally that I'm not just claiming that this militarized surveillance tool has been deployed to my personal private property and that passive recording was implemented. I can fucking prove that in a federal court of law. Talk about new legislation, everyone. And see, look how terrible, y'all, because really, when that was first deployed, were they streaming it to a Discord server? Well, I would not guess so. I would think that maybe they're not that fucking criminal. But see, that's the thing. It's shells within shells, right? Anybody involved, they're able to listen, right? That kind of inner shell, and then that's the thing, y'all. And they're deciding to quote cook the case is the colloquial term, and they're like, no, we gotta speed this shit up. Yeah, he's a good guy, and we know it, but we already called him a quote schizo because he wasn't even calling us out. He was just straight up like, your behavior doesn't make any sense, man. You keep wanting to hang out with me, and like you're being really fucking aggressive, trying to quote buy drugs from me when I don't fucking sell drugs. And to be honest with you, you're buying drugs from this other dude that is buying drugs from, people right here in Abilene, like over and over and over again. You're buying drugs from him over and over and over again. And clearly you're of the same politics. So what the fuck is your reconciliation of that shit when I just don't want to hang out with you anymore? And before I even say a word about, DEA, you're literally like, no, I want to fight. I want to fucking fight you. We need to meet up and fight. Like, not only do I not want to fight in general, but first of all, I'm not even going to get into talking about how that would go. Second of all, literally, it's like, what stupid fucking logic, really? The stupidest fucking thing. I'm sitting here saying to you, I just don't want to be your friend. You're being fucking not a friend to me at all. And that's the thing, it's straight up psychotic the way that man was behaving. Because he's like, yeah, I really want to hang out. Can you come pick me up at this specific location? It's like, okay, that's like, wow, that's weird, right? And then right around the same time, he's like, yeah, my buddy, he's like a neighbor over here, and he's got nice desktop computer. It's like so much better than your little tiny. That's the thing, always. It's just like he thinks he's like hurting me or insulting me, and he's just being a fucking psychotic piece of shit. He's like, yeah, so much better than your little, tiny Mac Mini. It's just got a little i5. Okay, sure. You know what? It's actually not always, the power even that counts. That's the quote size that counts. You get intelligence. That's kind of my whole thing with hardware and computers, y'all. It's like it's definitely literally not about fucking what you people obsess over, which is penis size. That's the fucked up irony, y'all. You people obsess about that shit to an extent that it actually just tells me that you are clearly insecure as fuck and trying to accuse me falsely of having a tiny dick when I don't. You're just like, yeah, now we fucking love that. Yeah, everybody hate him because we fucking tried to frame him for crimes. We quote cooked the case, and he's got a very average sized penis, and he is a grower, not a shower, and he said that himself. And that's what's so terrible, y'all. Fucking film me through a webcam on my own goddamn workstation. You know what's so shitty about that, y'all? That Logitech webcam has a blue light that tells you when it's on, and so I'm getting out of a call, and I'm literally that's the thing, is 100% not intentional, but I'm like, really, why do I even unplug that shit most of the time, especially in this context? It's like, well, I'm aware of how computers work, y'all, to an extent that some of you clearly do not understand. So a lot of times I just straight up unplug it as a part of my general practice. It's not mental illness. It's like having a webcam cover is definitely just generally a good idea, just to fucking let you know, y'all. And why is that? Well, because any of these fucking hackers that are super unethical and criminal, they'll fucking abuse that shit upon you if they can. They will straight up fucking abuse that shit upon your life. And that's kind of the whole thing, y'all. You're like, oh, what do you have to hide? I was like, well, nothing, but look how terrible the dichotomy and the paradox is. I don't have anything to hide, but you people are abusing the fuck out of tools you clearly don't understand, being super unconstitutional, criminal, and immoral with them after you've already committed felony crime trying to frame a person, really straight up, that's so evil, y'all. We give you, those are public tax dollars. Let me emphasize, not your tax dollars, not my tax dollars, but our tax dollars. And you people sit around, you're like, now this is our tools, our money. It's like, no, it's not your fucking money, y'all. See, I take the big picture perspective, how fucking dare you? Let me put it that way. How fucking dare you? For real. That is irrefutably, unlike what you falsely accused me of, y'all, unlike what Ryan Hoover literally coached someone to say, someone he was having sex with repeatedly, he was clearly very insecure about thinking that we had anything going on when we did not. You know, that's I'm talking about platonic friends. I wanted her, I'm not even gonna say her name, I wanted her to know that we were just platonic friends. You know, even if we're, you know, going to the Domain and we're having dinner and we're going, you know, shopping. Like I'm even saying to her that is like I'm actually, you know, this is not a date. This is not like, you know, I'm not trying to get with you, y'all. And that's the thing. She can never go back and be like, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, let's go back to my place and hey, you know, let's hang out, you know, in the bedroom or like this kind of shit, you know. Like I never said to her like let's Netflix and chill. She said that shit to me actually, y'all. That's the thing. You know, we're up in the movie office, kind of similar things. Just like, you know, I'll be honest with you, a lot of times she was finding an excuse to come talk to me. And that's what's so strange to me. Like, she clearly, I'm not saying she thought I was the most attractive person ever. Yo, right now, I need a haircut and like all this shit. And that's the thing, I'm the kind of person I don't really care. You know what I mean? It's like there's more important things in life. Kind of like there's a little bit of a mess here. I'm going to clean up the bedroom a little bit more today. But like, I'm not kidding, y'all. Like, you sit and you're like, yeah, we're going to ignore the deep and ridiculously most fucking important everything here. And then like, oh yeah, the bathroom is already smelly, but now everybody's like, no, you made it smelly. And it's like, no, I fucking did not, you fucking liars. That's the thing, yo. I'm a human being, all right? And I'm actually more willing to admit that than any of you, apparently. You know, when we're upstairs in the movie office, and there was no temptation. Let me emphasize this, yo. And there was a million reasons why. I think she thinks that it's a temptation. She's literally, you know, splayed out on the couch. You know, she's like, I've always wanted to Netflix and chill on this couch. Like, you're talking about this giant TV up there. I'm not trying to, you know, hit anything with my hand. Right? You fucking filming me yet again without my consent, yo. And that's why, for anybody that watches this later, yo, that's the reason why I'm assuming ownership over my life again, y'all. Multiple camera angles. You know, it's a little bit warm out today. But I'll be on the porch again. You know, some of this will be outside. Like, that's the thing. I like to be able to be, you know, mobile and, you know, kind of like, really, y'all. It's like, well, this is like the fucking, and again, I use film as a communication method. Before, I was kind of referencing it like, man, this kind of feels like the fucking Hunger Games. It got like a communication challenge, and now it feels like a straight up, like it's actually like the fucking Hunger Games. Remember that whole thing where they're like, you know, Katniss doesn't like to be on camera. You know, she's just kind of like a normal person. Like, I don't either, really, y'all, to be honest with you. I don't hate it at the same time. Like, I'm not... Hate is the main thing I would emphasize. I don't hate anyone or anything is reality, yo. I don't even fucking hate fucking Putin, even though I'm sitting here saying he's like the most evil man on the face of the planet right now, quite frankly, yo. Which is a very almost gentle thing for me to be saying, given what's really happened and who these people really fucking serve in reality. What I'm saying is this kind of like the whole Jedi Sith thing. Like, the Jedi can't do, and I'm not a Jedi, yo. The Jedi can't do their fucking jobs, though, if they're, you know, just like, fucking assassinate. And that's the thing, these people have actually tried to fucking assassinate me now more than once. Jesus Christ. And that's what I'm saying. It's not mental illness. That's how psychotic they are. They go up on stage and they act like they're all, you know, perfect and Christian, and like, then they're also like, yeah, we gotta be like the fucking gangs of Los Angeles. And it kind of makes me think of that, you know, another film, you know, Gangs of New York. Like, you know, fucking that one dude is just like vicious as fuck with the axes or whatever. Like, really, trigger warning, yo, that movie is like intense as it all can be. But that's what I'm saying, y'all. These people, they'll fucking try to frame you in any way. They'll victimize innocent fucking people, trying to say that you're someone that you're not, and so much more than that. They just have no fucking morals, no fucking even basic degree of integrity whatsoever, especially if you dare say a word about their precious little fucking, quote, the family. And that's what I'm saying, yo. You know, trust me, I wanted to date. You know, just because I'm a human being, not because I'm trying to get laid. right? If anything, that's the whole thing I'm trying to explain about, well, like going on a date again. Like, oh wow, I'm really looking forward to like not being fucking tortured relentlessly with militarized surveillance technologies being relentlessly and illegally abused over my waking existence. So fucking despicable, so fucking psychotic, so fucking evil, quite frankly, y'all. So consciously fucking evil. And these people, they don't just not take no for an answer, y'all. If you dare say no, remember I was never saying like, oh, I'm too precious, I'm too expensive for you. I was saying I can't be bought. Like, I clearly have more loyalty to this country than literally all of you in this organization combined. Because your loyalty is not even to your own families. Your loyalty is certainly not to the United States. Your loyalty has, and apparently some of you will forever be, to the family. Because that's the thing, y'all, that propaganda, and this is why it's so relevant that you actually did absorb real Nazis way back when. Those mindsets and those perspectives, they never went away. How many of those fucking Nazis escaped off to South America? How many of them were then swooped up by these fucking people, y'all? That's what I'm saying. I'm actually not kidding, y'all. You had to talk about root level logic. You had some brains in there, y'all, and I'm not trying to say, like, oh, good brains, or like, no, I'm saying that's the worst part. Talk about evil geniuses, y'all. You had, and again, that's what something we got to address the nuance of, y'all, being, even if someone is a, quote, fucking genius, right? I've said Trump, there's aspects of genius, and even, like, how dare I, right? How dare I say there's aspects of genius with Donald Trump, and it's like, I'm not even saying, y'all, that he's just, just a cokehead or any of this kind of stuff, or that I can assert that myself, right? What I'm saying is that, like, well, what is kind of genius? I mean, he knows that people love the vitriol and the hate right now, especially, right? He really does, yo. So he's, in debates, he's just riding on that. He's not really even actually, does Donald Trump prepare for political debates, y'all? Is he like, okay, where's the, let's go review, okay, what's our, foreign policy, okay, what's our, domestic, okay, what are we doing about the economy, like, oh, do you think that, he's like, okay, team, all right, present to me the good information, like, let's get prepared, let's go through, it's like, I don't know, y'all, I'm not saying he doesn't, I'm saying, like, wow, I watched some of those debates, and the fact that some of you are like, yeah, he's so smart, it's like, yeah, you should lock her up. We were so fucking smart. And the fucking people putting, the trailer of, fake Hillary Clinton, like, what does it remind me of? It reminds me when I walked down to San Marcos and you people are pulling this shit that you did, and you thought I would never talk about it, because that's what you wanted, yo. You wanted just for, like, oh no, he's so crazy, yo. What do these people really do, yo? Again, it's like, I almost don't want to talk about it, but actually, that's the thing, yo, unfiltered, like, I'm not kidding, I was really just like, oh my Jesus Christ, these people are so fucking evil, they're so fucking evil. Like, first of all, I'm not kidding, y'all, they actually were about to kidnap me outside of, and then south of Austin, y'all, it's late at night, and they knew that I didn't have my phone with me, and look at that double-edged sword, y'all. I mean, I left my phones behind because, well, they already shot me in a drive-by in Austin with an airsoft gun, and I had my phones with me. So if you need to understand the human aspect, I'm like, wow, what a double-edged sword. I had my phones with me because I was, well, persecuted relentlessly and illegally for the last, over 2 years now, essentially. I'd like to go to church, but these people are participating in that relentless fucking abuse, and so I'm doing worship on the go, live, and honestly, y'all, I even want cops to see me in some ways. I'm not trying to be, well, abrasive, but like I saw, for example, state troopers like, wait a minute, I'm not doing anything illegal, I'm paying attention to my driving, y'all, both hands on the wheel. Remember, hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, hands on the wheel. We can go back to that, y'all really mean it, but I've got both hands on the wheel, and I'm doing what? I'm driving around, the fucking circular, what's it called, y'all? I'm just, goodness. I'm driving circles, y'all, around a roundabout. Not a bunch, not like 10 million, right? But it's like a couple, right? Really, it's like a few, and I see a copy, and it's like, wait, no, you can't do that. Like, well, technically it's legal, yeah, technically you could, probably, I don't know. There's one of those gray areas, maybe, is like, no, that's unreasonable, other people. Well, that's the thing, I'm like being mindful of other people, and I'm like being very calm, I'm not streaming at the moment, y'all, though. That's kind of the nuance of the whole situation, right? It's like, you're streaming, I'm recording at the time. You're streaming, I'm recording at the time, but I'm recording hands-free. I've got two phones with me. The vehicle is fucking recording me. And you're like, how do you know that? Oh, well, I wonder how I can know that. Daniel Wynn is talking about, it sounds like a movie, fucking conversations in the car. And that's just so fucking painful and difficult for me, y'all. It's like, I'm trying to be mindful of it. People actually thought they were, like, helping me or, doing something, decent or moral. But at the same time, it's like, you're trying to control me in a way that's straight up fucking, like, representative of conscious Nazism. I mean it. That's what's so difficult for me, actually, is that, and I'll be honest, I don't hate Daniel Wynn in any way. In fact, that's the thing, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and I'm trying to look at him like, well, I mean, maybe he just doesn't know what he doesn't know, and that really was the thing. And I'm trying to do the right thing in all of this. I did need a job, and I was a little bit frustrated. It's like the comments that were specific enough at the beginning, right? And I'll be honest, y'all talk about human intelligence, I can tell when, I'm in a call with people and they can clearly see me in my home. It's like, Jesus, I'm fucking doing this again? Y'all, you have no idea the fucking torture. I'm not even mad at you. I'm just like, I wish you knew, because you would not feel okay about it. If you understood the fucking torture, the straight up fucking torture. I'm not a bad guy. I don't even want to say anything controversial in any way. And these people are just like, shove that fucking helmet on him. Shove that fucking helmet on him. Make him fucking Darth Vader. Yeah, it'd be such a win for us if we converted him to the dark side and we get him up there on stage, quote, preaching. But he's not actually preaching. He's just spewing the same fed lines that we all spew every Sunday. Are all of them fed lines? I'm not saying that, yo. Let me put it this way. I'll address the nuance to that. There is just more of that going on than you would ever believe. It's the simplest way to say it, yo. More of that than you'd ever believe. But I mean, yes, I'm certain that some of them they put their own flavor on it, right? They kind of like make their adjustments. I'm not saying every single sermon that they give is written for them per se. I'm saying that they're very much not just kind of in the loop. In the wire, really, about what they are allowed to or are not allowed to say. And that's the problem, is that the power of an organization like this, especially when you see it for what it is, which is an intelligence operation, is that they're doing multiple things at once. It's like everything everywhere all at once, right? They're both on the television saying certain things to people very consciously, right? Like straight up twisting and manipulating. And then they're also in the churches, right? And they're also in so many other places. That's just challenging, And so really, you start looking at that for what it is. It's like, wow, okay, they've got propaganda farms out there abusing services like Facebook, abusing services like Twitter, abusing services like Twitch at times, And that's kind of the whole thing for me, I fully expect, and honestly, that's the thing, like Russians, jumping in my streams, like they will, and they'll watch and very intently, they all know, FSB at the very least, like they all know who I am, You may not want to believe it, they know exactly who the fuck I am. And so look how difficult that is. I've got in the rules like now FSB, I understand. It's actually kind of, I'm not trolling them, but it's kind of like a fucking joke, right? Because everybody else is just like, oh, that's crazy. And then they'll see that and they're like, yeah, you think we're going to follow your rules? Like, no, I don't, motherfuckers. No, I don't for a moment. How fucking stupid some of you are to serve that goddamn slave master that you do. maybe if we call him a quote retard again, maybe if we call him a quote schizo again, yeah, is that gonna work? Yeah, we're gonna quote trigger him, and they're all so fucking triggered. That's the thing. They're the biggest fucking snowflakes on the face of the planet, because when I say shit like they have no freedom of speech, they know that's so goddamn true. When I say shit like they know that the moment they step out of line, they've got the neurotoxin coming for them straight from this fucking dude, they know that's so true, right? That one, troll, really, that's the thing, I was like, am I really asserting that he was Russian? Well, I mean, his English was very broken, he, she, doesn't even matter at all, I'm serious. It's like, quite frankly, let me be very clear about that, though, also, no joke about Luke and his drug problem. I'm saying that, really, when it comes down to it, I'm not kidding when I say I'm very anti-xenophobic, so no, quote, and I emphasize quote broken English. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I've got to get away from that shit. Everybody types in a different way. Even me sometimes. Of course, like I'm typing. Quick chats and communication. Like that's something that just never comes through in text chats. That's part of why I don't like even a lot of times. Like there's a phone call. I'm more than capable of writing up an email. But when I'm being illegally muzzled, that kind of stuff makes it. I was like, wow, they're reading every single thing I type as I type it. These people are being fucking illegal, like this straight up conscious criminal psychopaths. It's like impossible for me to even communicate the way that I need to communicate, which is confidentially, and that's what's so impossible for me in that context, is they'll use any word I say against me, even if I'm sitting there saying like I can't say everything right now because, well, it's actually confidential. And then they're like, oh yeah, he's just mentally ill because how could he dare have confidential things to communicate when we're sitting here doing something covertly that is ridiculously fucking illegal? How could he ever? And it's like, oh my god. So when they tie it all together, y'all, what am I explaining by that in big part, right? It's that, well, that's what's difficult for me. If the local authorities are, deploying things like Pegasus, right? TFPS, for example, or state troopers, the state police, right? That's the challenge for me, is like, well, I'm on your side, right? But the Russians will hack the fuck out of me as well. And so normally I could actually put up with that quite, just some money. You let me do my fucking job. It's like I replace network gear, I've got, like, I'm not somebody ever hiding anything, but you people, it's like, look at this, talk about new legislation. You've tried to fucking starve me out in real life, and then that's the thing, for a while I was like, are you openly serving the Russians? Like, are you openly serving the Russians? I'm like, no, surely not, but like, oh wait, no, some of you are openly serving the Russians. The DEA, they are openly serving the fucking Russians. They're compromised in real life. And that's why they troll about it more than anybody, y'all, because they doublespeak. Oh, yeah, the Russian collusion. We're so transparent that's why Bill Barr didn't want anybody to read the Mueller report in any way. I'll be honest, y'all, Bill Barr read the Mueller report, and Bill Barr, he sort of, quote, changed sides, did he not, y'all? He was like, yeah, okay, January 6th was, like, not just kind of some really bad shit. I'll be honest, like, I just gotta kind of, like, change sides real quick here, because, like, this is not just about some Stormy Daniels shit going down right now. Everybody's like, no, he just, he's accused of, having a wife that was like a starter before. I don't even care. It's like, I almost like pity Melania Trump in a way. I'm not trying to be, condescending. I kind of like sympathetically. I'm not even saying she's a good person. I can't speak to that nuance, y'all, but like, wow, what a fucking terrible man in a way. Okay, wait, the nuance, though, right? It's like, is he a terrible man? Well, I'm not even saying, y'all, that like I don't hate him. But that's what's so difficult about, a conversation like last night, y'all. I've been so calm. It's like, my grandmother is not calm at all. And she's seeing the emperor is like, now the emperor is, he's going to be a criminal. Like, going to be, is what I'm saying. It's like, wait, he's going to now be a criminal? That's what some of you don't understand, y'all. This shit goes at least way back to the 90s with Trump and the Russians, really, y'all. Like, he went, again, talk about compromisation, y'all. He went under. And that's the thing, y'all. I'm not even trying to talk shit about, well, like, everybody has trouble in life sometimes or whatever, but like, you know, you've compared myself to people like Donald Trump, fucking Ken Paxton, you know, Greg Abbott, you know, all of these people, like, so much money, so much power, so much influence. I have nothing, y'all. Literally nothing, and I never wanted anything, and I still don't. That's what's weird, y'all. I'm saying about that vehicle in a way, like, quite frankly, there's been so much contention over it. It makes me just sick to my stomach. It was used, you know, to make this really abusive thing about me. At the same time, it's like, to be honest with you, yeah, I've been saying the design. You know, I'm a fan of Mazda's design. There's no, you know, that's the thing, you know. You think I'm just like, oh, you like cool cars. Like, no, why am I a fan of Mazda design? They design an affordable vehicle, you know. And it's actually, you know, I'm a fan of Toyota and Honda as well in a way, you know. But see, like, both of them, you know, we always talk about the Toyota tax, right? Because they're known for being like really just like it's so, you know, reliable and like it runs forever. Mazda's like their new vehicles, even, you know, compare the prices, and sure, like they're getting a little bit more premium. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, right? But I've talked about the ideas, you know, creative, genuine ideas like the e-auto, which is like, it's kind of humorous, y'all, but I'm saying, like, look at that. You make a small electric car and apply that, you know, Spartan mentality that Mazda has about, like, no, don't put a massive battery in it. It's not about range. In fact, use it as a marketing tool, maybe in some cases, make it fun to drive, like an electric vehicle that's fun to drive, it handles well. And I'm saying, I know that Mazda engineers can do that. There's no question in my mind. Just like Teslas, you know, I've very briefly driven one, y'all, but like everybody says, they're, you know, they can be really, really fun to drive in real life, you know. It's like, you know, part of it is a whole plaid thing, and this is also, it's not pandering in any way, y'all, but I'm talking about, like, why don't cops, you know, someday, like, I'm saying, like, okay, this is the thing, all right, and I'll be the first to acknowledge the nuance here. A company like Tesla, in my opinion, no. Right? We're seeing a lot more privatization of some things in our world, right? And maybe there's nuance to address in some of that. But I'm saying, like, it would be amazing. You know, I saw a police department, they're basically retrofitting Teslas to be cop cars. And they're explaining, it's like, okay, wait, no, this is not about us having cool Teslas, right? This is about, and it's not even just about, you know, trying to benefit the environment, which it does. It's like a double win, right? It's like more than a double or a triple win. This is what I'm saying. They're having to go buy parts and especially, you know, spend money on labor if they've decided in that case, right? I have to pull up the video, and I certainly will, y'all. This is the content I want to generate freely in a live stream. Talk about, you know, technical portfolios, right? I want to show, because I spoke to a lot of this, y'all, and I've been saying, it's like I could have been live streaming back then, and why didn't I? Well, it's like, to be honest with you, is layered and nuanced. I need more information. You know, I'm very chosen with my words. You know, way back then, it's like, you know, this terrible, you know, double-edged sword of, like, you're recording me without my consent. Every single thing I say, then you're like, now invalidate it. Remember, you know, if he says anything we don't like, we're, oh no, he's just obsessed with Tesla, or he just like products, or wait, he's just like really educated about technical markets, or he's just really educated about processors and chip architectures, even if he's not the world's leading expert. He's just really educated about, you know, technology, and he's saying he didn't even want to talk about NSO Group or Pegasus, because look what's happened to people who do. They just get fucking relentlessly targeted in real life, and then we've already relentlessly targeted him, and so it's like, wow, what a terrible fucking paradox to create for him. He's like, I don't really want to talk about it, but you're making me talk about it. I don't really want to talk about it, but you're making me talk about it. I don't really want to talk about it, but like I have to talk about it because you people have now tried to fucking assassinate me in real life, and it's not mental illness, not on one occasion, but on multiple occasions now. It's not mental illness. For anybody that watches this later, to my one consensual viewer, thank you very much for joining. If you don't mind just checking out the rules. This is called a multi-stream. The main feed is Voyager 0, twitch.tv/Voyager 0. I've got, you know, 2 iPhones right now. It's kind of a, you know, duct tape and bubble gum, you know, implementation to do this technical portfolio, but it actually, you know, it's still, I'm showing that it kind of works well. There's some, you know, constellations, there's delay, right? In Voyager 0, the cameras have to catch up. Sometimes that can be helpful or useful, right? Just depending on the context, but it's kind of like live editing, and that's kind of what I was trying to bring people's attention to. Sort of like live editing, you know, you can walk outside with the camera, you know, put it on cellular if you want to, with forethought that you might want to walk around in a neighborhood, just, have a talk on your walk, your calm, genuine, peaceful walk, which is all that it ever is for me. And so I'm kind of using a technical portfolio to do, legal testimony to protect myself. And that's the thing. It's not mental illness. These people have actually tried to assassinate me now on more than one occasion, and we're just letting this shit keep going. And I'm not even trying to be frustrated with those who have done the right thing at all. What I'm saying is, it's like, what the hell, yo? I'm just being left to fucking starve to death. Because I would be doing a technical job. I wouldn't be streaming 24 hours a day if we could actually just obligate these people to obeying our own laws. And they don't give a fuck. So 18 plus only, trigger warning, because I have actually in real life, it's not mental illness. In real life, I've been subjected to relentless fucking psychological torture in real life. Test, test. Test, test. Illegal psychological torture. Just to emphasize, so fucking illegal for every single moment that this has been going on. So consciously fucking illegal. So what did I do just now? As I was just explaining, I switched to cellular on this phone, and that's, speaking of, right? This system that I've been designing, cellular has always been a consideration of mine. Now, this is where, again, there's a nuance, we talk about, well, there's security considerations, right? We don't, how do I put it best? Like, I'll be honest, y'all, the way that I think about it is we need to make sure that never again. That's what I feel, personally. Never again. And I don't even just mean, in this case, I mean about this, but yes, I also mean about 9/11. And what happened, some, organization in the shadows, and I'm not even saying the family right now, even if there's some really dark shit, when you start looking at the background and connections there, I want to let real professionals do their jobs. And what I'm saying is, never again that some fucking box cutters and some organization with, folks' coordination allows shit like that to happen. So that's what I'm saying in the nuance, of like, I'm not a quote shill, right? But like, okay, there's considerations, any technologies we're engineering or developing, we want to make sure that we can be safe, that's the consolation, right? We all live in a world where we want to be safe. We want to have our privacy. We want to make sure, damn sure that, we can protect, really, not just our national security, but one another. We don't want psychological torture in our society. The last thing that we ever want to see is technology being lorded and abused over human beings covertly to subject them to relentless, just straight up illegal psychopathic abuse, which is what's really happened in real life, unfortunately, to me for years now. And I can tell you right now, it's the most difficult thing in the world. The technology is like my one, one or two, right? Psychology, technology, almost like my, I'm not Superman, y'all, but like my personal superpower if I have one, right? I'm not trying to sound arrogant, right? But it's just the one thing. I'm always, my whole life, wow, that really does come naturally, really is just natural. It's some kind of intuition, it's not mental illness. It's not some kind of brain connection to computers. That's what's complicated. I'm on the autism spectrum, and so a lot of people just don't really understand how that works. I am really good with, understanding systems and bigger picture when it comes to how we wire all these things together, And so that's kind of what I mean, when I'm walking, and I'm not happy to be walking like 40 miles in one night. And again, that's the thing, I'm not on any substance. I'm stone cold sober, right? I get shot and drive by with an airsoft gun. I'm literally so beyond stressed out at that point. I know that I've been fucking tortured. I also know that there's actual real federal investigation, and that's where it's like, wow, these fucking people, they're never gonna stop. They're fucking psychopaths. Fucking psychopaths. They actually know that there's federal investigation, and they're gonna keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Like, they don't even realize they're throwing the book at themselves, but they're actually gonna, try to fucking kill me. And in that case, they're like, okay, well, let's not use a real gun this time, but we want him, call the cops. The cops are on our side. Like, I never wanted to be saying that about the cops, y'all. To be honest with you, though, the whole situation was quite bizarre because, well, the first thing that's involved is, there's a car accident at this intersection, and I drive by it initially, right? But, these people, they just need an officer, okay? And I'm in defense of, well, we need reasonable response times, y'all. Time is always relevant, and so, I appreciate, actually, y'all, as a state trooper that shows up at the end of the day to deal with this, and I'll be honest with you, in that context, it's not normally a state trooper that goes and deals with that accident, right? But I saw multiple APD cars drive by, y'all, and the men in this accident, they're actually explaining, they're like, oh, I'm so mad, APD sucks, they don't even want to do their job, and then literally one drives by, and they're like, oh, they don't even want to do their jobs. I'm just like, to be honest with you, y'all, it's the strangest thing in the world to me, because do they think I'm going to sit there and film them, hey, y'all, APD, no, I'm not that kind of guy. That's the point, y'all. Never for a moment did I, for my protection, I've said, it's like, to be honest with you, it's part of our world now, y'all. It's what's so difficult. I don't want to break out a camera. In fact, that's kind of what bothers me, y'all. We shouldn't have to. Kind of like we shouldn't have to ask folks to wear body cameras in a way, but I guess we're at that point, y'all. It's like, when, again, I'm one of the people saying, there's nuance to that whole conversation. A body camera has to be able to be turned off, right? But should it be a sign of immediate suspicion if somebody turns a body camera off while they're going to the bathroom? They're having a conversation with their wife on the phone. Maybe they don't want to talk about, their kids' grades. That's something completely innocent, right? But still, it's like, no, I don't want my buddies to, be able to go look at this. And are their buddies just going through their footage? Well, I'm not saying that, right? That's part of the nuance, though. Because a lot of you be like, well, what do they have to hide? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not even saying that. I'm saying, it's just complicated. We got to stop having such a one-dimensional, perspective about this kind of stuff. And so with this car, y'all, what I'm saying is, to be honest, I was saying from the beginning, it seems like you've that's what's so bizarre to me. Everybody's acting like it's just like you're the director, but am I? When you're sitting there, I can't even have a single conversation, including a confidential conversations that I need to have. Y'all, that ends up, it's like, no, you're not directing a movie here. You're fucking illegally muzzling a human being. And that's the nuance. And as somebody, it seems like they're trying to look out for me and do the right thing, but I'm trying to do the right thing, and they're not even letting me communicate to know, who's really doing the right thing here. Look how much lying and abuse there is in my face. I need communication. I'm on the autism spectrum, and my family didn't even know that. I know they're probably not ever going to accept that, some of them. I need communication. I'm just sitting here bark, bark. There's danger, and you're ignoring it, bark, bark, and everybody's it's just like, no, you shut your fucking yap and put that muzzle back on. Like, now we're gonna fucking record you until we create the consciously fraudulent image that, you know, we all want. And I'm just like, what in the world is going, how did we end up in this place? But I'm also saying, it's like, you know, to be honest, speaking of place, you know, there's a couple things. I know how bad my coworkers actually are and the lies they're willing to tell, and I'm sitting there here like, no, we don't believe anything because we all hate you. They've already lied to us, and we take their lies openly. It's like, yo, I've lived here for years. I've been, you know, I'm not pandering. I've been saying objectively good things about the Austin Police Department. You know, I see people downtown that are, well, struggling with real, you know, actual severe addiction to hard narcotics, and I see people that are, you know, trying to have empathy. That's what's so frustrating to me, yo. You had somebody on your side, and some of you just like, I'm not saying all of you, some of you just like openly hated me so much, so easily. And that really will haunt you, yo. I'm not saying I will haunt you. I'm saying me, right? I'm saying that will haunt me because it's like, man, I was a good man, and I am a good man. Let me put it that way. I am a good man, yo. And really, you don't want to live in reality because what, your buddies? Because you don't believe that they would be willing to commit crimes and lie straight to your face about it? Well, I didn't want to be the one to tell you, don't shoot the messenger. But yes, they're willing to openly commit crimes and lie straight to your face about it. There's no question about that. That was never my personal opinion. What I'm saying about the Teslas, yo, is that you should not focus on one or, yeah, really, I'm serious. If you want to accuse me of pandering, okay, well, Ford is going to be working on electric vehicles more and more. You know, Ford is the ones that, you know, they're, to my knowledge, Austin Police Department, all of your cars are Ford, right? Like, I'm saying it doesn't have to be one company. I'm a capitalist, you know. That's one of the complicated things about Voyager, you know. I'm actually not a shill, and, you know, like, trying to communicate that to people, like, I really do mean it. You know, I think Teslas are really cool, if I'm being honest, but I also think it's really cool that, you know, there's an electric F-150 now, and is it perfect? Well, nothing is, and it's the first iteration, you know. Speaking of iterations, like, you know, I'm really, really meaning it when I say, like, you know, we're going to have mostly, eventually, primarily electric vehicles in our society. You know, we're always going to have the need for some longer range, and probably what I've said, you know, in my opinion, we need to look at fossil fuels as what they are, technically, even if it doesn't seem like it, because there's so much, technically a limited resource, you know. They actually are. Technically a limited resource. So what do we do when we know, even if it's that we have so much, but in the long run, we're not trying to guilt people for still needing a gasoline car right now, or for running a lawnmower, right, or for, you know, any of that, right? We got to get away from the, like, oh no, you just got environmentalist hippie. Like, okay, first responders probably always going to need access to, you know, really, I'm not kidding y'all, because think about it, generators for hospitals potentially, which we can and will look at more electric options, and, you know, options about battery caching. That's really important for us to keep in mind. Again, y'all, I'm not a shield to Tesla, but I mean, they're looking at the bigger picture with that kind of stuff, and it's actually so relevant. Battery caches for our power grid are going to be more and more necessary. The power goes down, like, we want to have backup options, you know. I'm saying that even in some of those cases, probably, you know, in a certain capacity, fossil fuels as well is some of the, you know, consideration, but especially first responders and military. And why is that, y'all? Well, it's not just time is always an element. It's also that, you know, God forbid something horrible, you know, catastrophic happens. We can't be, you know, stuck in a spot where the grid goes down and people are trying to charge and they can't, right? And that's the thing. Look at, it's kind of a strange dichotomy, y'all. People are plugging into their Teslas during the ice storm in Texas. They're like, wow, this is actually really useful because, you know, we can sit in here and turn the heat on and it's safe. You know, you're not generating carbon monoxide in your garage, you know, like, it's actually really important. And that's the thing, you know, there's some TED Talks even and lectures that I'll reference on this topic where we're talking about the grid is going to be getting smarter and smarter and smarter. It's not that we're just like, oh, okay, upgrade the grid, done. You know, it's like, it's going to be iterative, and it's such a large, big picture thing, right? It takes time for us to move in that direction, but it's kind of like IoT devices in a way. We're seeing like a sea change, and with the grid and other aspects of our infrastructure, what we need to understand is that, you know, we're using technologies not just to implement, some better hardware, but smarter solutions. And that's kind of what a lot of these folks that are really intelligent are explaining, is that, well, stop thinking about it like build the one tool that's great. We build, the set of tools that's more intelligent about our application, right? We use data. Okay, we're not reckless with data, but we use data to help inform, the decisions that we make in that way, in that lens. And part of that equation is that, well, how do I put it best? Like, where do we decide where we would want or need battery caches, first, the most? And I think that's one thing that's relevant. But also on that topic, right? It's less necessary to have battery caches on the grid if every home has a battery cache. And I'm not trying to sell products for Tesla, I promise you. But see, that's my point, is that Tesla has to acknowledge that at the end of the day, like, it's capitalism. And that's what I really do enjoy is, well, at least I appreciate, let me put it that way, y'all, that, when they're designing technologies for electric vehicles, plenty of them, speaking of open source, right, I have to go pull up the list, but they're making a lot of it open source as well. They really are. And, it's like, that's one of the debates with Tesla. I think it's kind of front and center for some people, like the right to repair. Maybe there's arguments about that. But again, I'm not even taking, the take on that at the moment, to be honest with you. I'm saying, like, well, in the scheme of things, they're clearly wanting to help the bigger picture, and they really do actually mean that. And, if their capitalistic incentive, causes some things, speaking of the right to repair, that's one of the things I've been drawing attention to, for example, it's like, both, it's almost comparable, Tesla and Apple, there's reasons that they may not want things to be so easy for any person to just get, root level access, right? You're having a car that autonomously drives itself. It's like, oh yeah, I installed this thing from a, like a thing. And again, let me state the nuance first and foremost, I'm not saying it would always be this way. There's plenty of, like on the iPhone, it was like SB settings, like, okay, I can turn Wi-Fi on and off by swiping on the status bar, and that didn't exist before, you understand? That didn't exist before. Now it's like in every operating system on a mobile phone, right? But I'm saying, like, the honest to God truth is that is so important. Is that your car is a robot. Your robot car cannot be like, there's one piece of code that, somebody, they intended to do the right thing. They were just trying to adjust something, but it broke everything. And like the car just, drives off of something. I'm not trying to, say catastrophic, whatever, I'm just, in general, it's a consideration that we have to have about that kind of stuff, is that really it actually is kind of relevant. What's the balance? Okay, you can kind of repair your own stuff, but like, we need you to not mess with the computer. Or like, okay, you can maybe add some, widgets, but we need you to not go into the root level code, the BIOS essentially of this car, because like we've got a bunch of engineers that know what they're doing, and like we got to speak to the safety of this vehicle. We can't have you messing up, sensors or fundamental aspects of that are just going to totally bork everything, right? And that's one of those things in this day and age, y'all. It's going to become more and more complex, and so we do actually need people to address that, if that makes sense. I'm not sure what this came from, but I'm just going to move it for the moment. So part of what I'm saying, y'all, like, to be honest, I don't know. I kind of just want to get rid of that vehicle because I mean it. It's like I really, it's been lorded over my life in a way, which is, well, I'll be honest, y'all. I was trying to be appreciative of everybody trying to help me out, but that's the thing. I didn't actually need the car. In fact, in some ways, it's so terrible because the only even perceived argument of needing the car was to go to a data center. It's like, I can do my job remotely. I really, like during this pandemic, I can literally do all my job remotely. And instead you're like, no, we won't even let you have, it's like I'm a dog. We won't even let you have place. No place for you. It's like, go place. I just go walk in your corner. It's like, I'm on the autism spectrum. I've lacked for healthcare for 10 years. I do a super ridiculously technical job. I've worked my butt off. I've been illegally underpaid. And you helped those criminals who committed a bunch of white-collar crime set up a situation where you're all just like, no place for you. No, you don't even get to have a place to do your own fucking job. And then we're going to sit around and be like, oh yeah, no, yeah, you were doing your job and all your payments were good on everything, never late on your rent payment ever. But see, we don't give a fuck about the truth or reality, so yeah, now fuck you. We're gonna fuck up your job on purpose, covertly torturing you, hacking your machines, helping hackers hack your machines, trying to create, a false fucking narrative that you don't know what you're doing with computers. And then we're gonna be like, yeah, now look at him, y'all, he can't even feed it itself. Yeah, because it's not even a fucking dog. We won't even like fucking bowl of dog food. Here you go, little fucking, puppy. Like, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you for being such a good person. Like, fuck you for telling the truth. Do you regret it yet, you little fucking honest piece of shit? Yeah, do you regret it yet for being fucking, someone of integrity with morals? Yeah, do you fucking regret it? Do you fucking regret it yet, you little piece of shit? I'll be honest, y'all. I'm not scared of crawl spaces or fucking having to crawl into the attic. There's no amount of fear involved. I'm just gonna let you know, It's like legal, just to let you know. That's the thing, Never touch those fucking AT&T wires because that's not legal. That's the whole thing, I know the law. And what's fucking ridiculous is that you people like, oh, how dare you go take pictures of equipment that we sat here trying to lie about expunging evidence that it literally generates when we're trying to frame you for crime that we know that we committed, trying to literally frame you. Like, it's not just not funny, y'all. That's so fucking evil. So fucking evil. And look at this. I think these flowers are beautiful. And I am a masculine man, unlike some of you insecure fucking trash out there on the wrong side of this. Those quote pest control dudes that came up there and they're like, they see me going out of the place, like, what fucking psychopaths, fucking psychopaths. It's so fucking evil, y'all. Like, I go to the gas station, the window's not even up, and on the way back, that's the thing, I don't even want to drive my grandmother's car, y'all, but it's like I'm going around the corner and back, I'll fucking walk now. Fucking stream walking now every time if I even do go. Oh yeah, you're like, oh no, he's out of the house, yeah, oh no, put fucking cameras up, which I have every legal right to do, right? I'm not recording my grandma, I'm just, bedroom I'm in, studio, I mean, really, it's like, you fucking have broken the law with reckless abandon, and then you're just like, no, maybe we can destroy him. He's so fucking evil, y'all. So evil. Sitting there watching me make physical backups, you're like, yeah, we gotta destroy his legal testimony. Yeah, maybe just more felony crime. Chuck, you already tried to fucking murder him. You already committed yet another violent hate crime. Go pull the fucking internet connection to Comcast Xfinity of his grandma's house. Yeah, he's providing legal testimony, Chuck. We're gonna get caught. More fucking hate crimes. More fucking felony crime. Maybe just a little bit more. You people are fucking addicted. That's what I'm saying. You're fucking addicted to all your surveillance tools. You're fucking addicted to your power and your greed. And that's the only way that you'd be so compromised by the Russians. You're fucking addicted. It is not humorously ironic, y'all, but it is ironic. So what was I getting to saying? I'm saying, y'all, that, okay, nobody should accuse us of, quote, fascism for things like this. Companies like Ford and Tesla should have concierges with law enforcement, and we should be designing electric vehicles that, well, serve law enforcement's needs instead of having them retrofit, right? Because look at that. I mean, departments are like, okay, got to do it on our own. I mean, it's kind of cool in a way. Don't get me wrong, yo. It's kind of like, somebody looking out for the little guy type thing, right? It's like they're trying to do the right thing. They're like, well, there's benefits, and it's not just for the environment. Like I said, there are benefits to the environment. Don't get me wrong, but they're like, look at this. People got to idle a lot. Gasoline car, you got to keep the engine running. You got a lot of computers and equipment. That's the thing, I don't want to talk about all of your equipment. You got a lot of equipment in those vehicles, right? It's like, it's actually kind of cool. I'm like a military nerd, like, that's the thing, it's like, wow, you can run plates, beep boop, like, just drive up behind people, like, that's kind of cool in a way, y'all. Some people might consider it Orwellian a little bit, but I'm sitting here, I'm like, look, you got a good guy who's, objectively on your side, and you're just like, now, fucking destroy it, hate crime after hate crime after hate crime, and I'm like, hey, I want to see Tesla, literally, I want to see literal plaids, Model S plaid, and why do I think that's got, well, okay, now I'm not saying that pursuits are cool, and trust me, I'm not like, that's not, but some of you, it's like there's, you got to be able to drive fast, the Ford, engines you're driving, they're usually they're custom in a way, right? I'm not saying this doesn't already exist to some extent, but I'm saying, like, when I'm seeing, police departments retrofitting Teslas, and they're going and they're buying parts, they're buying, lights they need to put on, and that's the thing. From the beginning, it's like, okay, we're working with, what if the, the computer screen on that Tesla could actually run a lot of your tools? Maybe you have to add another screen, okay? Instead of retrofitting it with one, what if the manufacturer is helping you do that from the beginning? It actually saves money, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, wow, it's a win-win. It's not fascism. No one should accuse us of such, right? There's fascism is the government owning the means of production in a way, right? That's one way to say it. It's kind of, sort of, right, y'all? It's like the Nazis, way back when they're like, we own all companies, and it's almost like a superpower to them in that way, is it not, y'all? Because they're like, well, think about how much control they have over everything, talking about propaganda even, and that's what we saw with Nazism. They're like, you see it leak out. That's one way to put it, y'all. It leaks out into all aspects of society, and that's what we don't want. We're very anti-communism in the United States of America. Can we please, can we please, I'm not even going to say if nothing else, all right? Can we please agree on that? Like, We are not, we want to very much be anti-communism, okay? Do I need to add that to my list of notes? I guess I will. I'm anti-communism, and even then I'm sitting here saying, well, there is a difference between, quote, democratic socialism and, quote, communism, and honestly, that propaganda comes from the real communists in the United States. They're like, now, we have Social Security and public roads and, it's public schools and but the democratic socialists are like, maybe healthcare should not be ridiculously fucking profitable for us and a bunch of lobbyists and, really a bunch of companies are just trying to maintain status quo because they're benefiting off of, well, not just, nickel and diming the American people, y'all, but nickel and diming the government. That's where it gets kind of evil if you think about it. Really. Because we're like, even doctors and nurses, they're affected by, it's like, wow, it's just for profits only. And that's the problem, we got to maintain. It's like, it's capitalism, people got to make money, but oh my God, doctors should not have to be appointment to appointment to appointment to appointment, no time to spend with anybody, because what are we getting to if we do that? We allow that, y'all. It's like robotic. It's like, wow, I'll be honest, an AI almost could do your job better at this point, because you're working with only the information that you have from, what people are, providing you word of mouth. But then on top of that, you're like, okay, I gotta be real quick, and actually this is something that, in a conversation, y'all, that really does seem notable to me. I'm not going to talk about what doctor, but, a doctor said to my father one time, he was like, it's not my job to think about the cost. It's not my job, I'm a doctor. And my dad's like, well, what are you talking about? People got to pay for this stuff. It's like, what? He's right. He's completely right. It's not his job. Like, wow, talk about, to be honest with you, talk about somebody who's living by their real morals and integrity. He's got a medical degree, and it's a very educated man. He's sitting there, he's like, it's technically not my job, really. And that's the double-edged sword, though, y'all. I mean, doctors in this day and age, how can they not consider the costs of things to some extent, right? But really, there is no such thing as a perfect world, right? There never will be. We should approach everything with that forethought. We're not, trying to advocate for a perfect world. We'll never have one, but that should definitely not prevent us from, advocating for, well, real, positive adjustments. I'm not even going to say change, because you're like, oh, you just want to change things. We want to keep things the same. We gotta be somewhere in between. That's the point. Somewhere in between. There's a series of spectrums instead of such simple binaries. That's what I'm saying. I'm actually very, very serious when I say that. We got to look at things a little bit more in, kind of a nuanced perspective at the end of the day, and that's what's so challenging and difficult for me. I'm that kind of person here the whole time, and the screwed up, backwards, upside down. It's like, again, it's so strange in a way, y'all. Talk about Stranger Things. I use, movies and shows as films. Let me emphasize film, right? As a communication method. Well, honestly, one of the things that's cool about Stranger Things, y'all, is that they kind of made it it's almost like a shout out to retro sci-fi. They're kind of using, even, I know it's digital likely, when they're filming, quote, but they're kind of even making it look like it's older film, right? It's kind of like they're going retro, and they're actually, referencing a lot of, pop culture and sci-fi from the past, and it feels like we suddenly were in the upside down with some of this from the beginning. I'm like, wait a minute, all of my coworkers know I'm a good guy, and they're just psychotic fucking abuse, now, literally torture the fuck out of you, and even people who I know are good people, and that's what it's like, wow, I wish, I'm not even mad at you, but when you're saying something to me, it tells me that I'm being, fucking watched in my home. You don't realize, torturing the fuck out of me internally, because you're not even letting me communicate about this, and you don't know that, the other companies I work for, I know you don't have that context. I'm not trying to be mean or condescending in any way, but oh my Jesus Christ, it will take your breath away to witness that, and you're just they're trying to say that I can't even, provide testimony, and so here I am providing testimony publicly on multiple live streams, because what choice do I have? These people, no one's even addressing the fact that DEA has, I'm not saying no one at all, y'all, but I'm saying they're not going to stop if we do not stop them. Every moment that we let this go, I'm just going to be fucking found dead in a ditch, and they're going to try to lie about that shit, of course, but it's already too late, to lie about it, but then again, it's like nobody gives a fuck about me even living, apparently, because like we're just gonna let this keep going. I'm streaming in multiple sources. I never wanted to say any of this publicly. We're just gonna let it keep going, keep going. I'm not trying to be mad, yo. But it is torture. And I'm not sitting here like, oh, I kind of think it might be torture. No, I'm saying scientifically, I said way back, basically 2 years ago, I can assert with science, all I need is basically a computer to sit down and explain like this is, and I don't need really even just a computer, really. I needed a secure computer, which is part of the reason why. Is like, first of all, I need a computer that actually runs, which I did not have before the Steam Deck. Okay, now I have a computer that runs, and well, if it was a secure computer, which is not because of this psychotic fucking criminal abuse, then I would be doing remote work. But see, that's what they want. It's like, no, just go ahead on board. What you worried about, money? We're not gonna hack you. We're not gonna hack any company you work for just because we're trying to fucking frame you and destroy your life, and we've now committed multiple hate crimes, and we've victimized innocent people trying to frame you, and so we need to cover that shit up. That's the problem, y'all. Anybody in our government that wants to try to defend these people, like, you have no argument already. In fact, over 2 years ago, you have no argument in a court of law, in a federal court of law, which is why you push it to this point, y'all. I'm streaming to multiple sources. I am making backups. In fact, that's part of what I'll be live streaming today. How many other backups do I need to make? How many different locations? Because you are not going to fucking silence my words, y'all. I've watched cloud recordings be edited. I've watched cloud recordings be falsified. I've watched cloud recordings be destroyed. I've watched local recordings be corrupted before I can even upload them to the cloud. It's like, what the fuck, y'all? How do we sit around watching this shit go on and try to even defend these people? And the fact is, like, any one of them, I guarantee you right now, they've wanted to walk up here like Chuck probably did. He was so triggered, wants to pull their gun out and just blow my fucking brains out, y'all. And you know that's not mental illness. Look how much effort they've already gone through. Look how much. Because they know, y'all, they all know that my testimony, any and all of it, well, none of it could ever even be deleted. So long as I'm alive, there's not a damn thing that they could do, even if they delete a hard drive, even if they delete a cell phone, even if they delete a recording, even if they mute me when I sit down to give hour-long testimony. For anybody that watches this later, this is exactly why I'm now, well, implementing a technology I was already engineering myself. It's a duct tape and bubblegum solution, but I'm streaming to multiple locations, and I'm not even going to say which all and where all. It's not about location physically only, but it's also about the fact that redundancy, that was a huge part of my job all the time. Fault tolerance, redundancy, alerting, I wrote basically since I started, actually, after a month or two, I'm applying all the skill and intellect I have to write our monitoring, literally writing scripts that are working with open source solutions that are sending me and our whole team alerts when things break. And that's the thing, you got real black hat criminal hackers who were committing felony crimes, and then they're breaking things like that. And I'm the main person that's like, well, there's a balance between noise from, alerts that are false positives and, well, the real alerts. And I'm the main guy. It's always like, okay, we got to look at this all together. Nobody's helping me. So much documentation lacking. I don't want to talk about past businesses, but like, why are we fucking forcing this? No offense to anyone that's on the right side of this, y'all, but these people are going to fucking kill me, and it's not mental illness. My own family is unfortunately filled up with political lies and clinging to those, and I literally, it's like my family throws food at me a little bit because they're like, technically, you're a living human being who is our blood, but we fucking hate you. My grandmother doesn't know anything about what I mean when I say I'm broadcasting. I'm not ever recording her without her consent. And that's the thing. Obviously, if I'm even like, hey, you want to sit down, and it's never some veiled thing, even, y'all. Like, the shitty thing is, like, my grandmother, I love her so much. She has so much cool, wow, makes me So upset. I love hearing about the past, And that's the thing, I love, having authentic conversation, and you people are criminal fucking psychopaths. If this shit weren't going on, if you weren't spitting lies, look how many people I'm not trying to exploit on social media. It's the total opposite. I respect the matriarch of our family. Apparently, unlike a lot of our family, they won't even help her get hearing aids when she needs more help with that than she's willing to admit. And she is just very fiercely, defensive of her independence, And in a way, I'll be honest, she has, I think, enjoyed the narrative, right? Because she's like, yeah, you need my help. You can't even, feed yourself, you little fucking slave boy. And obviously she's not saying the F word, But I'm saying, look at, yesterday, again, she's just like, yeah, no, did you even, she doesn't know what time I wake up. She doesn't know what I'm doing. She doesn't, did she even know I'm not just providing legal testimony, which, right, was just shocking to my uncle. Like, what do you mean you're providing legal testimony? That sounds bad. Trying to flip it back around. I was like, no, yes, I'm definitely providing legal testimony. You people, clearly don't understand what has happened, and never was I mad at you. I just honestly had faith. I thought you would have faith in me, and apparently I was wrong. You're just clinging to your literal mafia. I've never gone down here, even when I was younger, Of course, I knew about it existing. For real, I mean, yeah, I'm saying I'm not a expert in, architecture or, carpentry, but the honest to God truth is, I'm very conscious, and I paid very close attention anytime I was helping my father, even with, DIY work around the house. I'll be honest, I was always kind of like, why don't you teach us more? Instead of just like, I'll just go get the tool. Okay, there you go. There's the screwdriver. There's the hammer, But really, and I mean, that's valuable skills. It's valuable even just education and background to have. There's two reasons, Reason number one, I need to make sure they didn't put some shit down there. I've never set foot down there. I need to make sure they didn't put some shit down there. And again, it's like saying it's not mental illness, same old fucking bullshit. That's what I'm saying, I need our government to actually do something, I'm aware you saved my life. Our government saved my life, but I need this. I'm not even saying some big public apology, some big public disclosure. I need the situation to be addressed, I need it to be addressed. Every moment for a lot of you, it's like, I'm being starved, You know that I'll be doing work, good work. You know that I was doing good work at Panda. Those of you on the right side of this, I'm more than happy to work in a restaurant or anywhere. Every job I take, these people are trying to use against me. Coming up and lying about change that they received. Coming up, what else did they try at Panda? That's what I'm saying. Coworkers are sitting there like, oh yeah, I vape in the bathroom. Like, well, to be honest with you, I mean, technically, I'm not encouraging that, and I don't really, but really, I'm saying, I realize the lie that you're psychopathically, you're wanting me to be like, oh yeah, I'm vaping in the bathroom, but I'm not vaping in the bathroom, I've got a fucking neurological disability, I have to go to the bathroom frequently. Look how fucking terrible this narrative. Look how fucking terrible. With Ian Wong throwing in my face, he's DEA, I'll be honest. I mean, that was a little bit intentional, especially at that time. That was a little bit intentional, It's like, yeah, to be honest with you, you people need to fucking stop. So what, you're gonna turn around like, I think I smelled it, vape in the bathroom. Like, then on top of that, it's like, I'm never, quote, smoking weed or whatever you're trying to fucking say. I'm going for a walk. I enjoy walking. I'm only eating lunch alone most of the time because look how fucking despicably evil. I can't even have one conversation. If I have my phone with me, you record me, and I'm not saying anything weird. I'm showing you I'm a good person and a human being. I'm not manipulating. If I don't have my phone with me, then you're like, well, why don't you have your phone? Why did he leave his phone at his desk? And then he walked over and he just had a meal in the lunchroom silently by himself. And everybody's like, oh yeah, he's fucking antisocial because, well, he's being subjected to relentless, not even covert torture. That's what's so terrible, y'all. It's like, no, it's so crazy, like they were fucking lying about him. We're allowing perjury openly about him. We're ignoring conscious fucking public corruption. And that's my point, y'all. It's like, I will keep talking only in defense and protection, not just of myself, of course, at this point, but the innocent people you victimized, trying to frame me, and y'all, the innocent lives you continue putting at risk by doing shit like this. Because you can, oh no, nobody was around, it was in the middle of the night, so probably nobody's gonna get hurt when we're trying to fucking murder you. And then I'm going to a gas station and I'm seeing, I'm not, I can't be Mr. fucking, Superman, but like, I'm seeing what is probably people that, they know exactly where I'm gonna park because you've been stalking the fuck out of me. And now suddenly my grandmother's window is broken. And what, does she think it's my fault that you people are fucking psychopaths? That's what I'm saying, y'all. Everybody in the world, you need to understand that's how this agency, the DEA, that's how they operate. They're gonna covertly, quote, covertly just fuck everything in your existence. And they have never in their lives spent as much money or as many man hours chasing fucking rabbits, trying to actually fucking engineer fraudulent fucking narratives about a single human being as they now have with me. And I can actually stand by that assertion. So I am serious, y'all. At what point, because I will not go another 2 years, 3 years. It's been fucking 3 years of my life. These people have already illegally robbed from me. Everyone fucking within, limitations, locally especially. So many people fucking hate my guts and they don't even know how wrong, how despicably fucking wrong it is to feel the way that they feel. How long are we gonna wait? Are we just waiting for them to fucking murder me? That's what I'm openly asking you. Anyone in the government, you have no defense of this shit. Are you ready for my words right now, what I'm saying, to be so public and permanent on the public record, and then I show up dead in a ditch and no one can even fucking lie about what really happened? Is that what we're waiting for? That's what I'm asking you right now, yo. At what point are we going to do what is right? And at the very least, okay, ask me to sign an NDA, which means a conversation. No judge is going to implement a, quote, gag order with me without having to talk about all of this. All of this. No judge is going to be able to ignore that they're a member of the family. Federal judges installed by Donald Trump in Texas included. And that's why I need every federal judge in the United States of America to have access to my words, which at this very moment are going straight onto the permanent public record in multiple locations, multiple backups. These fucking people in the DEA, they're being enabled to commit relentless fucking violent hate crimes. They have already victimized innocent people trying to destroy my life. So any federal judge needs to be ready to even try to reconcile that behavior if you're going to sit around and continue being on the wrong side of this. That is not a threatening statement, y'all. Nobody can say that it is. This is communication alone. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to force anybody's hand. I'm saying that, well, you need to be able to reconcile your decisions when you sat and you have this on the public record and someone was explaining very diligently and carefully. They don't even want to talk about things like NSO group. They don't even want to talk about, surveillance apparatus. But look how it has been so consciously, illegally, and psychopathically abused upon a man who is not suffering from mental illness. And that is a damn dirty, actual lie that has been spewed by these fucking hateful people over and over again, who continue committing hate crime after hate crime after hate crime. This is about time, yo. This is about time. I have no more time for this illegal abuse. I have no more moment for this illegal abuse. I'm not trying to force anyone's hand. I'm explaining to you that I'm objectively in the right here, and there is no argument. I need us to actually address that the law has not been obeyed for a moment since this started. I'm not being threatening. I'm letting you know with peaceful diplomacy that the entire world is going to be able to listen to my words and understand that I am telling the truth. And when I said that I will make sure it is systematically asserted peacefully and legally, this is exactly what I meant, and I'm not even close to done. Let me emphasize that, y'all. In fact, all of this should have just been done an hour or two a day when I sign off from my job, when I'm choosing very consciously to do remote work, because so many people in this country don't even know that I've been subjected to relentless illegal defamation. This has been illegal modern slavery, y'all. And there's not a person in the United States nor in the entire world that could ever say any differently. Any differently. So really, y'all, I really have to go down here. That's what I'm saying. I really actually have to go down into the crawl space of my 92-year-old grandmother's house to make sure they didn't plant some shit or put some fucking equipment down there, because that's how these people fucking behave. They are fucking psychopaths, y'all. They're openly serving the Russian military, FSB, Vladimir Putin, and I'm not claiming that, y'all. I have so much more evidence to absolutely publicly assert my claims. If anyone in the government wants to save the reputation of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, well, it would behoove you to actually obey the law and make them stop committing hate crimes. This is what I'm saying about the car, yo. You know, I wanted to believe, especially after so much illegal modern slavery was implemented, and so much, well, that's what's terrible. Everybody was like, no, it's for your, quote, kids that we're lying to you about. I don't even know if I have kids, yo. And at this point, I'm serious. I will not set foot in the state of Texas without armed security. And no, that is not mental illness. I will not set foot, and no, it's not, I'm not going to be extradited. You understand? There is no legal option nor any legal route to extradite me in any way, shape, or form. I can prove that this has been relentless, illegal modern slavery. I can prove myself that there is a deeply corrupted district attorney in Austin who has been loyally serving this criminal organization, the family. I can prove that myself, y'all. And anybody that tries anything is going to have to deal with the fact that we don't even have the option to not talk about that no matter what happens. There's no like, no, shut your mouth. We're trying to illegally silence you. We've committed illegal hate crime after violent illegal hate crime after violent federal felony after violent federal felony after violent federal felony. Talk about federal judges, yo. That's why I need any federal judge in the United States to hear my words, because any federal judge in the United States needs to understand that, well, for the sake of all of us and our national security, especially given there are real aspects of national security involved in this, and DEA can't deny that for a moment, well, you actually have the responsibility of dealing with any federal judge, even if they're appointed by Trump, who has sat and tried to make this sound okay or be okay when it's not okay. So really, yo, speaking of money, that's the thing. If I could keep this car, yo, and eventually just earning my income, I don't even want anybody's money. That's just so terrible. Just fix it up. I'm like a DIY guy. I find a good mechanic that I trust, I can work with. It really is. I'm not even worried about pulling some sketchy crap necessarily. I'm saying like fair pricing. I know what work they're doing. That's the thing. It's not really even. It's in good shape, to be honest, yo. It's in good shape. I've maintained that car. I camped in it a little bit when I had no choice, and I did not want that to be the context, and it was not mental illness. I had no fucking choice, and that's the thing, I'm looking at all my options. I could have tried to come straight up here, but really I couldn't. Because somebody did me, someone I really care about helped me out even with the gas money. Good human being, And I saw the pain in her eyes, honestly, knowing that I'm a good human being, and look at what has happened. We interacted with one another in a professional context, and I was always so polite and professional towards her, and she knows this has been about some despicable fucking politics, and we can't even talk about it, We can't even talk about it. Why is that? Well, I'm not even going to talk about why. She's a good human being, It's a beautiful soul. That's why I named that song, not after her. That's what I look at, I'm not even saying, I'm saying nothing about her, anyone's physical, appearances on the outside. That's what I'm saying, I think about people's soul, that you're intelligent, and you care, and you have a heart. And she's not the only one in this that's that way, But that's the thing, you're putting a fucking muzzle right on my mouth so illegally. I'm walking in, I'm leaving phones in the car. I don't want to be recorded, but it doesn't even matter. And this context is so layered, So, would I maybe, I'd love, to believe, that the car could just be fixed up. Maybe we could obey the law, and I will have the title solely in my name. I'll pay off every dollar and more. That's the thing. If anybody would let me just do my fucking job, I could have been earning a solid salary. To be honest with you, that's the fucked up part. Part of the reason I'm doing a portfolio. 18 plus only, trigger warning. Part of the reason I'm doing a portfolio, I want to work with adults who are, okay, you do like some HBO style podcasts almost. It's not that HBO brainwashed me, any of that kind of stuff. No, I'm just my own person. If I want to say some explicit language here and there, I have every right, every single right. Actually, let's talk about freedom of speech later, not right now, but that's kind of the thing, I've already talked about it just some. I've got so much more to say, so much more to say. I will always have so much more to say. Because that's the world that we live in, especially now, and you need to actually behave like it. You never have the option of taking snippets of statements like, oh no, this is perfect. If we just neurotically and pathologically, fucking project upon this shit and lie about what it really meant, then yeah, this sounds perfect. Oh, he's really agitated because we've been torturing him relentlessly. Yeah, now he's actually he's 100% just a smart guy. He's not mentally ill, quote, in any way. And that's the thing, that, for example, I did forget. Oh, no, I forgot because I'm stressed out. Do we have a bunch of trash that needs to go out, y'all? When normally, I would definitely like to make sure it goes out. But see, if my grandmother turns around, she's like, he forgot the trash again. You know what I'm going to turn around and say? I'm going to film more in that fridge. I'm going to film more of this house that, for example, these fucking, why did nobody even come? This has been here for years, years. My family is fucking terrible for this kind of stuff when they're literally sitting around trying to act like I'm some bad guy, and they know better. They all know better. They're all part of the family, just like my grandmother. So you know what, in defense of this, quite frankly, what a waste of the hardworking trash man's time to even put this out right now, because Really, you know, and that's a double-edged sword as well. Even me taking the trash out, anybody that sees me like, yeah, what are you putting in your trash? Yeah, go through your fucking trash. Yeah. Look how fucking terrible, y'all. I need our government who saved my life from our government. I need us to do something, y'all. These people are going to kill me. They're going to keep trying to take any of my fucking DNA that they can. They're going to try to plant shit. You know it's not mental illness. You know exactly how they think. You know that I can prove that what I'm saying is true. I did a quick summary one on my YouTube channel, and I even said then I'm removing a lot of not even extraneous information. I'm just putting this out there very publicly because I'm implementing this concept of push and pull. At what point is our government going to actually, well, be some adults? Some of you, not all of you, but some of you, at what point are you going to be adults and do the right thing here, y'all? I'm not schizophrenic. I've never suffered from psychosis, nor will I ever, to tell you the truth, y'all. There's basically no one you will find that is of more, mental fortitude than myself, especially given the way that this has actually gone in real life. Yo, this is despicable that we would allow this to actually happen right here on U.S. soil. That's what I'm saying, yo. Part of what makes this so terrible. People like Mark getting in my car and he's like, oh yeah, you're regimented. Yeah, and like, what does that tell me, yo? They're like, oh yeah, we know that there's other people kind of paying attention. Oh yeah, like, why should the government have ever had to save my life to begin with? Because I've asked that question before, y'all, but can we please all think about that for a single moment? Why should the government have ever had to save my life? And then everybody's like, oh no, how dare you protect an innocent man who has been relentlessly victimized by one of our own federal law enforcement agencies? How dare you? And I don't speak for anyone. That's the point. Acting like I'm arrogant or like I'm some, fucking culture warrior because my life has been, because I'm an innocent man and my life has been relentlessly waged war upon, freely allowing perjury, going after a loan which makes no sense. No sense, y'all. I'm not even just saying, it's like, I'll pay off every dollar. At least I would have, y'all, but that loan's going to be forgiven now. I need to say that very plainly. That loan is not some unreasonable ask, y'all. It's not me being an arrogant asshole. That loan is going to be forgiven now. After all of this, after hate crime, after violent hate crime, after violent hate crime, after attempted assassinations, more than one. And how many have I not even known about? If I didn't actually pull pepper spray and a flashlight out of my DoorDash bag that night on the south side of Austin, would I even be standing here right now? Y'all, that's what I'm saying. How dare any of you on the wrong side of this try to reconcile the behavior of this one federal law enforcement agency in any way? And I'm walking around outside saying all of this, yo. Nobody can say mental illness. Oh, he goes into some mode when he's, alone. He thinks he's by himself. He thinks we're, like, that's what's so ridiculous. Fucking Drax. Drax, like, oh, now we're invisible. We just got Chuck coming up to you, spitting his dumb fuck politics in your face, acting like you're not culture warriors, when that's exactly what Chuck is very publicly asserting. You know that you're culture warriors, openly serving the Russians. You know that you loved having Emperor Trump in place because he was just like, anything goes, no laws, complete fucking anarchy. And now you're realizing that no, we do not have anarchy in the United States of America, y'all. No anarchy. I would like to pay my bills, y'all. I would like to pay my taxes. I would like to, well, that's the thing, y'all. Now I've got to reference all this, even to the IRS. Wow. I need you to go check out my YouTube channel and my VODs and my Spotify and here's the first couple that you can watch. And the thing is, I'm sorry. I'm actually genuinely really sorry. To be honest with you, I'd be earning so much money right now at this very moment if these people would actually just behave. And I'm not using a bunch of electricity. I'm not adding a bunch to my grandmother's power bill. I'm literally a ghost. I'm the light. I'm not a ghost like some sketchy ghost. I'm like a specter and like a, literally these people don't even want to let me fucking be a human being, and they're actually not allowing me to be a fucking human being. Any job I take, they're just using as a weapon against me. Abusing their freedom of speech. Look how fucking backwards. DEA from the beginning. Just trying to blast this shit out. Trying to be as defamatory as they possibly can. Trying to make sure if I ever even have an appointment with someone that seems like he's probably, a decent human being, the psychiatrist I spoke to, and what's he spitting in my face? Oh yeah, are you experiencing any, like, mania? And then look at the negative feedback loop, because I'm frustrated afterward, and I should be, because oh my God, if only you knew. Oh my God, if only you actually knew, instead of everyone bigoting themselves, listening to psychopathic liars, thinking they have any semblance of a clue when they need to get a clue. So I've never been ruminating in any way during this, y'all. But see, I want to let everyone and anyone in the whole world know, if you know for a fact, you've already proven actually, irrefutably, that you're being subjected to psychological torture, illegal psychological torture, consciously, then yes, meditate and take a deep breath sometimes. And if you can, sit out on the balcony of your apartment when the air quality is terrible. If you're realizing the water is deeply polluted and the DEA is lying about that, trying to use it against you, go get you some purified water from a safe source. All right, even if you're incurring risk because oh my God, they're going to try to say you're just making, quote, deliveries or shit like that when there's nothing. They see you in your home. You're not bringing anything with you but empty fucking water jugs and the caps to those empty fucking water jugs. One of my happiest memories. My cousins from Texas, who we don't normally get to spend a lot of time with, right? They're coming down and we're all going out to Rehoboth, and that's the fun part, right? It's like, you can call us privileged if you want, but we've never been that privileged, right? We kind of pulled money together. My grandfather slash, great uncle, who I've always loved so much, who, before all this in my life was always so kind to me and so decent. Even if some of our families sometimes felt like he was just a little bit uppity, just a little bit, maybe with waiters sometimes, or, talk about generational differences, there are some, right? Even my grandfather on this side of the family, he could be kind of a jerk to waiters sometimes, right? He was just a stubborn man. He was, he ran a car dealership, right? He's used to being an authority, talk about psychology, he was a good man, don't get me wrong, but it's not that is psychology, probably a little bit more abrasive with people than he should be sometimes. I'm like the, maybe it's because I've worked in the service industry, maybe it's because I'm an empath, maybe it's because I'm on the autism spectrum, maybe it's because, I don't know, I'm a decent human being, and I'm not saying my grandfather is not. I believe it doesn't even matter, I can't tip people, an amazing amount all the time or anything like that, but what I can do is be kind and polite and patient, and, it's frustrating if you receive genuinely bad service, but that's the thing, everyone's service is, it's all relative in a way, y'all. You gotta look at context. How busy is this restaurant? I'll be honest, that's the thing. It's less busy, you go to a Chili's and they're being quite psychopathically abusive towards you. You should not even lash out at them, which I did not. Just leave some feedback for the company, because the company deserves to know. It's like, look, I've been subjected to defamatory crime, and these people are sitting here being really, really abusive increase if I had a gift card. I'm literally essentially already homeless. You know, they've taken away my home so illegally. I've never even been late on a rent payment. And at that point, I think I had been. You know, okay, now I have been, because look at what our government, even though our government has saved my life, look at what our government has allowed. And the government in Texas, that's kind of the thing, you know, I'm no anti-government person, but the government in Texas just openly waged guerrilla warfare upon a single innocent man whom they have no plausible deniability about. He is an innocent man, a good man, who quite frankly, well, I mean, he told the truth about a really serious set of legal issues in another state for a reason. Didn't even tell the truth about it in the same state. In another state, he had been flown out there on the company dollar, not to hang out or have a quote vacation. He was in the office from 9 to usually 7-ish every day. There's so much work to get done, and the main thing I'm communicating is not even that I want to just be located there. It's that there's too much work for me to even do, and I've got to basically, as part of the work here, I've got people from this company in Austin. The other guy's still not doing his job. I'm in Denver. They're like, hey, he's not around. And again, I'm not even trying to say where I'm at. That's what's so fucking shitty. We push this far. I'm not even trying to say the location of a company, the state of a company, because even that information, it's like, oh no, don't say that, because it's like then people are gonna know. Well, look at what we're forcing. That's what I'm saying, our government saved my life. From our government, I need our government to, kind of prevent me from being murdered, prevent me from having to multi-stream my testimony, y'all. They were illegally muzzling me, and I can prove that myself. They've got militarized spyware on the phone that I'm currently speaking through right now, and they've canceled this every time that they can. And I think it's starting to realize, but I don't even think so. I don't know, It's like, trust me, I understand, the Twitch app, you got to kind of you can't just stop, restart the app, make sure there's some time in between, probably on the server side, you got to wait a minute before you just hit go again, or it might just not connect. But that's the problem, when I'm walking down the street with two phones, and both of them are live streaming, and only one of them is getting cut off as soon as I start talking about what Lenovo and TikTok and, considerations for me having to own an American manufactured cell phone. And look at that context, y'all. I'm talking about TSMC. Who do you think makes the chip at the end of the day? Apple designs their silicon, which is quite impressive in a way, They are the largest, one of the largest, one of the wealthiest companies, but that's pretty cool to think about. They design the silicone, even if there's layers and layers in the supply chain. They're manufacturing these chips with security in mind, with all kinds of cool things that it almost makes you think so much more about the future when I study new chip designs coming out, and I'm like, wow, there's sleeper cores, there's cores on this. They're made for low power, really, if you want to use your phone, and you don't have to, right? Talk about data privacy, and you have every right to turn it off if you want to use your phone to track your steps, or really, it's fascinating. Why would you need your processor running at full speed when you're just walking around? In fact, you don't want that. That's not just smart, that's intelligent. That's so intelligent. Every bit of that data at the same time, when NSO Group is out there paying black hat hackers to have more money. That's the thing. They're like, no, don't go to Apple or Google. We don't want anybody to have real privacy. Or even though that's the whole point. It's like, oh, how dare people, have private conversations with their wife about their kids' grades. How dare, somebody, want to turn off their body camera if they're going to take a shit. It's like, oh, no, you don't get that. Even though that's, the Constitution, and we love to bang our chests about the Second Amendment, and throw guns out there to men who are psychotically criminal, like Michael Brumback, and deeply suffering from verified mental health issues, of which we have a long legal documentation. And quite frankly, how do I need to say it best, it's just like, oh my Lord, the upside down that we found ourselves in, and now I'm flipping it right side up. And yes, again, I repeat, as I recursively will, I use film and pop culture references as communication methods, y'all. I'm not mentally ill. This is real life, unfortunately. I am sitting here saying very openly to the entire U.S. government, I need someone. I appreciate that the U.S. government saved my life from the U.S. government. I need someone in the U.S. government to make sure, honestly, that, well, I'm allowed to actually do my work and earn money and pay my bills and live, like, buy my grandmother groceries, yo. Wouldn't that be some amazing, like, I'll even live here if you'll just allow it. Yo, let me do my job. Jesus Christ. Talk about persecution, yo. Talk about fucking Nazis. This is like the Diary of Anne Frank in real life, and I'm not even trying to compare myself to, people that were really persecuted so violently, but yo, I have been violently persecuted, and that's not mental illness, and that tree is not even the only example. If you don't believe me, well, that's the thing. First of all, I can prove it, and second of all, a government agent witnessed this act of attempted murder outside the city of San Marcos, Texas. Y'all, I do not have time for us to sit around and let this keep going. Ann Milgram herself is sitting there trying to prevent me from tweeting at her, and then I'm just tweeting at her again. I'm not harassing her. No one can say that I am, y'all. I'm very tactfully communicating, like, well, okay, I know the meme on Facebook, some people probably tried to jump on y'all, but for real, you would be saying the same thing in this context when she's publicly asserting that she's a conscious fucking psychopath defending violent criminals who have victimized innocent Americans, and now she just doesn't want anyone to know. Really, y'all? This is a real life cover-up, and I refuse, y'all. There's no option. I can't even go earn a paycheck from a restaurant without these people further fucking trying to frame me, trying to fucking abuse every social aspect of this situation. At what point do we realize that this reflects poorly upon the entire U.S. government? Even if some of y'all, for sure, a lot of you have done the right thing, I need us to actually address this, y'all. I need us to actually address this. I'm not trying to force anyone's hand. I'm not trying to be impatient, y'all, but you would be a lot more impatient than I am, considering that, well, I'll be honest, y'all, pretty much all of you. And I would like to even believe that there could be some exceptions to the rule, but I'll be honest, I'm being completely frank with you, it's not mental illness. I'm not confident that the best of our best, some of you would not even be alive if this shit happened in real life. Look how many times, y'all, somebody just swerving their truck on the road. I have to avoid somebody, really, y'all, pulling out a semi-automatic rifle with a fucking ski mask on, which asserts what? Forethought, premeditated. That's what I'm saying. They put a mask on. That wasn't just me, some imagery. Certainly that is some real life despicable fucking imagery, y'all. But legally, in a federal court of law, they put a fucking ski mask on. They even have a ski mask around. I certainly don't, y'all. I've got a sleeping mask because I have severe headaches and migraines, and I've lacked for healthcare for over 10 fucking years. And even, oh my God, I've been denied healthcare, so illegally. HIPAA laws have been broken over and over and over again. I've been filmed naked repeatedly, which for any federal judge is why I'm raising awareness about this so publicly, and people can try to laugh or act like I'm mentally ill, but that's the problem, Look how calmly I'm sitting in a bathtub explaining, oh yeah, they're gonna try to say I'm mentally ill, but I'm doing this because the DEA is actually, committing a bunch of heinous crime in real life, and we all know it, quite frankly, and we're just letting this go, let it go, let it go. Oh wait, did they kill him yet? Oh no, okay, not yet. All right, keep going, y'all. Yeah, keep going. Okay, did they kill him yet? Oh no, okay. The family is sitting around acting like they saved him when they're trying to help literally fucking assassinate him and muzzle him from telling the truth. Okay, wait, did they murder him yet? Okay, no, okay, someday. Is it tomorrow? Is it the next day? They're just gonna fucking do it. Somebody's gonna bust down his door, acting like they're, they're fucking undercover, really protection, quote, nobody has qualified immunity from what has happened. That's what I'm saying, The cop who falsely arrested my brother and destroyed his iPhone included. No one has qualified immunity in any way from what has happened. And that's the thing, y'all, that I have to actually just, I hear the sound of seagulls and it's not mental illness. You know, some of the happiest memories of my life, hanging out at Rehoboth Beach with my family, my cousins from Texas. We're playing football, which they know I don't really play, but you know, I'm pretty good actually. I'm kind of an athlete, y'all. Like I'm not Mr. Perfect Superman, but I'm not bad, honestly. Especially just, you know, doesn't even matter. I'm saying that that's the level of toxicity and bitterness from this. I'll never get to have a Thanksgiving dinner again with my entire family, who even once this is all cleared up, y'all, that's what I'm saying to our entire U.S. government, even once this is cleared up, because of the lies that have been spun, the defamation we have freely allowed for so long, they'll never even, you understand, I am a forgiving person. I've been gracious and patient. They will never, for a moment, be able to put down their vitriol and their anger when they thought that they were right and they didn't know that they were wrong. And why was that? Because we have a federal law enforcement agency which is actually that out of control. Actually that out of control, everyone. And I'm gonna have to go down into this crawl space and just make sure they didn't plant shit or put some more fucking equipment down here, yo. Because when I'm hearing a sound like I did last night, that's not the fucking AC unit, yo. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that is, and I'm not saying they did put equipment down there, but that's the problem, y'all. They've used microwave equipment on me already in the city of Abilene, Texas, and I can stand by that assertion. And so, yes, this is some really deeply dark and fucking serious shit, because just like abusing Pegasus over my life and streaming that to a Discord server and trying to accuse me of being mentally ill, how much damage have they already done to my body and my brain, which they're now still trying to cover up by murdering me in real life? Yo, do you think I didn't take pictures of those men who would pull up with the trailer or the apartment above us? I'm hearing footsteps. They come in random time right before I go to bed at night, shoving up, really right above me, like giant fucking heavy sounding. That's really, y'all, that's what they're putting down microwave equipment. They're pointing that shit at my fucking bed. And at the time, y'all, it's like, how the fuck do you protect yourself from this shit? I'm still doing research at the time. I'm still like, oh my God, is this something they actually fucking do? Look how they try to take advantage of that. They're openly waging war upon innocent U.S. citizens who, in the United States, wants to defend that fucking behavior, y'all. You know who uses that microwave equipment? The Russians. Why do we even know about that, y'all? I mean, the U.S. Embassy in fucking Moscow, y'all. So do I have brain damage from a severe car accident? Yes, I do, yo. Yes, I do. But you know what made me really sad when I first started researching Havana syndrome is that some folks in the government don't even want people to talk about it. How fucking dare you, yo? You know, I'm not trying to be mean, but how fucking dare you? You know that, our own people being attacked secretly, it's doing brain damage, yo. It's causing symptoms of a severe brain injury. And you want them to not talk about it? And why? Why, yo? I'm not even saying that you're, compromised or in the family or on their side, but I'm saying, like, how do we reconcile that in any way? That's something that people need to know about because, well, even the public needs to know that that's real. All the technology doesn't just exist. That's the worst part. It doesn't just exist. They actually use that. And you know what it makes me think? Well, I moved into an apartment where the first thing that I'm told is the microwave is going to be replaced because the door is super fucking broken. And I'll be honest, y'all, I'm not a quote bachelor, but I'm single, okay? I need to use a microwave oven here and there, all right? And I'm like, well, surely they're gonna fucking replace this. I ask again, can you replace this shit? I ask again, and well, I don't have the money to buy some really heavy-duty equipment, y'all. All that I have is some basic equipment that is still valid. I can actually, when I'm 10 to 15 yards away from that microwave and my basic equipment was set on a very low low sensitivity is picking up microwave radiation from that so far away. And then you people want to accuse me of mental illness because in that apartment when I turn it on and I walk away, I don't want to fucking stand next to it because, well, that's the thing, y'all. I'm educated, and honestly, I wanted the microwave to be replaced. I'm even looking at buying a new one because it's like, wow, they're not even gonna they told me they're gonna replace this the day that I moved in. It's super broken. I don't even know. I don't want to know how it broke. Did it break the day that Jamal and D. Clark was forcefully fucking evicted from that apartment? Did they tackle him into the microwave and it's fucking broken? Just like they didn't even fix the door frame or clean that place before I even walked in it, y'all. The toilet had shit in it. You understand? There was still shit in the toilet of that fucking apartment. They didn't even dust. They didn't even fucking vacuum. It looked fucking disgusting. I'm saying I don't want anyone's money. I never wanted damages. And to be honest, y'all, if that was a consolation, I would sign an NDA that, well, DEA is not allowed to continue. Local law enforcement is not allowed to just deploy shit they don't understand to my private property with no actual legal justification in any way, shape, or form, abusing narratives around mental health, acting like they're doing it for anyone's safety when everyone knows, even if they want to fucking lie, participating in the shared psychotic disorder, everyone knows it is for the opposite of my safety, the absolute literal opposite of my safety. And look at that. Who would be saying that at this point, y'all? I could be clamoring about damages. I could be saying openly, because, well, technically, tens of millions of dollars by the law, y'all, U.S. law, tens of millions of dollars conservatively are already owed at this very moment right now, y'all. And you know what I'm saying is that if somebody gave me tens of millions of dollars and I was able to verify the actual security of this car, sure, I would fix it up and I would keep it. But to be honest with you, y'all, because of even just the narrative, right, and the fact that it is a recognizable vehicle, everybody knows, right, blue Mazda, blah, blah, except the cop apparently just blue sedan, sees a last name and thinks that it's thinks it's me when it's my brother, right? I do. Mazda's built some brand loyalty in me. I'll say that. So talk about, good marketing. That's an old car, honestly. Most of you, they're like, well, it's all relative. It's actually an old car, 2009. I think it looks a little bit timeless. That's why, the design, in my opinion, is good. I don't even really care that much about how a car looks. I'm really, historically, have not been a car guy. I've learned a lot more about cars, but really what I'm trying to say is that when it comes down to it, even if I had money, which I want, that's the thing, I don't even want some, money dump or whatever the heck, y'all. I'm saying that even if I did, I'd buy a used vehicle. I wouldn't even buy a new car. I'd buy a used vehicle, and I'd probably be looking for a Mazda. Does it need to be the leather seats? No, not at all. I don't need a fancy speaker system, although sure, I like speakers, y'all, because I like music, and I'm an artist, so I need to say, I've never considered myself an artist, y'all, but I am. Everyone can be an artist. Okay, there you go. I'm an artist, all right, but that's the thing. These people treat me like I'm some culture warrior, some big music guy when they fucking committed felony crime and stole the stuff that none of it was published, none of it was edited. They try to use it against me, artistic recordings and podcasts that were clearly acting, irrefutably acting, lyrics that were not threatening to anyone in any way. They're clearly just, they're referencing science. They're encouraging of thought. Y'all, it's like, that's what's so terrible. You can't, there's no redefining, the actual meaning of my lyrics. Nobody gets to do that, all right? We live in the 21st century. We have constitutionally protected freedom of speech. For example, even if I sing, recordings in my phone that, I'm kind of just using, I'm venting a little bit. I'm not publishing music, about anybody. I'm not trying to, talk smack or whatever. But see, DEA has no fucking ask. I don't want to make music about DEA is what I'm saying. DEA has no fucking ask. The capitalization of some letters when they actually are drive-by anarchists, y'all. Drive-by anarchists. They tried to fucking murder me in cold blood, and a government agent saved my life, which I'm so appreciative of. And then I'm not frustrated with anyone involved in saving my life, but I'm sitting here saying, well, at what point are we going to realize they're not going to stop? They're not going to stop. They're psychopathic. They're addicted to their own fucking drugs that they're peddling. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. Chuck is committing more hate crimes, more federal felonies than when he knows he's caught. And when I'm going to tell the truth about it, y'all, more fucking federal felonies, more fucking hate crimes. They're actually not going to stop until they're actually made to stop. And so at what point do we realize that this just makes our entire country look terrible every single moment, every single millisecond that we allow this to continue, y'all? I'm not trying to force anyone's hand, but technically I'm already owed tens of millions of dollars by U.S. law, and I don't even want anyone's money. I want to earn my own. No strings. I'm not threatening anyone. No one can say that I am, y'all. I've been sitting here this whole time telling the truth, implementing peaceful diplomacy, doing legal investigation where needed, and I'm doing the journalism part now, y'all. I have every single bit of irrefutable evidence that I could ever need, and DEA is not going to delete it. When I said systematically, that's exactly what I meant. So at what point do we do what is right for our entire country? And for the innocent people who have been victimized, y'all. If that's what I need to emphasize, well, let me emphasize that's the point, y'all. It's not just about me, and it's really not even about me at all. It's actually not even about me at all. That's what's fucking despicable. Any federal judge that wants to, and I'm not trying to force your hand, I'm not trying to be threatening, I'm not threatening, that's the thing, y'all. Any federal judge that wants to attempt to reconcile the behavior of this agency, that's what you are directly attaching your name to for the rest of time. In fact, I'll be honest, y'all, in the scheme of things, it's already too late. You're choosing to throw away any career in justice, because that means that you're defending people in this agency who have victimized innocent people. The DEA have victimized innocent Americans trying to frame me. So you better be ready for their families to hear the truth, for everyone to know the truth, and to look straight at you and your name and anyone associated with you and your court and anyone else involved, Texas law enforcement, in any way, shape, or form. You better be ready for the eyes and the ears of the entire world to be looking back down at you with a big picture perspective now, understanding, oh my God. Earning my own income with no strings, yo. I would just buy a humble used Mazda. Probably of a different color at this point, even though, yes, blue is probably my favorite color for a car. Doesn't really matter, though, because I don't care. Point A to point B. That's the point, yo. Really. It doesn't even actually matter if it's a Mazda, but see, that's the thing. Just like anybody else, I get to choose if I want. If I'd like to drive a Mazda, cheap little humble Mazda, then I'll drive a cheap little humble Mazda. That's the, like a Miata is like, it's probably fun to drive. I don't really want a Miata, right? It's like the reason that, mid-size sedan is perfect, well, it's utility, and it's, it's also, still kind of like reasonable, how do I put it best, it's like, Mazda 3s are awesome in my opinion, probably easier to drive than that one, definitely easier to park at times, but that's the thing, try to call me a bad driver when I'm not. Try to act like I'm some dude running around, be reckless. You're fucking broadcasting. You're allowing federal felonies to be committed, broadcasting my location. We've got psychotic fucking people who have no control over their emotions, driving around on the road, and literally, y'all, that's the point. Like, these people right now, the same exact people, these alt-right militias that have clearly been just enabled to focus on me, you're helping them right now. Some of them apparently are in law enforcement. At what point do we do the right thing, y'all? At what too late. You actually don't, no one in the government right now, yo, you saved my life and I appreciate that, but like, they're going to fucking kill me, y'all. It's not mental illness and you know that. They're trying to fucking unplug the internet connection itself every moment you let this go on. Why can we not obey the law? Why can we not obey the law? Nobody can say that I fled Texas. That's not a claim, yo. That's a plain statement of objective fact. No one can say that I fled the state of Texas. But look how terrible that is. I'm not wanting to put our government and, well, other folks in our government, and I'm not in our government, right? That's what so is ridiculous. You know, people, Mark is like, yeah, you're regimented. Like, what the hell? You know, you got kids coming up to me like, oh, yeah, can you buy me some Swishers? Like, no, I cannot, and I'm not that kind of person. What is wrong with you? It's like, oh, are you a fed for not buying me Swishers? Like, no, I'm not. Really, again, I repeat, what the hell is wrong with you? Of course, I'm not saying that because I'm a polite person. Yo, this makes our government, this makes especially the government of the state of Texas look straight up fucking so evil, yo, because you have been straight up so evil, so evil. And I'm saying the people of Texas are so much better than that, yo. That's what I'm saying. Peaceful diplomacy. The people of Texas, if they had the full context here, they would never stand for this. Same with the people of Delaware, yo. The people of Delaware would never stand for this behavior, not for a moment if they had the full context. All right, that's the thing. Yes, you know, I don't have any personal connections, any mayors, any governors, but I need everyone to be able to understand at the very least. You can, you know, try. I'm not saying any mayor, governor didn't want to hear me on Facebook, but I'm saying, yo, it actually doesn't matter. Like, for real, my words are on the public record. Public record, public record, public record, which means that you have to answer for anything and everything that's allowed to happen. And what we've already allowed to happen is not just kind of evil, it's actually so terrible, y'all. That is a hate crime. I came out here that day, and the very first thing I see is that a saw was used to make sure that tree fell instead of where it would have fallen, where all the weight was, the physics, y'all. It would have gone down right over there. And where did it fall, y'all? There wasn't even that bad of a storm that night. It fell right on my head, where they hoped, honestly, that I would be that night. And even then, y'all, look, they see it as like a double win because, well, now they've got a line of sight over to the porch, and they know that, well, I vape nicotine, you know, I bought some hemp cigarettes, you know, the gas station right around the corner, which again, it's like if I even walk to, I've got a live stream, because we're all sitting around ignoring the plain and simple objective truth. We're all sitting around ignoring the plain and simple objective truth. This is not just not okay. This is not just not okay.